Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are here today with our first Reg H tour of like the whole format, to be honest. I thought I would have gotten one of these in last week. Unfortunately, I did not. But like it is totally fine. Honestly, not a big deal. Let me scroll really quickly. One, I'm gonna copy this to my clipboard because I really should have this open in a tab. We're gonna put this in the middle tab today. Woohoo! Yep, middle tab. Okay, perfect. Sweet. Okay, hi. My opponent just showed up. We can get going with this soon. I am remembering right now why I want to have monitor number 4. It's for shit like this. Because I'm trying to figure out the best way to set up like all of my stuff. It is like one monitor too short. I just got another like monitor. It was a TV I got from my grandmother actually. So I'm looking forward to setting that up. I'm gonna probably put it like. Am I vertical right here? I'm not sure, but I want to set that up because at this point, just not having it set up feels like a crime. But how is everyone doing today? How is everyone doing? Let's see, searching. There we are. Okay, sweet. We are searching now. We're searching and we are live. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing better than I already thought we'd be doing. So like, we're killing it. We are absolutely killing it. I guess for anyone who is watching so far, obviously, you know, YouTuber spiel, like, subscribe, member for Becca's Sama stream. Becca is my editor, and then obviously me, like, it would be the two of us. So if you want to see that, Becca's a great editor. She's really funny. We'll have a great time. I think she's going to try and make me use Donphan. She's still very much obsessed with me using Donphan, or maybe like a regular Vulpix. She loves both those ones. So if you want to make Becca happy, that's the way to do it. For now, though, we are fighting, for round 1, we're fighting a Garchomp Brain team. It's a really cool team, actually. It's SD, Clear, Garchomp. Let's see. Let me double check what rule set I'm supposed to use. Let me double check that with my opponent, because I don't know. I'm assuming it's just official 1, because that's just, like, a better allow list. But I don't know. It's my first time doing this. But it's Terra Steel, SD Chomp with SD Dragon Claw, Earthquake Protect. Banded Masquerada with Protean, which is interesting. I do vibe with that. It's like low kick, knock off U-turn, flower trick. I was gonna say stabs, but everything is stabs in that one. Terra Ghost, Focus Sash Pelipper with like wide guard, dual stab, protect. No Tailwind though, which is interesting. And this is a very slow team because of that, but they do have Switch to Overquill with Air Balloon, and it's like Gum K's, Protect, Crunch. Follow Me, Taunt, Super Ping, Protect, Mousehold, and then Goldengo with Specs with just stabs, Focus Blast, Trick. I'm just gonna set official rules 1. I'm gonna assume that's the call. If it's not the call, then I'll figure it out for next round. The team should be like legal for that. Like there's no reason that either team should not be legal for that. But either way though, we're getting into round 1. I am hoping for the best here. I should probably get a notepad down as well. At minimum, this will be helpful for jotting down like leads that come up, etc. Because we are in both 3. So in terms of what I'm expecting here, I feel like the Pelipper is a very good lead into my team. Well, sorry, Pelipper is a very good backline into my team in general. There's never a world where Pelipper leads against my team. So I actually don't want to bring along Ninetales to round 1. I want to actually see if I can maybe get my opponent to not think that. So what I'm actually going to do, I feel like, let's see, so they have no Covert Cloak or anything. Their best protection on Makeup would be Terra Ghosting Mousehold. That would be an interesting call to make game 1, but it's not like the worst call. Let's see. So I think my call is going with like. I definitely want Instant on lead. Instant is like very good Masquerada counterplay. They do have obviously low kick for it, but I could still muscle that very confidently because they don't have like Terra Ghost on them long. I think my other pick here is probably gonna be. I think I just lead off with Super and Ram. I think I go with probably Baxcalibur in the back. I feel like Baxcalibur is very good. I don't really like Goldengo here. I don't like most of my team this matchup. I think push comes to shove. I think Amelia probably is the call, actually. I know I said I wanted the bench. Actually, no, I'm going to go with Goldengo. I feel like Goldengo might be the call. This is, like, probably the last way I should be using a team like this, to be fair. So we're already breaking convention on game number 1, but, like, it's totally fine now. Let me double-check really quickly for my team, just so I have it up. So, yeah, honestly, I feel like having, like, Rillaboom Inzin could be decent, to be fair. They're probably going to backline Pelipper, which means... they have no Intimidate either, which is great, because these will actually hit kind of hard with that in mind. Garchomp will probably be on lead, I feel like. It's a very good lead. Like, Garchomp, Meowscarada, maybe? I know, Goldengo and Meowscarada. Okay. Well, I got the Meowscarada right, at least. I was pretty scared of that on lead. I feel like it could just do a lot, especially with backline for the... That could just be the pivot right away. Because I don't have, like, any immediate priority to punish that with my backs. If I had Ice Shard, I'd be a little bit more concerned with like, some other lead. But with Meowscarada in particular, I mean, this was always going to be kind of the scenario. I think my play is honestly just to go for an immediate like Flare Blitz, just right into that. Actually, no, sorry, I go for a knockoff just in case of any shenaniganry, and I go for Fake Out into because they don't have any anti-priority, thankfully, on that team. And the Goldengo will still take a good amount from knockoff. Obviously, okay, Focus Blast is a little rough, but to be fair, I'm not gonna burn a Terra game 1 on this, especially when I didn't realize I lived the hit. But that's very decent, actually. That is a very big deal. Okay, so already really, really good stuff, to be completely honest. What do I do? So they've lost their specs. That's a big deal for my opponent. I think I just let Instinct go down. I could also just go hard out in... Okay, so they're probably going to make it rain, so I actually don't really go hard out. I think I just go for Flare Blitz and just hope that maybe I can punish. And I go for, like, a U-turn on this and try and get another Fake Out turn off. They're going to withdraw Goldengo, actually. Hold on. That's really good for me. Hold on. That is huge for me. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Oh, they U-turn. That doesn't fun. Oh, thank God that was the instant. I saw the wrong health bar. Okay, that's good for me. Let's see. And then what's the fourth one? Let's see. So we U-turn at least on the Goldengo. That does some... That intended with the knockoff did some pretty decent damage. In terms of what I bring in now, I feel like I have to go into Garchomp. Not Garchomp. Baxcalibur. I'm gonna go into Baxcalibur here. And then I think that I just go for my Terra right away. Yeah, I feel like Terra right away is probably the call. And then I bring in my Rillaboom here. And I think I just go for Fake Out into Garchomp. Yeah, the Fake Out into Garchomp, even if I'm getting protected on, that's kind of fine. And then, let me actually double check a speed tier real quick. How fast is my Baxcalibur? Because I'm like really fast Baxcalibur. I am really fast Baxcalibur. Okay, sweet. I don't actually need Terra then. I can just go for high horsepower right away. That'll just massacre Goldengo. If they're gonna burn and make it rain, they're gonna burn and make it rain. But I don't need to. I know for a fact I outpace Goldengo. Because Goldengo is one base slower and I'm literally Jolly. So that should be pretty good. So we're gonna go for the high horsepower into the Goldengo. They are gonna protect him Garchomp. That's kind of fine. I'm not really too concerned with that. We'll at least get our kill on the Goldengo, which is pretty big. Because if they're gonna have Pelipper as that fourth mon, then I can scout. Well, if they're gonna have if they're gonna have Pelipper as that fourth mon, I can scout for that. Bring in a lot of Ninetales and clean. So that should work out really well for me. And then if they're going to go for instead like an Overquill or a Maushold, that's not really something I'm too scared of with Garchomp as the end game. I don't think it puts up enough pressure. Oh right, they have Meowscarada still. I forgot about that. We didn't actually kill that. Okay. Well, I think either way that my play is to go for a U-turn on this. And then I go for a Protect this turn. I don't want to burn Terra just yet. I would rather see what the Meowscarada is going to lock here. But if they do dual target my Rillaboom, that's fine. They'll at least have to bring in their fourth mon if they're going to go for that U-turn. And I don't think that knockoff plus Dragonclaw kills. They're going to U-turn. Oh, they're U-turning on... Oh, never mind. Right, Proteus. Okay, they're U-turning on Rillaboom. I was going to say. So yeah, they'll have to dedicate a Dragonclaw into this as well. And either way, if they are going to go for like a Pelipper, they'll force it out on the next turn, which means that they'll be in a very bad spot doing that. Because Moonblast will still hurt that Garchomp a lot. Actually, no. I don't actually know if I go for Moonblast or Garchomp. I think I just go for Fail. Oh, they're going for Dragonclaw on this. Beautiful. Okay, that's really good. That's really good. Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do... Against this in particular, I think this is where I'm going to go for my... This is where I'm going to go for my Veil. I think my Veil plus Terra. Alright, I forgot I didn't bring it. Okay, well then in that case, I keep forgetting I didn't bring Alola Ninetales. I forgot. I wanted to bench it for game 1. This still works out fine though, in all honesty. I can go for Terra Water here. And go for just a raw Shadow Ball. Actually, no, sorry. I don't actually go for that. I go for Protect here. Then I go for Terra Ghost, and I Glaive Rush Garchomp spot. Because either they switch and I kill Meow, which is really decent, that avoids their knockoff Mon, which hurts both my Pokemon, or B, I'm going to kill the Garchomp at least. That's hacking. We all know that Focus Blast never hits. Focus Blast hits plenty of times. You wonder if my opponent's actually watching? I doubt that my opponent knows me enough, or the fact that since I've done a handful of streams on this channel, I doubt that they have the right channel at least. If they are, they are. I can't really stop that. But I mean, it's for me, this is just a turn I'm just doing just to play more regulation. So I don't really care too much personally if they feel the need to scout for that. Yeah, so they're gonna go for a Terra Steel, I guess. That's a little unfortunate, but I mean, not much I could do about it, really. Like my play always was to just go for the dual, well, to go for the Protector and Goldengo, and at least not die to that hit. The Terra Steel, frankly, only means that Pelipper will deal more damage to me, and I don't kill this Mon. But I still have plenty of outs, so it's not a big deal. I can work around that game too. That's not something that's gonna be terribly concerning. I'm just curious about like why right now I feel like there was a better opportunity to pick that, but it is what it is. They're still not doing a lot of damage to me, which is huge. This Glaive Rush will still hurt them regardless. Yeah, like that's okay damage at least. Albeit they're probably bulky Garchomp, but it is okay damage at least. They're gonna Weather Ball into my Goldengo. At least that's pretty good. I do need to kind of maneuver around this Garchomp, which is a little bit of a problem, but it's not too concerning. Like, this is definitely workable. This is definitely workable. Grass to disappear, that's fine. I'm gonna switch out of Bax Caliber here. And then I'm gonna go for a Shadow Ball onto the Pelipper spot, because I do kind of want that Mon dead. And then I'm just gonna reset my terrain. Personally, I'm glad that regular Pokemon get to shine. I think there's a lot that still did in Regulation G, to be fair. There was a lot of stuff that never really got the shine all format that's shown in Regulation G. Like Ditto was a big one that just never, and I know Ditto's kind of a cop-out answer, to be fair. I won't act like it isn't. But Pelipper was a viable Mon, but it wasn't at really like top of the format since like Reg A until like Reg G, to be honest. And even then, Reg A, it was still kind of lackluster. I won't act like this is like the most balanced format of all time, but I do think at least that, well, I should say more so towards Reg G. That's what I'm talking about when I say this format. I don't think Reg G was the most balanced format of all time, but I do think there was a lot of versatility and a lot of room for regular Pokemon to shine. Even if we exclude like the non-box art, non-paradox, etc., there was a lot of stuff that we got to actually make bigger. Like for first-time tour success too. Though I will say, to be fair, like obviously the showcase being more focused on these Pokemon means that they're kind of thrown into shine. So there have been some things that have popped up because of that, like Hisui Decidueye, really fucking good Mon right now. If I had to make a team IRL, what would my 6 Pokemon would be? Honestly, I'm not too sure. Because I think that my favorites would differ from like what my IRL team would consist of, if that makes sense. Like I think one of my favorites, Vivillon and Glaceon, would like those are both definitely up there. I think actually most of my favorites would. I don't know if Infernape specifically would end up on there, but I think most of the rest of my top 5 would be. Like Glaceon's a good one, Cherrim would be a cool one, DNC would be a cool one, though I think it'd be impractical. Vivillon would be. I feel like Infernape might be a little bit much for IRL, but it is my favorite Pokemon, to be fair. I'm trying to think of other ones. Yeah, like Marshadow probably would not be something I would pick for like IRL, obviously. Let's see, okay. So I think I do lose this game, by the way. I can't beat Meowscarada going for knockoff into, and it goes for knockoff into, actually, hold on. I think I actually might have been out. It kind of depends on how much Make It Rain does, to be completely honest. But I think my out is going for this, and then going for high horsepower onto Garchomp, and just kind of hoping. They're going to knock off. That's obviously going to stay Dark type, stab with Band, and yeah, that kills Goldengo. Okay, that's pretty obvious to be fair. Okay, so yeah, Garchomp definitely kills, because at worst I died to Rough Skin. Other picks though, let's see. So, I'm not too sure. Like, I feel like a lot of my other favorite Pokemon end up being like really terrifying IRL. Like Flare and G, obviously. Those are both really cool. Quavel could actually be a cool one. I think that could be a lot more manageable than something like an Infernape, to be fair. No, Infernape would still be really cool. A lot of my favorites, I'm realizing, still are like Gen 9 Pokemon. I'll just lock in my top 5. I feel like Infernape with the other 4 that I mentioned would be really cool. And then I think my last one would probably be... What type would I say I specialize in? I'd probably Fire. If not Fire, then like Ice or Grass would both be pretty cool types. Let's see. Okay, I lost round 1. Okay. We're gonna continue into game number 2. Right, I shouldn't jot down that Pelipper was backline. So Pelipper was backline. They were trying to be considerate of that. Okay, so into a Meowscarada Goldango lead, I need my Incineroar, obviously. Incineroar was a very good mon into that. I'm still not burning Terra on that right away, though. Let's see, I'm trying to think. So, looking at... I feel like, honestly, there was nothing wrong with the lead. I think I just need a different backline. I think that means that I actually don't bring backs. I think I go with Goldango and Alolan Ninetales. I think bringing back's Caliber was kind of where I shot myself in the foot, and I think Alolan Ninetales would help a lot with that. Even if I'm just using Alolan Ninetales as like more of an offensive piece, I think it'll help in this matchup. I don't think it's the greatest line for me, because frankly, Banded Meowscarada does a lot to my team outside of Incin, and even then it still is a good line into Incin. But I think if I just go for the same immediate turn 1, I could probably even just go for Flare Blitz and let Incin die, to be honest. That might even be like a better momentum gainer. Because then I can go for... Then I could probably just go for like a Blizzard immediately. As I go for like a U-turn with Rillaboom, because they're going to bring in Pelipper. And I think I gain a lot more momentum doing that and just letting the Incineroar die. And I think it'll work out better. So I'll let the Incineroar die this time. I think it'll work out for the best. But good luck and fun to my opponent. I doubt they play around that at the very least. Like there's no world where I actually see that as a viable option for them. And if I'm trading Goldango for Incineroar, I think it's a much better return. Because Meowscarada, I think, can still be outmaneuvered by a little Ninetales plus like Rillaboom combination. I am gonna make the fake out into Meowscarada though for sure. I think it'll gain me the most. Okay, so Intimidate goes off. Obviously, we are dropping Meowscarada's attack. That is perfectly fine. Yeah, so we'll go for fake out here. Well, Flare Blitz and fake out is the play. Okay. I'm curious about what my opponent will do to that. I feel like, again, they're probably just going to go for the Focus Blast immediately. That was a pretty decent option for them last time. Maybe they'll overpredict and think Altera, which only works out even better for me. But Meowscarada is taking decent damage, which is huge. I don't need to necessarily kill that mon. Again, I am much more concerned with Goldango here. They are going to Focus Blast, so it's fine. Still literally same roll, which is great. But this time I am going to take myself out with Flare Blitz, and that nearly kills, but again, I'll take it. They're still locked in the Focus Blast with this in mind, and then I can just go for like a Blizzard plus a Grassy Glide, and that should take out the Goldango. So I am more than okay with that. I'm curious about what the... I think that Meowscarada is just going to go for a U-turn here. I feel like the U-turn here is pretty obvious. But I'm still farming that. That's still pretty good damage on Pelipper that it's just forced to take. So we'll go for the Blizzard here, and then I'll go for the Grassy Glide into that spot as well. If they're still locked into Focus Blast, I still just kind of have to take it. And if they're switching out here, that's still huge for me. They're gonna probably bring in Pelipper right now. I feel like Pelipper in right now is pretty decent. Yeah, Pelipper's in right now. Okay, so then might be going with Flower Trick instead on Meowscarada, but that, I'm not really too concerned either way, because this is still gonna probably take out Pelipper. No, they are going to U-turn. Okay, U-turn is still very fair. It still shouldn't kill, but yeah, I mean, that's good damage for them, of course. And then my Alolan Ninetales is still in a pretty good spot as well at this point. I am curious about what my opponent will go for, though. I should be able to hopefully kill that Pelipper. I just need to hope that I hit both Pokemon with this. Beautiful. Okay. That is the ticket out of here right now. Because I can proceed to just go for Moonblast into the... Actually, hold on. So I think I just Moonblast into this. And then, what do I actually do? Let me think about what specifically I'm going to do here. Let's see. Okay. I think I actually know my plan. I'm going to go into Goldango here, because I'm expecting to make it rain. And then I'm going to Grassy Glide on the Pelipper, and just hope that they're going to try and preserve, I guess. Because if they do try and preserve, it is damage still nonetheless, which the damage is huge. But we can kill Pelipper, hopefully, which is great. I think they are going to make it rain. I'm very confident in that. And we'll get weather advantage yet again. And from here, Goldango should actually have a pretty decent line to their team. Albeit it won't be perfect, but it will be decent. Yep, they're going to make it rain. Perfect. Okay, so their Goldango has now about -1. On top of that as well, they're also just, like, still locked in to make it rain bar swap, which is huge. And my Goldango took nothing. And they're just locked in to make it rain as a whole. So what I could probably do from here is I could probably actually just go for a Grassy Glide into Meowscarada plus a Make It Rain, as Goldango will probably have to swap here. And then, oh, they're gonna go into Garchomp. Okay, Garchomp is interesting. Garchomp is very interesting. Then yeah, I'm definitely gonna burn a Terra on this. Actually, no. I'm gonna go for Protect here. And then I am gonna go for the... Grassy Glide into Garchomp here. Because I'm anticipating a Goldengo will probably switch out. It didn't switch out. Okay, that's still fine. I'm still keeping health at least on this. And Garchomp won't get a free Earthquake off. Which is all very huge. Even if they go for Sword Stance, I'm fine just losing Rillaboom. Because this should at least force a low Ninetales to come in, which is great. And then I just get a nice Veil. Or even if I don't go for Veil, I might just go for... No, I'm going to go for Encore, actually. Encore will be very free into that Garchomp. And then they really can't punish my Goldengo, barring a swap, which is objectively going to be very huge for me, because I can Nasty Plot. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, all good things. All very good things. By making that turn right there, I actually get myself a lot of really good position. So we're going to bring in the Alolan Ninetales at this point, and then I'm going to go for a Nasty Plot. Because at this point, we're just about punishing the Meowscarada when it has to switch in eventually, or just forcing Goldengo to sack. And I'm okay with both of those. It also punishes Terra Steel Garchomp, which is, again, all good things right here. These are all very good things. But inevitably, I would like to get my Goldengo in a place where I don't need to worry about it Terraing, or more so needing to Terra. They're going to go for Protect on Garchomp. Still fine. Honestly, still very fine. Oh, wait, I just realized I probably still died at Specs. I probably still died at Specs Make It Rain. Ooh, maybe that wasn't the best play. Maybe that wasn't the play I was thinking it would be. Yeah, maybe I should just went for Veil. I think Veil plus Terra Ghost might have been enough. Yeah, maybe that wasn't the best play. Yeah, I choked that. Okay, that's my bad. That's completely my bad. It's okay. Baby steps, baby steps. That one I definitely threw. I think game one was just about I just brought the wrong ones, but this game though I actually really do that. Because I could have definitely avoided that death instead of taking the 4x weak steel spread move from Specs Goldengo. Because even at -1 I was never taking that. Okay. So ideally I think I have to go for Terra now. And that implies that I take the hit at all. So I'll go for this, and I'm just gonna kind of hope, and we'll see what happens. They're gonna definitely go for like Make It Rain plus Earthquake at this point, and then they'll get the free Dragon Claw towards, and I do think that's where I lose, unless I can like kill Garchomp really quickly, which I don't think happens because I'm not Specs Goldengo. Yeah, definitely not my best performance. Definitely not my best performance, but it's still totally fine. They'll at least hopefully take out their own Goldengo, which is kind of big. Oh, wow, okay, they really did a lot with that +2. Yeah, no, I'm kind of finished. If I set up Veil, I think I won. Oh, wait, yeah, Meowscarada always wins. Yeah, never mind. I don't even know why I'm saying probably. No, Meowscarada actually definitely just wins. And I do nothing to Garchomp anyway, my god. Yeah, no, this is a good game. Good game. I'm just gonna report it now. I'll finish it up for the stream, because, like, why not? It's one turn. It's not like my opponent can stall me through it with a Banded Meowscarada. But that is objectively a game loss. Yeah, fuck it, I'll go for Make It Rain. The Meowscarada has to kill, though. I guess unless they go for, like, U-turn. But no, they're going for Power Trick and 10-minute kill. Good game. Damn, okay, well, not my best showing round one, but it's totally fine. It is totally fine. I'm glad to see Meowscarada doing well, at least. I had a lot of faith in this Pokemon pre-format, same as, like, Hydreigon and all the other Frank A highlights. I know a lot of people were sleeping on Meow. So I'm glad at least it's doing well. Okay. Yeah, it is what it is. Damn, I just got a friend request from someone else named Olivia, and I know it's a spam, but like, fuck, I feel bad just because of the fact that it is. Just because of the fact that their name is Olivia. That's so sad. That is so sad. I'm crying. I'm actually crying inside. It's okay. Alright, well, game one is lost. That is unfortunate. In the meantime, I want to pull up a tier list. We can do a tier list like we did last time. Let's see. Regulation H tier list. Perfect. Okay, yeah. We'll pull up someone else's stream, and we're gonna see if we can find a tier list. We're gonna see if we can find a tier list for this, because I would love to find like a dedicated tier list. Something that is like specifically Reg H oriented. So far I'm not finding that. let me see. I'm gonna try like one more, and then I'll just search it on tier maker. Yeah, okay. Tier maker. We're gonna just search regulation H tier list. Because I would like to do one in between at the very least. Let's see. Okay. Regulation H tier list. Why is the entire homepage for tier maker, by the way, just like female X hot? Like, what the fuck? My god damn it. Okay. Yeah, tier maker side of all time right now. But it's totally chill. Regulation H tier list. Oh, shout out Robin. Okay, go. I just saw this was made by Robin VGC. I love Robin. Robin's actually built some teams for me before in the past. So shout out Robin the GOAT. I just saw that Robin made this one. Let me see. This should be, where's my browser capture one? Here we go. Okay, perfect. And there we go. Okay, sweet. So, in the meantime, in the in-between period, we have the Regulation H Pokemon tier list. So while we are going through this, I'm gonna also make an F tier. I'm gonna add a couple more rows. We're gonna go through. So I think that we have enough Pokemon. I think that it kind of serves as more like a. I'm gonna also add a row above. We have plenty of Pokemon to really go through here, to where I don't think it would be genuine to just say like A, B, C, D, F, and then call it there. So we're gonna go through and we're gonna be like really thorough with it. I think that is the best way to rank all of these. So we're gonna just color code real quick. Beautiful. Okay, we have our full tier list. So essentially what I'm gonna do, I did this I think the last time I did a tier list on the channel for a stream, but we're going to, let me just see, are there any NFEs? Perfect, there are some NFEs. Shout out again, Robin really fucking killed it with this tier list. I'll link this, I'll pin this in chat for anyone, I guess, if they want to work on their own. Meta relevant regulation H Pokemon plus all full evos. There we go. In case anyone decides they want to do that in their own time, if you join the Discord below as well, I would love to see your guys' tier list. But essentially what I'm going to do, I'm going to outline just, I'll go in order by dex number after I outline our S pluses. I think that's the best way to go about it, because otherwise I don't think that we're gonna, I think it just helps with setting up context for the discussion, right? If we have like an S plus category, and it's all outlined, like these are the Pokemon we're trying, like these are the best Pokemon definitively right now, then at least we know, I guess, what we're shooting for with this. And that has changed since my first Reg H video. I have plans to do another one on the channel soon-ish. Oh wait, actually no, that video hasn't went up yet. No, top 10 Reg H Pokemon. All right, well that video has unfortunately already gotten a little bit out of date, but it's like 99% done, and it's only like a couple picks on the team, on the list, to be fair. Most of it is like pretty fine. I just think that I slept on a couple things a bit much. But I think as well, there's room that this might unironically become... Okay, so it's only bad, I guess, if Rain really does still stay this good, which I still don't think will happen. So it's just gonna be kind of a we'll have to wait and see sort of thing. I'm not gonna be ordering these Pokemon by tiering, other than, I guess, their dex number. But let me set up the S pluses real quick, and again, that leaves us room to kind of talk about the in-betweeners. I'll go over, I guess, while I'm talking about the S pluses, which I think are the best and which I think are the worst, because I do have an opinion on that as well. But there is definitely an order to this, and I think there's a very objective order to this, I would argue. Let's see, we have, oh, no blurs on this. Damn, I gotta fix the crime of no blurs, because we do need that. Let's see. I need to drag up 3 more Pokemon. There are 3 more Pokemon on this. I realized I forgot to drag up Pelipper. That's kind of a crime. Because Pelipper's another S plus. I think S plus definitely though has like 7 picks in my opinion. Let me add on. I can add on custom image as well, thankfully. Let's see. Should be Paldea box. Not that one. Here we go. Okay, sweet. And then, oh right, I gotta go. Here we go. Okay, sweet. There we go. Blood Moon. Okay. So Blood Moon is another S plus. Then I need to find a Nihilip after this, and then we have our S plus established. There is a very clear hierarchy in this. I feel kind of like almost incorrect, I guess, putting all of these in S plus. I think there are a couple that I'm still kind of in between on, but I think they've had enough tour results to where I have to acknowledge. But starting off though, we had these first 7, and I think these first 7 do kind of make up the format right now. The very best one in this category, in my opinion, from what little I have played, definitely is one of those two steals. Either Goldango or Archaludon are definitely the best. I think, so when I made my video, I think long-term still for the format, I think Incineroar will be the best. I think at the current very second, it probably skews Goldango, Archaludon, and then Rilla Incin, Blurse, and then Pelipper, and then Annihilate. With Pelipper and Annihilate borderline being S tier. I think that the real... Okay, actually, no, I actually do think I can lower some of these to just flat out S. We're gonna keep Goldango up here. We're gonna lower Blurse as well, actually. We'll lower these 5, I actually think. I think right now, right? Okay. So, the logic being is that these 2 steals at the top. I do think that it is almost disadvantageous to not be running dual steel right now. I've seen a lot. I mean, there are obviously a lot of teams right now that are running like both of these Pokemon, and they're very good teams with like Pelipper, Incineroar, Rillaboom, Filler. Usually it's like a Palafin, though you can definitely still get away with other stuff. And you can make that work pretty easily, or even just like most teams with Goldango or Archaludon, because they're both 2 just obnoxious Pokemon. I think Goldango is a big reason why we have a lot of other viability and like more niche picks like Meowscarada. King Gambit's a decent steal just as a steal that also bullies at least the Goldango. But Goldango with like specs or plot sets, it really is just kind of an obnoxious Pokemon to handle. Just not being able to status something really does take a lot of counterplay out of the picture. Archaludon I think is mostly an S+ tier right now because of Rain. I don't think that will keep up with the format though. I do actually think Archaludon will fall. I think Goldango will still be up there as a top 3, if not a top 1 Pokemon. I think by the time that regionals start, Incineroar will be joining that S+ category as well as Rillaboom. We will see Archaludon probably fall onto regular S. The other 3 I think actually can stay. Annihilate was that one Pokemon I think that regardless of how the format ages, I was probably just wrong about. Maybe, I think like right now Borderline comes across as an S+, but I think as the format ages like that, like just as a top 10 pick is probably right. But I definitely slept on that mon a little bit much for a format that has like no fighting types. So that was definitely my bad. But we'll see a very different list at least when the video comes out. Again, the format's still so fucking new, and I still do stand by most of it to be fair. Like even Annihilate, I think I mentioned like on the honorable mentions, this is gonna be a spoiler. It's like a literal 11th on that list, and I do still stand by that at least like at the time of making it. Issue being is that when you're trying to script like a week and a half ahead, like it's a little difficult sometimes to make those calls for how 11 days later will be. But Annihilate though is still a pretty decent mon. I think it's still pretty strong in that S tier. There are a couple other S tiers though, since I am doing both I guess right now. But I do want to mention I gotta find Palafin. Let's see. So we have, let's see. So Palafin is going up there. What are some other Pokemon that I think are really good? Do you think Terra Water or Steel is better for Goldango? It really depends on the type of set you're running, actually. So obviously for like spec sets, it's objectively Terra Steel or nothing, I would argue. If you're gonna go with defensive, I would say you probably need to go with like Water, Fairy, Dragon are all good options. Let me move up the rest of our like S tiers though really quickly, because as I said, there were definitely some Pokemon I would like to highlight. For Rig is another one, right. Yeah, I want to essentially get like that whole top like 11, 12 I think in here from the video, because I think all of those are still definitely S or higher, and I think this will help us establish the going forward picks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'm still missing 2 Pokemon. How am I missing 2 Pokemon still? I know that Amoonguss. I do still feel very high on Amoonguss. Yeah. I definitely will not deny that. But where is my? Here's another Pokemon I just completely skipped over that I like really liked. Wasn't that actually maybe Whimsicott can be an A tier. I think Whimsicott actually has fallen a bit since I last rated. I think Pelipper's just proven to be a better Tailwind setter right now. That's like another one, yeah, that didn't super age well over Annihilate, to be completely honest. But there was another Pokemon right, Amoonguss. Yeah, I just said Amoonguss. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm so glad that like content gets bulk recorded on this channel, because it makes the content so up to date. It makes it so up to date. So here for it. Anyway, so essentially though, I would argue these are like the defining picks in the format right now. These 10 right here I think are the best 10. It's not going to be the list you're going to see in 2 days, but it is the best 10 as of this, which is a week and a half after recording that video, which is still 90% up to date, to be fair. There's some sorting issues with that, but otherwise, though, I think, and to be fair, I will say, I think that video, to be fair, will be accurate in the long run. Like, I think Whimsicott will get a lot better in the long run. I think I did just sleep on Annihilate, to be completely honest. I think Annihilate still is probably better than Whims was. But I think, like for example, Arcalon will definitely fall. Arcalon will definitely fall. Palafin will fall a bit, but it's still very good balance-wise, so I don't think it'll be a ton. We're going to see Basiligian dip for sure, but it's just because Rain will fall from Grace. And I think Pelipper will just be more seen as a Pokemon that happens to do good rolls, but it doesn't need to be on a Rain team. Thoughts on Glamora? Do I think Glamora will do well in this format? I think Glamora will do great in this format. I think this will actually be Glamora's best format of the entire generation life cycle, in my personal opinion. Because by the time that Glamora got Meteor Beam, it was already thrown into an Urshifu format, which it even still saw some success with, but it was very rare. We now have Glamora, though, in a format where it is kind of a pain in the ass to kill. And, like, that Pokemon also has a very high special attack stat for this format. Gyarados versus Palafin. I think Palafin is better right now. Gyarados might edge it closer to the format's end. I think there are other Intimidate Mons that I actually think might do the job quicker. Thoughts on Scrappy Flamigo? Flamigo is doing really well right now, actually. The rest of the list from here, I know we've gotten our S tiers out of the contention, will be by Dex order. But when I get to Flamigo, like I think Amon actually will probably be somewhere like, probably be a Strange. It's a decent pick right now. It is actually like a really good pick right now. It is great for the instant matchup. It is probably the only Pokemon that can handle like 90% of this with like a flat out one shot. Like it can nail Amoonguss, it can nail Instant, it can nail Rillaboom, it can nail Gholdengo, it can do a good chunk to Arcaludon. Obviously besides Terra. But like it also puts a pressure on Annihilate to a degree. It's great for killing Blurst. You can one-shot that, which is a great metric for a good fighting type right now. Like it does handle a lot of these really good picks. I just think that the format will not be very kind to it because it's also so frail and it's not fast enough to justify that. But Intimidate on such a high attack Pokemon with 2 really powerful stabs is nothing to scoff at. As I said though, from here I do want to stick a little bit more towards Dex order. Because otherwise I really could go out like in any particular order and I'm going to be going back up like, oh, you know what, maybe this could have been an A tier. Starting off though, we have Venusaur. Essentially from here we have, these are the 2 Pokemon I think that define the format right now. S tiers are still really good picks that I think could potentially be S+. I think really if it in like a month from now any of these became an S+, I wouldn't really be surprised. I guess besides maybe Amoonguss, I think Amoonguss is just kind of going to be cemented in here unless the format just dips a bit. Because even like Annihilate might, oh actually never mind, Annihilate will not change all of its Defiant sets because it's going to need to be, it's going to need to stay Defiant instead of Vital Spirit. So Amoonguss actually will have a slightly better line for that. But even still, like most of these, if not all of them, have a potential to be S+ at one point or another. Aether Decidueye? Yeah, I think Aether Decidueye might be the better long-term call actually because it also is a good Dozo matchup. But that has its own set of issues that I'll get into, but it is a good pick. Venusaur though, the A tiers I think are going to be really strong picks, but they're not meta-defining. I think these 2 are the meta-defining of the meta-defining picks. The rest are still meta-defining Pokemon. You know, you're seeing them on most top-cut teams. A tiers are still going to be really relevant, like 5th, 6th slots. B tiers will be more like matchup fixes. C tiers will be very desirable but niche picks that I think could have potential. D tiers are going to be Pokemon that I think will be very circumstantial, but you could justify. E tiers I think are bad Pokemon, but they're not irrelevant picks. And F tiers I think are just flat out not worth discussing. So if we get to an F tier, I'm just dragging it in there. No logic. Like I'll, for example, Arbok. We're not talking about it, but it is here. Venusaur though I think is a C tier. It's a cool Sunmon. I mean the stabs are not bad into most of these top picks. I just don't see Sun being that good, but I think Venusaur's kit has a lot going for it. The same for like Charizard. I think these are both. Oops, I dragged Dugtrio instead. So separate thing. Charizard I think as well. Cool. Really powerful fire type that we have. Without Shield, this actually does kind of become somewhat relevant again. The issue being though is that it is still Charizard and it still is very Rock Slide weak. And we do, well, none of these top 10 have it. There are a lot of good like AB mons that do have Rock Slide and are very good users of it. I would be very scared to be a Charizard player against any team that is either Rain or any team that has Rock Slide, and those are very common right now. Blastoise is kind of cool. I'm going to put it in D. It's a cool Shell Smasher. I think in this format, it's a lot more reliable of a niche this thing does have. It also, like, bulky fake out plus life boost stuff. It's not the worst. I don't see a lot for it. Pikachu gets kind of gimmicky. I mean, it is Pikachu with Light Ball, but, like, it could maybe do something in its power level format. A-Rise is gonna suck. Regular Raichu, though, I think it's a D tier. If we get some good Electrics, this could maybe rise to C. Even still, though, its speed tier with Electro Web is not bad. Just it's nothing incredible either. I found it ironic that Gen 1 Pokemon Gyarados outcompeted a Pokemon that came out like yeah, honestly, I think to be fair, that's more I think if the format went on further, Paladin would have continued to rise back up again. It was more an ebb and flow between the two. I don't think there was an objective better one or the other. It was more people adapted Paladin by throwing out Gyarados because it just had a really good niche over it. We're starting to see like a lot more Iron Hands, and while I want to act like a Paladin was the best call into that, a lot of those comps were running like Sword Stance and a lot of like multiple setup Pokemon, and that's where Paladin definitely would have had the niche again over Gyarados when you're competing against like Clear Amulet Iron Hands or like Clear Amulet Garchomp or like Goldango and Nasty Plot. Like being able to go for that haze would actually be a little bit more reliable into those, especially for like Goldango, because you really can't do much into that mon while it just Shadow Balls you because you can't taunt it or Thunder Wave it. And you really can't like Thunder Wave Garchomp either, and it can just Rock Slide you furthest before you go for a taunt into it on a failed Sword Stance turn. Like you could do a lot with Garchomp to slot maneuver that. Whimsicott might be S tier. I'm borderline on S tier Whimsicott. I would have, if you asked me a week ago, I would have put Whimsicott in the S tier. I don't think that we need Tailwind as much right now is more the thing. I think the format's bulky enough to where you can get by without it. I'm borderline on it. That is the only Pokemon that might make an S tier later on. I just want to see how my A tier fills in a bit more. Everything else is like a very definitive A and S tier. Well, S and S plus tier, I should say. But Whimsicott might make this. I had it in my top 10 a week ago when I scripted out my vid for Sunday. I don't know if I do these days, is all. The Sandslashes, okay, so this Sandslash is fraud. This one actually is kind of cool. I think that Snow could actually be kind of real. I don't think Slush Rushes, though, is the issue, but the stabs aren't too terrible. Never mind, looking at the top tier, I'm putting this in like E tier, that's about all I can give it. Clefairy is real. Clefairy is probably like one of the best defensive support Pokemon. I think realistically, like Amoonguss is probably objectively better, but Clefairy is still like the closest to S tier I think that we're gonna get, unless Whimsicott makes this tier as well. But really good Follow Me user, incredible Follow Me user, in fact. And Vanguard is such a dumb ability, especially when a lot of the best Pokemon, like two of our best picks right here, are such bulky setup mons. Arcalon, I'm counting a setup, even though it's not like a literal setup pick. It is an unconventional setup pick. It takes advantage of setup. And then we also have like Annihilate, which this is a really good partner for. Like, we have a lot of picks actually that benefit really heavily from Clefairy. And a lot of these A tiers are very setup heavy picks too that I'm gonna get into. Like I'll spoil it right now. Like Garchomp will probably be in this A tier. Really good setup pick. And like there are a lot of others that I will go over. Clefairy really does help a lot of Pokemon in this format. Likewise though, Clefable is actually kind of real for once. Dozogiri is at an all-time high, and unlike with Regulation A, Clefable is in the game. This is a really good unaware user for it. Has some pretty good support, and it can draw in Dozo slightly better than Clefairy can. I want to act like this is the most real Pokemon right now, but I think putting it any lower than like a B tier would be a disservice. Clefairy is still probably objectively better, but Clefable has like some real merit with the power level being this low. Ninetales gets an E tier just because it's that Sun. Alolan Ninetales though gets a solid B. I think Snow is kind of real, even just if you're looking at Veil's support, and Alolan Ninetales speed stat is pretty decent with like Icy Wind and like Encore. Actually, I'm putting this one in A tier as well. Wigglytuff, competitive, gets it in E tier. That's really all I can give it. Vileplume, even in this format, never. No. Cloud9 is kind of cool. That's about all Golduck really does. I've heard whispers of Primeape doing okay. I'm putting it in the E tier though. I think that whatever niche this mon probably provides, it's not worth doing like on a serious team, but it's probably much more of like a best of one gimmick and like a YouTuber gimmick. You'll see this. I've already seen the videos popping up with like this plus Surging Strike Smeargle. Doesn't mean I think it's a real tech though, but it is technically like for content purposes or like trying to get above 1200, like that's technically an option because no one will really know what it does. Arcanine, I actually think Arcanine's kind of cool. There are certain matchups where I think that Arcanine could be decent, especially if you get some real fighting types that are not just Annihilate popping up in the tier. That could actually be a merit that Arcanine does benefit over the Incineroar, but like it still is Arcanine, to be fair. Good kid, just think it's very outclassed. Hisui Arcanine, though, I actually think is a real Pokemon. I'd put this in my A tier personally. I think Hisui Arcanine will be a really decent threat on Tailwind. We're back to where like that Stab, Fire, Rock is like really obnoxious to a lot of teams. Because even for like Pelipper, right, you can't really safely switch in because you have to fear like Head Smash, or even just like Bandit Terra normal E-Speed will still hurt from this Pokemon. and it also can intimidate opposing other physical threats, which is kind of cool. So it's bulk, especially with defensive Terra, whether it's normal, which I know is like the typically common one, but you could still go with like grass again or water again. And those wisp sets also could be kind of decent, because again, you have a lot better of an offensive stab combination than Ensign does. There's some actual case to be made for Stubby Arcanine, I think, in this format, where Ensign's typing isn't checking like a really top tier offensive ghost. Because Goldengo, while it is an offensive ghost, it's much more an offensive steel, and it has actual ways to just rock Incineroar's world very comfortably with Focus Blast. Stubby Arcanine has some like legitimate case to be made here, in my opinion. What about Gloom Dugong? Unfortunately, it's not Reg G. If it was Reg G, you could put them in the niche tier. Gloom, I don't even think made the list, unfortunately, because it is not, yeah, it did not make the list, because it's not Reg G. Poliwrath is, it's Urshifu, but like, no, we're putting this bad. Fixture Bell, bad. Tentacruel, no. Golem, no. A Alolan Golem, though, can get like a D tier, just because I think that unironically, some sort of Terra around. Let me see. Sorry, I'm just checking the text from my sister real quick. Okay, yeah. Just the fact that a Alolan Golem can like Terra into Stab Electric Explosion, like that's kind of fucking powerful with Galvanize. And it's just like a really good spread instant kill into most things, since we have a couple good grounds, but like not a lot. And there's a lot of good waters right now. Like that could maybe have a niche, I guess. I'm actually gonna put it in the E tier. I think E tier is just much respect as I'm willing to give it a Alolan Golem. Slowbro is kind of real. I'll give this thing like a C tier. Oblivious plus Trick Room is decent, and this thing has a good speed stat. You could make a case for this to be like a decent physical wall too, but it's not the best pick by any means. Galar Slowbro, no. Magneton, no. Dodrio, no. Dugong, no. Base Muck, no. Oh, Alolan Muck, though, gets a D tier just off of the minimized gimmick stuff, but this is at best to one cheese. Cloyster can get this as well. It's Blastoise, but slightly slower, though it has a really nice dual stab, in fact. I think it's, actually, I'm gonna give it an E tier, just because I think this mon has some merit, I guess, off of its dual stab and like a mixed moveset. Issue being, though, is that I think that skilling is just a lot less viable, and while you could do Overcoat, to be fair, and that is some actual reason to be discussed, just like, use Blastoise. I think its bulk is a lot better, its typing is a lot better. If the format skews so physically heavy, then maybe Cloyster's case over Blastoise. But I think realistically, it's not there yet, and there are a lot of really damning special wall breakers that just OHKO this. And if we saw like Blurst picking up Vacuum Wave again, that's going to be really damning as well. I'm not really here for Cloyster, but it is kind of objectively not bad. Gengar's kind of cool. We don't have a lot of great ghosts, so Gengar's viability actually shoots up a bit. Things like Icy Wind are really cool. You get some good hex sets for Dozo. You could make this mon work objectively speaking. Hypno, no. We have better ways of setting up Trick Room. This is no. Electro to Sui, technically I'm gonna give it D tier, just because it is like it is the fastest speed tier we have in the format, actually, without Scarf. It is the fastest speed tier. It has a really decent dual stab too. Like I actually could maybe see this mon picking up as like a not terrible Electro abuser that you could like boom to get off the field. Might ironically be an okay option. I wouldn't put it too much stock into this though. Like frankly, I don't really think that anything in the D tier below is gonna get tour play, but it could maybe be like an okay ladder strat. Like we might see this pop up with like one team in the format in like ladder. Base Executor is bad. Alola might actually have some merit just off of typing. I'll give it like D tier. Typing is pretty decent, and we don't have a lot of good Trick Room Dragons, so that might actually be a niche this could hold, because that typing could be kind of desirable, and not being spored by a Amogus could be kind of cool. You also underpace Blood Moon or Saluna, which is decent, so we'll give that. Hitmonlee, still no. This is still no. Wheezing is kind of decent, actually. I think Wheezing's kind of real, but I'm putting Galarian and Wheezing in the B tier, because like the fairy typing is also almost always more desirable. But shutting down things like Intimidate, Incineroar, good as gold, make Goldengo, all the weather. Obviously, you're shutting down like Palafin. Well, actually, sorry, Palafin ignores you. But you're shutting down like Farigiraf, which could be decent for that. You're shutting down. I mean, you're shutting down like pretty much any ability in this format. I think Palafin might be the only one, if anything, you do not shut down. But that's like a really big deal in a format like this, where you don't have a lot of legendaries getting around you or like Photosynthesis mons getting around you. Actually, sorry, they made it so Photosynthesis is no longer immune to that, which is even worse case for it. The point being is that Wheezing in a format like this is actually pretty decent, because there's not a lot that immediately KOs it. It still does put up some decent pressure, and there are not a lot of viable grounds. Like, it's really just Blood Moon or Saluna that's like commonly ran. And I think unironically the next is like regular Ursaluna and then Garchomp. We're weak to big incoming ice moves. But if we look at the top tiers though, none of these 10 use any ice moves. They never consider it. Even Palafin typically just runs Jet Punch, Wave Crash, Haze Protect. Or sometimes you run Bulk Up, but usually it's Haze. And then like Alolan Ninetales is probably the only noteworthy ice spawn. Because I don't actually think that yeah. Yeah, I think it's really realistically just sorry. There we go. I think it's realistically just Alolan Ninetales in that A tier, and I don't think anything else actually uses Ice Stab. So it is. Yeah, I just don't really think there's a lot of reason to fear the ice weakness personally. Like, there's nothing that really even runs like Terra Ice, Ice Coverage, etc. So I think that's kind of fine. Actually, no, there's one other Pokemon in the A tier that I will go over later on that will run ice moves, and that's very rarely still, to be fair. Rhydon, no cares about Rhydon. Chansey, no. Seeking, no. Scyther, no. Like we're just going. Oh, finally. Okay. Not terrible fodder. Electabuzz is kind of cool, actually. This is a decent follow me mon. I think both of these are solid C tiers. They're cool follow me. They both have some cool utility, like Electabuzz and Magmar both having status abilities is decent. Electabuzz also having Electro Web is pretty cool. Magmar having like Heat Wave is not bad. There's some decent reason to be using these. I just think Clefairy and Amoonguss are objectively better redirectors, even among what we've went over so far. Regular Tauros sucks. Regular Combat Tauros sucks. The other two Tauroses, though, are kind of cool. I think that Blaze is going to be a C tier, and Aqua is going to be a B tier. I think that Blaze, while its firefighting stab is really decent, and it's a nice, like, Incineroar for your team that beats Incineroar, I could definitely see this pairing with, like, a really good Dark type, such as Kingambit, for example. But I think that at the same time, it does have a bit of issue just not being Incineroar, meaning you don't get a pivot move, or Fake Out, for that matter, but its stabs are really good. I just think that if you're using a Fire type Intimidate, you're probably going to go with Hisui Arcanine for a more offensive role, or Incineroar for a more supportive role, and then I guess Combat Tauros is more just like the in-between. The Aqua Tauros, though, is pretty decent. It's a nice, like, water type that could be. Baxcalibur is a B tier. I'll go over that in a bit. I think it has a lot of competition. I just really wanted to use Snow today. But Baxcalibur is a solid. I think it's a high-end B tier, but it is still probably in the B tier. We'll go over that when we get to Gen 9 mons, though. But Aqua Tauros, though, is pretty decent. It's a nice defensive check to a lot of mons like Dingo without having to Terra, and it's also just, like, it's a nice offensive water type. There's a lot of Urshifu rolls in teams, just it has no pivoting, which kind of hurts. Which means that it cannot hang out in the S tier as an Intimidate mon if it does not a pivot. Like that's what it comes down to, because it's not Incineroar. Gyarados, though, is interesting. I actually think Gyarados is a solid A tier. I think this is the best water type Intimidator. Paldean Tauros Aqua is a close second. I think the difference is, though, is that Gyarados' support moves are a lot better. And on top of that as well, just having like a status option in a format like this, like that Thunder Wave is a lot more appreciated suddenly. And having Taunt for a lot of like the trigger mons, such as like I guess for Psy Spam, for Rigraff, etc., like really appreciated right now. So I think that Gyarados does have some decent merit in that regard. So I'm gonna give Gyarados a solid A tier. Lapras typing is decent. Immunity ability I guess is decent. Otherwise though, not great. Ditto's D tier for Ditto because you don't really need the gimmick in a format like this, but it's not terrible. Vaporeon's kind of real, actually. I'm giving Vaporeon a B tier. There's a lot better Dozo checks this time around as opposed to Reg A, but it is still, like, one of the best Dozo checks we've ever been given. And, like, Water Absorb plus Terra Fairy does wall out, like, pretty much any viable Dozo to a very insane degree. It's not Gastrodon, though, so you can't just draw in this wave crashes, but it's still not bad. You get some good Haze for a lot of Intimidate partners. You could definitely fit this on the right team. And it's a lot more offensive than a lot of the other Water Immunity Pokemon. While still carrying Haze, because you get like Clear Smog and Gastrodon, but a lot worse offensive stats. So like yeah, I think if Vaporeon does have a lot of niche going for it, I just personally wouldn't put it any higher than B tier, and I still do think this is a low end B tier pick. Jolteon's kind of cool. I actually have been messing around with the team that kind of uses Jolteon. It's one of the faster speed tiers we have right now. Alluring Voice is decent coverage for it too in the Dragon Heavy format, but like really it's like a niche pick at best on Rain. And even still, I think that it's like one of the worst C tiers. Actually, I'm going to put it in the D tier. I think its C tier is nice. It's not going to have a serious Tauros result. Flareon just sucks. Snorlax is cool. I am going to give Snorlax the B tier. I think that the niche of underpacing the Ursalunas is decent, and it's a lot easier to do that when Sinistcha is such a good Pokemon in the format. The issue being, though, is it is still Snorlax, and you are using it as your normal type as opposed to an Ursaluna, which I think just require a lot less. Because you can typically... Unless you're playing a really drawn-out game, you're probably going to get more value out of just using an Ursaluna than you would using a Snorlax that could, in theory, do a lot higher damage to a team, but just... The Ursalunas will still OHKO most Pokemon that are ran right now anyway, so, like, why bother? Dragonite's cool, it's an A tier. I think it's just not getting used enough right now, but it is one of the best dragons, objectively speaking, in this generation. The AV sets are really cool. Lum sets are really cool. I think there's a lot that can be done. You're not really going to run Band in a format like this, though, where, like, a bunch of the best Pokemon are Steel or Ghost typing, and Terra Ghost is a really viable Terra. But D-Knight is still decent. I could even see Mixed D-Knight popping up as, like, a nice Hurricane spammer if Rain continues to be this good. Especially, like, Rain that's focused around Palafin, because that would be a lot better of a way of clearing any sort of Grass types for it. Because this could be, like, a nice inner focus ball that can't get flinched by Rillaboom and just Okos it in one hit without needing to burn a Terra. So you could save it for, like the Terra Water Palafin, just to deal more damage or something like that. Because Dragonite does have, like, a decent matchup. Like it's probably one of the best matchups you're going to get in a mon like Rillaboom. I could see that happening, or even just, like, Ice Spinner too could be good, just to shut that down. Point being is I do think Dragonite will have a lot of merit going forward. I'm just not really sure specifically what it'll run. Meganium sucks. Typhlosion's okay. Cool Eruption Scarf Mon, but frankly, this form is just better. I would actually give this form, like, a C tier. I think this is kind of real right now. With just, like, it's a Typhlosion, but slightly slower, but in return, you can't get Fake Out, which is really decent. If you throw this on, like, Side Spam, you just completely blow off priority as a whole. Its speed tier is pretty difficult to beat in a format like this with a Choice Scarf, and especially when Tailwind isn't the most common right now, you can kind of get away with it. I think it's a cool Sun pick, at least, if nothing else, and I think that if Yasumi Typhlosion was to ever win an event, it would be right now. Gator does unfortunately suck, but I'm gonna get murdered if I put it in the F tier. Technically, Gator does hit, like, really fucking hard. That's technically a niche it has. Vert technically is Follow Me, so I'm gonna give it E tier. Noctowl sucks, I don't need to respect it. Ariados sucks, I don't need to respect it. Nature's kind of cool, just dual immunity ability, I guess. A lot more of a close sheet thing, though. Ampharos sucks. We have Blossom. Unfortunately, Blossom sucks. Azumarill is really good, actually. I do vibe with Azumarill. I'm putting this in B tier. I think we have a much better Water Fairy type that, like, even then, not what actually. Okay, actually, I'm gonna put Azu in A tier, but that's because I have one more S tier I'm adding on later, which is Primarina, which I'll go over when I get to Primarina, because I might drop Azu if I don't feel it at the time. But I think I might be putting Primarina in the S tier. Haze Primarina has been really good, and I think by proxy that does hurt Azu actually a little bit in the drum regard. But Drum Azu and AV Azu are really good in a format like this, where not a lot is as immediately potent. And a Pokemon like Azu in general just has a really good bulk stat, nice priority built in. Its matchup's decent into a lot of things, and it's a good trigger breaker too. Definitely an A tier for sure. Sudowoodo sucks, I don't need to respect you. Let me just blow through a bunch of Pokemon real quick that I just do not need to respect at all. We don't need to respect you. We don't need to respect you. Actually, I can't lie, there are a lot of, like, really low end but viable enough Johto picks coming up. Polytoad's B tier. It's not Pelipper, but it is still Rain, and Rain is the best weather right now. You have to respect it. Jumpluff is cool. Cool Tailwind for Sun. I think Jumpluff will win a regional again. I just don't think it will be a consistent pick at all. But Jumpluff will find a way. Joe UX9 will make Jumpluff win a regional again. It's a consistent Pokemon. Sunflora, I can't lie, Sunflora is actually kind of a D tier pick. If anyone hasn't ever used Sunflora on a trick routine, now is the time to do it. Like Sunroom specifically, I think you could really make Sunflora actually do some serious damage. With Rillaboom being one of the best Pokemon right now, it's essentially just a free terrain buff for you. While at the same time, Sunflora has, like, some decent offenses with solar power. Like, this thing actually kind of hits like a truck. And I've personally run this for, like, a room service, so I know a lot of people typically will skew Life Orb when they run Sunflora. Room service, you can run, like, 2 IV specifically. You underpace Torkoal in Trick Room, and before Trick Room gets set, if you haven't activated Room Service yet, you still Decreep Amoonguss. So with stuff like Weather Ball, you can still massacre it in one attack before it even needs to punish you. Then your Terra is a lot more free, and it essentially gives you a very perfect counter to Amoonguss for Trick Room that can still Terra and be able to bully it very well anyway, because you either Terra Fire and just lean into Weather Ball and you massacre, or you don't go for Terra and Amoonguss goes for Terra instead, and then you bully it anyway with your Grass Stab. A pretty cool pick. In my opinion, it's probably one of the sounder ways to get around that, besides, like, outright safety goggles, which you can only do for one Pokemon, versus this clears it for your whole team. I think Sunflora has, like, some actual legs to stand on, but I won't act like it is the objective clear pick. I think, though, on that, I think matches for round 2 are going to be starting soon. I could probably go a little bit. Yeah, no, exactly. It does, like, unreasonable amounts of damage. It is actually a pretty cool pick, in my opinion. But really quickly, go to my dashboard. I do have my next roundup, so I'm going to pause the tier list right here. So we'll continue back on with Quagsire afterwards. Let me just check in really quickly. Let me also copy my team. Oh, speaking of Tailwind, we actually are fighting Tailwind this round. That's kind of cool. Okay. So yeah, we're fighting Tailwind this round. Okay, so this round we are fighting Whimsicott, Porygon Z, Hisui Arcanine with Choice Band, Sui Gudra, which is like a shelter set. We have Specs Goldango, though this one is not Trick, it is Dazzling Gleam. And we have Sinistra. So it is nice. It's a nice Tail Room team. This team is very weak to the fighting. Unfortunately, I do not have a fighting tech to take advantage of that. We're gonna go with that. Okay. Yep, we're gonna go with that. Let me set up a link battle real quick. 2, 4, 20. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah. So for the team itself, thankfully this isn't like beat up whims because that could have maybe have been annoying as like just good 50-50s early on. I am also gonna really quickly load up on some caffeine real quick so I can concentrate a bit better. Okay. Yeah. So I'm searching. Yeah, so I'm thinking through for my lead into this, right? I think Goldango is a very good lead into this team, actually. They don't really have a good way to break Goldango at all, especially if I go for Terra Water. Their best way would unironically be like Sinistra, going for Terra Water of its own, and then going for like Matcha, which I'm still very fine with that, actually. That's not really something that I would personally say actually would bully me. But as far as like other counterplay goes, I don't really know what to partner with. I think it would be Ensign. Yeah, I think actually Ensign with that could do some like serious damage. I don't even need to respect like the Whimsicott or anything. I could also just go with Rillaboom. Rillaboom actually might be a bit better. Yeah, I'm thinking through. Rillaboom actually probably is the call. And I can double into Ensign if need be. But what Rillaboom does essentially is if I don't see value in targeting the threat next to me, then I can kind of just go with the Fake Out into Whimsicott, and even if they burn a Terra, I can just kill them on, like, immediately. It really depends on what the partner is, though. That would only really happen if it's, like, a Goldango partner. Which I don't think will be. I think it's going to be PZ. But if it's, like, something such as PZ, right? Then my best play probably is just going for Rillaboom plus Make It Rain anyway. And it's kind of cooking. I think my last one probably is going to be... I'm actually going to put a Alolan Ninetales on lead next to Rillaboom. I don't get the immediate turn 1 kill, but I'm kind of fine with that. I could still go for Blizzard plus Fake Out anyway, depending on what that partner is. But that probably is a lot less likely now. It'd probably need to be something like a Goldango on lead, where like I literally have no choice other than going for that. But I doubt they go for like a Terra Ghost game 1 if their lead is like Goldango Whimsicott. I think they'll save it for like a PZ endgame, or like a Hisui. Oh no, they're probably actually not going to Terra Hisui Arcanine against a team like this. I feel like there's no reason to. They're gonna go for Whimsicott Arcanine. Okay, yeah. So in this particular case, I do actually think I just go for the Fake Out into Whimsicott, and I just go for my kill. Actually, no, because there's no world where I do that. No, I go for the Fake Out into Arcanine instead. I go for the Fake Out into Arcanine, and I go for a Blizzard. No, I go for an Aurora though. Because I don't need to preserve Alolan Ninetales. I don't know what my obsession is with preserving Alolan Ninetales, but it's just not really needed. If they're gonna go for a taunt into me, that's fine. They're not getting up Tailwind this turn, which is very okay. Plus I can play around it next turn, which is huge. They also need to pick between like killing my Rillaboom and killing my Alolan Ninetales, which is still very fine. They are gonna go for taunt. Okay, that's perfectly fine. And they didn't go for Terra either, so I can actually just go for like the immediate Veil plus Blizzard next turn if need be. That's very valid. With this in mind, I think I'm actually just going to go for a U-turn onto the Whimsicott, just so I guarantee the Sash Break, and then I'm going to go for a Blizzard here. And I'm just going to let Alolan Ninetales die. It's no longer as essential. If they're going to go for Flare Blitz, that's fine. They're probably going to kill my... They're going to go for Rock Slide. Okay. They're going to go for Rock Slide, which is still okay, actually, because my Blizzard will go off first. And not only that, but I might even just go for my U-turn first, to be honest, depending on how fast the Arcanine is. I doubt that it isn't going to outpace me. I'd be very shocked. Yeah, they're going to Rock Slide, which is still chill. They missed, actually. They missed my Rillaboom, which is huge. Alolan Ninetales does die, but I'm kind of okay with that, actually. I can U-turn into my Goldango now, and then I've killed the Rillaboom, and I can just go into Instant, and I get another Fake Out turn right now. They did not get up Tailwind, which is actually, like, that's a really big deal for me. Because that Arcanine now can be a lot more easily managed. I'm not really fearing the Goldango anyway. Actually, I should probably go into PZ. Sorry, not PZ. Rillaboom? No, actually, no. My play is always Incineroar. Yeah, it's always Incineroar. So they went for Rock Slide, so I actually don't need to fear the Arcanine because it is banded. They're gonna go into Goodra. Okay, Goodra is very fine. I just go for a Shadow Ball here. Yeah, I just go for Shadow Ball plus a. Actually, I wall both of these ones. I wall both of these very easily. I'll go for a Nasty Fly here. And then I'm gonna go for a Fake Out into the Goodra. Because there's no world where I don't just Fake Out the Goodra. I just realized I went to Instant on accident. Well, actually, that's still fine. That's still fine, yeah. Because it's -1 Arcanine now. And that will get off damage into my Incineroar, but it doesn't really make a huge difference, in all honesty. I meant to go into Rillaboom, but this is still very okay. Just weakening the attack of that Arcanine will be huge. It gets me a very, very free setup turn. And, like, neither of these Pokemon can really comfortably do any damage. They are going to go for the swap on the Arcanine. That was pretty obvious, thankfully. They're going to go into Goldengo of their own. Goldengo of their own is very okay. Because I can just go for Terra and just kind of start massacring. By Fake Outing as well, I get the Nasty Plot advantage, but I also don't let my opponent get up a nice Iron Fencing, which is pretty important. We've revealed that their 4 is going to involve a Dead Whimsicott, as well as Goldengo, Hisui Arcanine, and Hisui Goodra. So no Sinistro, which is actually really important for this. And then on top of that as well, they also don't have... for one, I should definitely go for Protect, and I should go for a knockoff with the Goodra, just put that on a timer. So they could go for a Dazzling Gleam here, which is kind of fine. They could go for a Make It Rain here. Really, anything this goes for is going to be okay. Because it is not going for a... It's not going for a Focus Blast, because they don't have it, thankfully, on this team. If they had Focus Blast like the other team, that could have maybe been a bit scarier. But thankfully, they don't. They're going to burn Terra Steel and Goldengo as well, which is really huge for us. No Ghost Weakness, but I can still muscle this pretty easily. I just realized my opponent just messaged, I love ReZero. They got the nicknames, I'm so glad. Super glad someone noticed my team names, literally members. Okay, so they body press. That is very fun. That is so fun. That was like a nothing burger damage-wise. Okay, sweet, yeah. So we got the knockoff on the thing. It went for a single target move, I think. I guess they didn't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they went for single target, which is huge. That's actually really huge. I'll go for knockoff just in case on the Goldengo if I need to. But my Terra here should be plenty. I think this should win me the game off Goldengo alone. Because I'll have enough Fake Out pressure doing this with my other picks, and I can just go for Protect around. It'd be kind of fine. They can't really kill me with Hisui Arcanine, thankfully, because their best way is to, like, Rock Slide flinch, which I can muscle that very quickly. They're gonna Shadow Ball. That's fine. They should do nothing. Love little interactions like that. No, exactly. Like it's just always a nice interaction, you know? When someone just, like, gets, like, your nicknames, it's always, like, one of my favorite parts about going to tournaments. It's just like, oh my god, you know exactly what I can my Pokemon off of. So yeah. Anyway, so we killed the Goldengo. That was, like, the biggest stretch of my team. I hate the Goldengo mirror so much with the snow. But that's always a part of playing with a snow team, to be fair. They're gonna Shelter here, totally fine. My play is always just Parting Shot on the Arcanine. And then go for, because I don't want to take unnecessary damage if they're going to Body Press. Because they are probably going to go for Body Press to punish, which is totally fair. So I'm kind of hoping that they just go for Rock Slide in this. But I can't let my Rillaboom take unnecessary damage. Like, actually, ooh, no. Yeah, actually, I should probably pursue Intimidate Drop. Yeah, I am going to do that, actually. I will let Rillaboom take unnecessary damage. I should also try and get as much health back from Goldengo as possible. So I am going to do that, actually. I will do that. I'll go for Protect and then switch into Rillaboom. If they kill me, that's fine. I don't actually need Rillaboom for Sun Cam. I need Instant way more. So we're going to go for our Protect here. And then we're going to switch. We're going to go Rillaboom. Either my Rillaboom will die and I'll get Instant in for Fake Out, and I can Fake Out the Arcanine very quickly as I go for Shadow Ball into Goodra. Well, actually, no. I'll go for Shadow Ball into Arcanine because that's the way more threatening pick, in my opinion. The Goodra is manageable, albeit it is not preferable, but it is manageable. Thankfully, they're also Shell Armor too, so I actually do have a decent line with Rillaboom if need be. But I think I always do need to think out that spot. And I just kind of need to hope that I get that spot with Instant just to survive more long-term. Which is unfortunately kind of like where this game went. I think Rillaboom was going to die either way. Oh, no. Communication ended. That is not good. Ooh. Yeah, that was a very key turn for that. Oh no. Ooh, that's rough. That is very rough. Yeah, that is super rough. Cause like, I won't act like that was like the most won game, but like, damn. That's a rough one, because that was very contentious endgame too. Like, that's not something I can just claim like I think I won, because I think it really depends on body press Gucci rolls. I think there was a very real chance I won that game, but like, I won't act like it was like, let's see. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I won't act like that was like the most won match of all time. But like, damn, very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I think it really could have went either way. I'm kind of curious actually. Let me, just for my own sanity, let me calc this out real quick. Because I should probably know that roll, especially going into a game 2, to be honest. It was a very important roll to know. Okay. Oh, the 7. It's just on a moon. God damn it. Gold Dingo. Versus Udra Hisui. Yeah, they did like nothing. How much would I have taken from body press at +2? That also would have done nothing, to be fair. It was definitely winnable. I think there was a good chance I won that. But at the same time, like there are definitely ways I could have lost that game, to be fair. Let's see. Okay. Oh, well, judge request was cleared. I'm not sure what the... I had Gold Rilla Ensign opponents had. It should be 3. Yeah, it was 2 turns. It was 2. I forgot. Goldango and Whimsicott both died. Yeah. Oh damn. That's unfortunate if I'm gonna win like that. Alright, yeah, it's just gonna be starting a new game. Okay. Totally fine with that. Personally, I'm actually very okay with that, because this will be a quick set to go with. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this should be totally fine, actually. Personally, I think this is the outcome I prefer for how contentious this game was, to be completely honest, because I had 2 Fake Out Mons in the back. I really don't think there's a world where I super confidently lost this, because that Arcanine gets very muscled easily. Just for context, I guess, Arcanine Hisui, does that actually, like, is there ever a world that doesn't just die? Oh my god, yeah, that actually, okay, maybe that Mon just didn't just immediately die. Actually, Make It Rain, never mind, Make It Rain would have commonly killed that, yeah, okay. No, that Mon was definitely dead. That Mon was very definitely dead. Okay, so at least I know that. And then even if I had to like just Shadow Ball spam plus like Wood Hammer or like knock off like a just repetitive Fake Out through as I plot and then Shadow Ball through, like that was definitely winnable, but it was not ideal. And to be fair, depending on Rockset rolls versus really, I mean that could have maybe been won. It depended on if they went for body press into my right slot that turn. If they did, I think they won. If they didn't, I think I won. It really just depends. It's totally fine though. Let's see. Yeah, because I know I'm still searching. I'm not sure why we haven't matched yet. Maybe they did end up disconnecting or something. But either way, let me jot down really quickly what happened last game, just so I'm aware of what to expect. So last game it was Wims. Whimsicott. Arcanine. Gold Tango. And Hoodra. There we go, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why we haven't matched yet. I think that they're just probably offline, to be honest. But we'll see. Either way, though, I still do feel very confident. Let me just let them know I'm going to wait a bit to search. Yeah, I am still online. Okay, okay. Yeah, because I just keep not matching. Okay, yeah, they just confirmed. Okay, searching now. There we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, yep. So yeah, so this game, honestly, I am expecting the same 4. I don't even think that just because I think they'll bring the same 4, like, just to do it for the rematch. I think it's more I'm expecting the same 4 because I don't see a world where PZ is the call no Goldengo with that moveset. Because it's ice normal. I don't think PZ comes. I think Sinistra might. I think Goldengo's just a better option. Actually, Sinistra might make an appearance here. I think it'd be over Whims if anything though, so I'm not too concerned. Because the matchup is still very Goldengo fodder. Let me wish my opponent good luck. Have fun. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna go for this again. I feel very confident in my lead still, being the Goldengo and the Rillaboom. I think I go with Incin and let's see. Do I want to? Well, actually, hold on. I think I can just kind of go for the immediate fake out into Whims. They didn't respect fake out last time, and I don't think they will again. We're gonna go for this. I am gonna actually go for Sling. I'm gonna repeat, not because I feel like I have to, but more just because of the fact that I think it is still my best lead. At least until I see some adaptation on their end, because I do feel confident this is how I win the game. Bax might come to next game, to be fair. I feel very confident in Bax's matchup here, especially with Terra. Because while Terra Ghost isn't the best defensive type against a team with no fake out, it's just a nice neutral type into their team. Like getting PZ immunity, for example, Goldengo could be muscle free with that. There's a lot of benefits that does provide, to be fair. Also, it's just nice into like the Goodra matchup, to be fair. There's a lot of benefits. They do go with Whimsicott Arcanine again. Okay. I think I just go for fake out this time into the... I think I just go for fake out into the Whims this time. And just like full send. I just full send. Because I'm fine just getting up my Veil, and I think my Veil will ease the matchup a lot. Just trying to get up Goldengo win con. So I think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to do that. I'll go for Veil. And I'll go for a fake out into Whims. And we're just going to full set. The fake out here will just stop Whimsicott, I guess, from being a danger. If they go for a Terra Ghost this time, then I'm kind of okay with that as well, because I don't see a lot of defensive advantage there. They have been not going for it. Perfect. Okay, so Whimsicott's flinch. That's great. Aurora Veil does go up this time, which is huge. I guess, like, if they go for Rock Slide, I think they might kill, to be fair, but I'm not too concerned. We get the same dodge this time. That's kind of funny. And Amelia does live this time, which is huge. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna go for Blizzard and Woodhammer. Blizzard's gonna be very nice in a Whimsicott, and then the Woodhammer will be very good in the Arcanine. If they go for Tailwind here, I'm okay with that, because frankly, my Goldengo matchup will be so nice with Veil that I'm not concerned about this one ever. And they're gonna be in such a bad spot if they go for Tailwind plus Rock Slide, and then have to follow up with Whimsicott plus Arcanine on the field. Like, I feel like that is a huge L for them, actually. Plus, the Woodhammer on Arcanine will be very good for me. They're gonna go for Tailwind here, totally fine. I'm really not too concerned with that. Arcanine will get up a Rock Slide here. If it hits Ninetales, that's... oh, okay, so literally same dodge. They just, for some reason, cannot Rock Slide my Rillaboom here, and I'm kind of here for it. I can't lie. It's really funny. Okay, yeah. So Woodhammer goes off. This should still be decent, to be fair. Oh my god. Oh, that's really bad for my opponent. That is obnoxiously bad for my opponent, actually. Because I don't think they have a Goldengo check now, is the issue. I don't even need to Terra anymore, to be honest. I can scout. In fact, what I think I actually do is I think I actually just go into... No, I do still go into this super fair, and I just go for Protect immediately. That's really bad for my opponent, though. That actually was way worse than my opponent dual missing Rock Slides, I'll be honest. That is astronomically worse. I go for U-turn on the whims, and then I go for a Shadow Ball on the whims as well, I think. I just dual send it. Actually, no, I go for Nasty Plot. They don't really punch me at all. And I U-turn on the whims just to get in instead of... They go for Taunt, that's fine, it can't get hit on Goldengo, thankfully. I'm assuming that's just more my opponent just getting tilted over stuff and they're making a misplay. I assume my opponent knows how good his Gold works. I would be shocked if that was more than just an accidental click due to the crit into Arcanine, plus also the just replaying of the match and the dual missing Rock Slide and Rillaboom. Like, there's just been so much that has went out of my opponent's favor. I would not be shocked if that was a very accidental click. We're gonna go for Incineroar here. I'm going to proceed to just go for a Terra Ghost, because I don't actually think I need to care about my Terra anymore on the spawn, or my Goldengo, in fact. Actually, no. Let's not make stupid decisions. Goodra definitely doesn't kill me enough to where I need to fear that. I can probably just go for another Nasty Plot here, and then I can just go for a Flare Blitz and kill the Whimsicott. The best thing they could do is like Helping Hand plus Body Press, but that will not kill my Incineroar, so I'm kind of fine with that. I'd rather just take out the Whimsicott just so I can force their Goldengo in, scout its move, and then Terra around that if need be with either my Incineroar or my Goldengo. But I would rather not burn a Terra on Incineroar only to then get Shadow Balled to death, because that doesn't sound super pleasant, especially when they have Tailwind up. So I'd rather just take advantage of the turn, get a better Protect later on. They could also definitely just double into Goldengo right now, which would be a not horrible play in their arsenal, but they are just going to move less instead, totally valid. I thought there was a world they either went for Helping Hand plus Body Press, or they went into Goldengo here just to avoid like a Parting Shot, both of which are kind of fair. We're gonna get to +4 either way though, and I'm gonna Flare Blitz for free. And then I think I just go for like another Flare Blitz for the next turn, to be honest. I don't really see a world where I'm too scared. I think their Goodra might also be -speed, because I think I Nasty Plotted before that Goodra, if I remember correctly. I know they still Tailwind up, which is good information. It's good information for the off. I can still figure that out, obviously. I'm not really too concerned. I think they only have one more turn to Tailwind anyway, which is good. Killing the Arcanine like that was a really fucking lucky streak of attacks, to be honest, though. I definitely benefit a lot from that. They are going to go into Goldengo, that's fine. Yeah, I Protect immediately, and then I go for a Flare Blitz, and I just kill the Goldengo. Yeah, I'll go for that. They're going to probably have to go for, like, a Shadow Ball, because I don't see them having any other actual out here. They might go for T-Bolt just for para, which is honestly also a pretty fair thing. But I think they have to click Shadow Ball. I doubt they could make it rain into Goldengo, because otherwise they have no way of beating it. But I do just need to still scout for it, to be fair. Because they're clicking Make It Rain. Yeah, they're clicking Shadow Ball. Okay, then once I kill Goldengo, then I'm kind of set. I might need to Terra Goldengo, unfortunately, but it's not the worst thing. Oh, they're going to Body Press. Oh, they were predicting Terra. Oh, that's really good for me, actually. That is super good for me. Yeah, that is huge, in fact. Okay. Snow stopped, totally fair. Did Tailwind stop though? Tailwind beat it out. Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah. How fast am I going again? Ooh. Is this a speed tier I want to gamble with my Wincon? I don't actually know if that's a thing I feel confident with. Okay. What I'm gonna do actually, I'm gonna Shadow Ball into this. And then I think I'm gonna go for a knockoff here. Actually, I can reset up later, to be fair. I'm actually gonna go, because I have plenty of Veil turns left. I'm gonna go into Rillaboom here. And I'm gonna go for the Terra Ghost, and I'm gonna knock off into the Goldengo, because they're not Shadow Balling my Rillaboom. And I can just kill the Goldengo now. And I think that will be a much better outcome, because the Goodra never actually does anything. And it will be very easy to reset up against that mon when it's clicking Heavy Slam for its best move into me, and I fully resist it. So this is a much better outcome, just sacking Rillaboom to this, to whatever this Goldengo wants to do here. And if I can guarantee kill it, then I may as well. Because it's a Specs Goldengo, it's clicking Shadow Ball. If they really call the Terra Ghost here, fantastic play. My opponent honestly deserves to win, if they really do call that. But Rillaboom should live anyway, and I could probably just Grassy Glide kill at this point. I'm not gonna lie, especially without an Intimidate. Yeah, okay, they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose the Goldango this turn. That's perfect. And especially now the Goldango's gone, so the Goodra can't win the 1v1 anymore. It also can't do a lot of damage to Incineroar even, which is huge. So I can just knock off for free and then like parting shot around and just really start messing with this Mon. They are gonna body press. That doesn't even do a lot, thankfully, because the fail. Yeah, I think I just go for the knockoff plus U-turn. Sorry, I go for Fake Out plus knockoff. It's a little bit of a slow burn endgame, to be fair. I won't act like this is the way that I would have loved to play this game, but it can't beat Goldango anymore. Like, there's no world where Goldango loses this one, unfortunately, for my opponent. But the Fake Out here is mostly just to stall a little bit longer. Again, I don't have a super clean out. From here, I'll just Wood Hammer plus Parting Shot. And I'll bring in my Goldango, Fake Out plus Nasty Plot, and then just Shadow Ball through as I knockoff spam. But I've at least removed some of this Mon's recovery, which is huge. So we'll Wood Hammer. Just for chip, really. Also technically if it's just for Team Sheet Air, but it is mostly for chip, to be honest. Yeah, okay. Again, it is, I really only actually benefit from that, to be fair, if they Terra Water. Otherwise, I'm kind of just doing damage to deal damage. But like, Heavy Slam won't do shit to Goldango, and I'm healthy enough to where I don't need to care about its health. I'm also lowering its Heavy Slam output, to be fair. So if I go for the Heavy Slam into Incineroar for some reason, I can actually just go for the, well, I should not say for the Goldango. If they go for Heavy Slam into that, I can now just go pivot into Incin again, which I get either way next turn, but the point being is, yeah, Incin's coming in now. And we get a very free Intimidate plus Fake Out with Nasty Plot. And then I just keep setting up until I win. Because again, Goodra can't beat that. Aurora Veil wore off. That's still fine. This is still like a -3 Goodra because it got intimidated. Actually, no, I don't think it got intimidated. It's still -2 either way, which is still really huge. And -2 Heavy Slam is not doing shit to Goldango. We'll go for Fake Out here, and I'm gonna go for Nasty Plot. I am sorry to my opponent. This is how this had to go for Recreation. But it is kind of how I have to go for the endgame. It's how I go for the endgame and make it quicker, to be fair. Because this at least stops their animation time. It's a really slogfest of a game to go through. But it is the quickest way to go about this, because I'm not playing Goodra animation terms. I'm not letting Goodra recover for no reason. And I go for Shadow Ball here, and I just kind of hope for a smash. Oh my god, why? There we go, okay. For some reason, it wasn't letting me move up. Yeah, this should be kind of an endgame. Well, no, it is definitely an endgame. What am I talking about? Yeah, okay, perfect, sweet. And then the Flare Blitz on top of that should actually put this in range in the next Shadow Ball. Beautiful, okay. So yeah, again, this is like the quickest way this endgame goes, but it is never a good endgame. Like again, that does nothing. It's literally recovered this turn. It is actual negative damage that it does, because I'll recover more than it did. Good game to my opponent. The Arcanine crit really fucking sucked. It took a lot of potential for this game to actually go anywhere. That's unfortunate, especially like we're having such a good game too. I think I could have still gotten to this point anyway. Thankfully, I guess at least the fact that it's a replay is kind of huge, because at least this gives room for this round to go somewhere. Yeah, no, that was rough. That was really rough. If I was my opponent, I'd be tilted over that. I can't lie. I don't blame my opponent for being tilted over that if they are. If they're not, they're not. Good sport. I would have tried not to be at least, but I can't guarantee that I would have been after that. I can't lie. Just unfortunate. I don't even think I need to change up my 4. I think I'm still in a position where I'm very fine bringing the same 4 actually. And I think that bringing backs would be kind of a misplay. And I don't need Ferrig. I definitely do not need Ferrig against a team like this. Good luck have fun to my opponent for game 2 though. I feel like my opponent can still definitely do some stuff here. The Veil Bout on Goldango was helpful at least though. I think though that my play this time around, I might actually Terra Ghost my Ninetales, to be honest, because I saw that I didn't need Terra in that last match, right? And I think they are going to try and go for some sort of... I'm going to go with Incineroar this time on lead, but I am still going to go for Same Practice. Let me double check though real quick. Can I actually take that with Snow? Let me double check real quick. Get my Bolt Calcs. I have none. Let's do Rock Slide. with Helping Hand. Yeah, okay, that can't kill. That is good to know. Okay, so then yeah, leading off with this at least does stop the Helping Hand lead, because that can't actually kill. Even with only 4 defense, it cannot kill. Which is a lot about a low Ninetales, I guess, to be fair. The Mon is just super, like, fuck with the game. Still win. But this helps at least, because even if they do burn Terraghost, and that would be fine with me, actually. I'd be very okay with that. Oh gosh. Welcome, Z. Thank you for another renewal of your membership. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Goldango is the lead this time over Harkonine. I'm still very fine with that, actually. This is really not a bad lead for me by any means. Let's see. Okay. So, I do think I actually need to switch out. Because against Goldango, I actually can't really pop off what I wanted to. But I'm still kind of okay with that, actually. Because their Goldango and Whimsicott do not actually do much to me. So what I think I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to knock off their Goldango. And I'm going to go into Rillaboom. They're probably going to go for Tailwind or Taunt on the Whimsicott. And either way, I'm not too concerned. Because the Goldango specs, and its best play here is always make it rain. Its best play is always make it rain to take out the Ninetales. They might Shadow Ball, to be fair, but that doesn't really mind either of my Pokemon anyway. Thankfully Goldango also just... Oh, they're switching. Oh, that's so fine for me. Because even if, like, Arcanine or Goodra come in, they're going into Goodra. Perfect. Okay, so I already removed Goodra leftovers from the equation, which is really huge. And they are going to burn Terra on the Whimsicott. Okay. Again, all signs point to this being a very fine turn for me. I can proceed to just kind of let the Whimsicott exist, to be honest. It doesn't actually bother my current Pokemon. And what I could probably do is I could Parting Shot around. Oh, actually... Oh. I should actually probably Glide. I should... Oh, no, actually what I should probably do is I should probably go for... Okay, so... How are the battles going? So we're currently 0-1, but this set is 1-0. It's only one round in, but I think this will go to 2-0 personally. Nothing on my opponent, I just think the matchup is really good. Yeah, so I'm actually going to go for a Glide here, plus a knockoff. I will let the Goodra kind of get the setup turn at this point. I don't mind it a ton. They're going to actually switch out here. That's perfectly fine. Is it going to be an Arcanine or Goldango, though? Arcanine. Okay, that's still fine. I've gotten rid of Arcanine Choice Band, and I've also gotten off some decent shit. We saw how much that Woodhammer did last time, which was through crit, to be fair. But I think that we could still probably kill with knockoff plus Glide plus another Glide. Yeah, that's not bad. That is decent damage right there. I might go for another Woodhammer, actually, I can't lie, but that's still fine. I definitely never bring in my... Well, actually, I could bring a Goldango on the instant spot, actually. That is still a very free click. I think I'm gonna go for Woodhammer on this. I'll go hard Goldango. Like, your thoughts on Pelipper Palafin? Very, very viable right now. I think even as the format ages, it will be. It's still both top 10 Pokemon. I think that the duo will fall off a bit, though. Because people... It's, like, the starting point, right? Everyone's gonna have to find their counterplay, and eventually it's just gonna kind of become mid. But not like in a, oh, it's completely unusable sense, just like it will not be nearly as good as it is right now. Arcanine is dead, perfect. That's, again, biggest threat to Goldango cleared right there. They still have Goldango, Goodra, and Whimsicott, and the Whimsicott has already burned their Terra, which is huge for me. They went for a Body Press on the Goldango, perfect. They now have to bring in their own Goldango, which is decent, because I can protect around that and just let my Rillaboom U-turn on it, really. What tour is this? This is for the Nino Bros tour. This happens every Friday night at like 6 or 7 p.m. depending on the week. I think it's usually 7. I could have sworn there were weeks that happened at 6 o'clock though. But either way, like really big deal. I just realized this time my Goldango shook off the taunt. That definitely was not the Pokemon that shook off the taunt. Objectively, that was not the Pokemon that got taunted. The Rillaboom got taunted. That's really weird. Why did that happen? Let me see if I can catch that on playback. Did anyone catch that on playback? Okay, can someone confirm that was the Goldango, the Roswell that shook off taunt? That wasn't Ram? Anyway, let me U-turn before I go insane with this. Let me U-turn and protect, because I do want to get my Ninetales in as quickly as possible. Think of a wild set, bulky Palafin, mainly Adamant Jet Punch. So I think that the biggest issue with Palafin is that even despite the fact that the format is aging towards Palafin Rain being really good, is that Dondozo is still one of the best archetypes. As much as I think it will not hold as relevance when tours start up again, it is still one of the best archetypes. And having a Palafin that auto loses you that matchup is a really big L. So I think that you're better off going with the Haze Palafin still. I think it's still the best call. Whether it's Clear that are leftovers, either way. Well, Clear that Bulk Up is still really good, but I think obviously like the Haze set is probably your best bet. Either way, though, I think that, again, it's one of those things where you kind of do need to go for, like, anything else on Palafin. If Dozo Tatsu, if you had I will say, Bandit Palafin next to, like, a good crit mon like Hisui Decidueye could actually kind of work on Rain. And I know that is something that people have, and maybe not with Bandit Palafin, but I know people have explored that a bit with Palafin in general next to Hisui Decidueye. That could kind of work. I wouldn't be against a concept like that. I think though there's definitely better ways. I'm gonna knock off gold. I'm just gonna go for Shadow Ball and gold. I'm actually gonna go for Terra Ghost again. I'll go for knockoff. I'd rather keep my hard wall than Gudra and just shut this mon down and just kill the Goldango. Perfect. Okay, they're stacking Whims. That's great actually. Because stacking Whims means that this now has to lock and remove, and I think 4v2 that's a lot more manageable to do. And just killing the Whims caught, stopping it from like taunting later on. Hisui Decidueye finally being good? Yeah, it's honestly one of the best fighting types right now. I still don't see it. Actually, I could actually see this being long-term viable. But it will dip the second that Dozo dies because its biggest niche is the fact that it has a good matchup into that while having most of the benefits that Flamigo does. Well, Flamigo's dual stab is actually a lot more potent into most of the format. Because if you consider Flamigo's dual stab, you gain access to a mon that can now murder like Rillaboom and Amoonguss, which is a big deal, as well as any Terra Grass mons like Incineroar that still runs Terra Grass. Hisui Decidueye being very crit heavy is a nice benefit. It is a really good benefit. But I think that objectively speaking, it's probably the worst call long term for Flamigo, though both are still fine. Would it be better in or out of Trick Room? I think it could do fine either way, actually. We've seen it actually popping up a lot of top cuts, and regardless of playstyle, to be honest. It's a mod just kind of fitting on teams. I don't think we've seen it on Trick Room, or maybe if it has like a couple. I think right now we've just seen it on like no speed control teams, and it's doing kind of fine. I've seen it on Tailwind, I've seen it on Trick Room. It can do kind of all, but I think the best teams that it's been performing on have just been no speed control. Which, like, it does a good job in those, to be fair. I'm gonna Flare Blitz into the Goldango, and I'm just gonna go for a Protect here. I'll let my Incin just kind of die, because I would like to get up. Well, actually, I think I'm actually gonna dual swap here. Hot take. I'm gonna dual swap here. I'm gonna go to Rillaboom, and I'm gonna go into A9, and I'm gonna dual swap. Because I think realistically, right, they're gonna Shadow Ball my Incin, but I can't really risk. And if I get into an endgame where it's like Incin and Goldango, it's slightly more winnable. But Rillaboom will take. So essentially, Rillaboom will take a Shadow Ball. It will take the raw Shadow Ball, and I can fake out in the next turn and gain a turn for Incin to just kind of do some damage. If need be. Like, if really need be, I can do that. Or even just fake out with the Gudra and the Woodhammer if need be. The point being is I have some technical options with that. I think the Ninetales will be kind of fine now. They're going to Shadow Ball into that spot perfect. Okay, yeah, that should probably take the hit. Yep, and then they're not going to Heavy Slam that as well, right? They're not going to Heavy Slam? They are going to Heavy Slam the spot. Okay, that's kind of crazy, but I fuck with it. Okay. So, it's still okay. Not the best, but it could definitely be worse. Okay. Alright, so I need Incin now, for sure. And I need to fake out with my Rillaboom. Then I need to go for the knock. Can Incineroar take that hit? That is a question I need to answer now. Goldango versus Incineroar. How bulky is my Incin? 236 from 56. That actually is fine. Ooh, wow, that is... Oh, wait, that's helping him. Ooh, I might actually roll that. I might roll that. Okay. I'm actually gonna glide, to be fair. I don't actually gain anything by going for Fake Out. And I'm gonna Flare Blitz just to make sure that I kill. Because my goal should always actually just be to kill Goldango, like, immediately. Shadow Ball might kill, but it is a roll. It is a roll, if they're max. It doesn't kill. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, to be fair, the roll only came, and they did not do enough damage for that to have been a roll. The roll only came, well, let me rephrase. The roll only was that prevalent if they were modest max. They were not modest max, because I lived on 18, so they did at most, for instance, they did at most 182. So for 182, the most they could have had was 176 special attack. That probably is more likely gonna be like a 132 special attack. just off of like what typically is ran. Let me just Woodhammer through. I'm just gonna nasty plot and just speed up this endgame. Yeah, so looking at it, because of the roll they had, even if we give them the benefit of the doubt and go up to the 92 special attack, which is the minimum they had, it was still like a less than favorable roll. It was 43.8. So it wasn't like the most disgenerous roll, well, ungenerous roll. The point being is it was not like the most out of favor roll. It was actually more likely because of how little they did. However, though, definitely at the same time, it was still a roll that we had to fight for. And not knowing that information, because I've never had to play for it, that was always a roll I had to kind of fear. We survived it though, so I'll take that. Thankfully, the Spectacle Dingo did not kill. That is a very deadly mon though, and it is very good into snow, so I was very worried about that. We're just gonna Shadow Ball through at this point. For now, let me check through things real quick. Sorry, I have a thing somewhere. I should just clear that. Oops. Okay, yeah, so we're just gonna kind of have to wait through the turns, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Like, there's no world where we lose, at least. Yeah, okay, so they forfeit. Okay, solid. We've at least sped up the time, though. We will take that. Unfortunate for my opponent, for sure. Because that was not the best matchup to roll or the best, like, the cleanest game to have, but their team was super fun, and I'm glad at least that they like them games. Let's see. Okay, solid. Beautiful. Okay, so we're 1-1. I'll take that. Let me see how the rest of the tour is going. There still are actually somehow 3 games left, despite how long those games were, because we fought against Gudra, and as well as the fact that we had to do a reset near the end of game 1. And like literal replay. So I'll take that actually. That went a lot quicker than it could have been. We're 1-1. And that means I did better than the last online tour I did. So we'll take that. We are going to switch back over to the tier list for however long these last couple games have. I don't think it will be that long because we're already at 3 games left, when last time around there was like 7 games left at this time. So we're already doing much better pace, but we do have a lot of mons to kind of clear through. Quagsire gets an E tier just because of Unaware. It's a lot less valuable this time around than it would have been in like Reg A when it already was not good, because we have Clefable now, and Clefable's just a lot better, but it's technically still usable. Espeon's kind of cool, actually. I've seen people actually messing around with Espeon. I'm going to give this thing a D tier. I think similar to Jolteon, the fast mon that just kind of hard to take hits from specially could be kind of viable. Has some decent coverage, but I feel like it's very Terra reliant, and also just, despite being one of the faster expanding force users, that's typically an archetype built better on Trick Room. And I think even if you're going to go with a faster mode, DD Male is probably actually the stronger candidate for that. Still decent enough though, like having a magic bounce immunity is nothing to like really sneeze at, but I just think it will be outclassed. Umbreon's kind of cool, but I don't think it's as viable because like you're not really gonna punish much in this upper echelon versus like last time was Calyrex Shadow, and that's like a very decent role you have. I mean, I guess at best you're punishing, I guess, Goldengo, but still Goldengo can set up around you and it does it very easily. But it's not terrible. Murko's cool. I'm gonna give Murko a B tier. Being a haze user with like Prankster in a format where Dondozo is one of the better mons is objectively a really good niche to have. It's also a good Tailwind mon, and it can set Rain Dance on like a Whimsicott, for example. And with Rain being the better archetype, that's actually a pretty decent niche this has. So I think objectively, like, this is a solid B tier mon. Murko could definitely see some play. I would be almost sure to put this in A tier. I think the thing is, though, is that Whims is a lot better. I'm just not sure how much better I'm feeling Whims is. It might be A tier or S tier, just dependent on. But I have 2 Pokemon I think that could maybe go in this S tier that I'll go over later, because I'm still iffy on where. Slowking, it's Slowbro, but more Spadef. I'm going to put this a tier lower, actually. I think the physical defensive nature of Slowbro is slightly more valuable. Galarian Slowking can still rot in hell. Mischievous! Finally, time for a Mischievous format. Okay. So I actually do think there is a niche to be had for Mischievous, right? It's a cool Violet mon that has an Earthquake immunity. You could also tailor this thing to run to Wall Dozo with a nice defensive Terra for either Order Up or Wave Crash. And then you just burn it and Hex spam it. And it actually does a decent job of bullying Dozo. while still setting Trick Room for your team, and then you have Pain Split to just really suck itself in. It's probably one of the more consistent lines into Dozo, but it's mostly tailored for teams that are losing to Dozo but also want a form of speed control, which isn't many teams that really need the roll compression that tight, but that Ghost typing pre-terror is also pretty good. I want to think it's the best mon in the format, but I think if you're comparing it to mons like Slowbro or like Wheezing, well, okay, actually Wheezing's, to be fair, really good. If you're comparing it to mons like Jumpluff, Slowbro, Base Arcanine, I think that it has a place to be kind of held up among those type of Pokemon. Albeit it is like the low end of this list, but I don't think it's the worst mon in this section of the list. I think so far that's Slowbro, but it's a cool Ghost type nonetheless. That has some decent immunities next to Levitate. Scizor's cool, but objectively speaking, its niche is a lot worse in a format without a ton of good fairies, so I'm actually going to put this in the D tier. I think if we had him on like Flutterman again, this is an instant B tier, but like, what are we actually bullet punching right now? It's unironically only a little Ninetales, and everything else really just does not care. Scizor as a mon conceptually is good, I just think that nothing really cares about taking a Scizor hit anyway, so why bother? Heracross gets an E tier just for guts. Ursaring sucks though, Skarmory sucks. Houndoom sucks because we have Charizard. Kingdra is cool. Kingdra's actually cool. I'm going to give Kingdra a B tier. I think there are teams that actually could benefit from Kingdra. Dragon typing is really nice in this type of format where like Rillaboom and Instant are really good. And you could do a lot of damage to Archaludon, which is something that not a lot of Pokemon can do. Like just go for like Scope Lens and like Draco and just really lean into that Sniper and you could kind of mess up Archaludon very quickly. And it's just a nice check to Dozo offensively too. That could really help a lot of Rain teams outside of like Haze Paladin. I don't think this is like the best pick objectively in the format for Rain, but it is a cool one, and I think there's a lot of merit to Kingdra. It's the best format we're gonna get up for the rest of the generation for it, that's for sure. Definite B tier though. Donphan, Becca will yell at me if I don't put this in E tier, but I'm actually gonna put it in D tier. We don't have a lot of good ground types right now, and Donphan has like some actual merit to it. For one, I mean, it has some really good coverage. I think in a format that's as low power level, you could kind of, and Sand is kind of not terrible right now too. You can make this work as like a Trick Room Sandveil option, and I think you could automatically mess up a team with this. I won't act like it's the best pick. I think it's one of the worst in this D tier, but like, I think there are actual worlds where you could consider running Donphan as like a really good coverage option with that ground typing and Sandveil, and benefits Sand a lot too with that. I feel like there's some like actual merits in this. The issue being though is that it is still Donphan. You'd probably need like Sandveil plus Clear Amulet or like a good Haze Pokemon next to it. But it could kind of do some work as like a nice T-Star Trick Room option for like Sand Room. And I feel like it's not the most exploited thing, but like obviously, I mean, for good reason, it is still a Donphan. But I think there's actual merit to it, especially with Terra. It underpaces a lot of good Pokemon in that base 60 range, like Prim, Hisui, Decidueye, etc. And you get good coverage for them too. P2 solid. This is an easy A tier, one of the best A tiers in fact in this tier list that we will have. It is a borderline S tier. I think the thing is though is that Frigg, in my opinion, is the better Trick Room mon, just because you block priority. The issues Draco or Pulse on Archaludon, I think you always kind of have to lean into Draco because you'll have Electro Shot to boost, and that is always like your fourth move of clicking anyway, because Body Press and Flash Cannon are typically more clicked. You could even make a case to ditch a Dragon move altogether for like a Snarl or just any other coverage option that hits Goldengo better. But there's enough really good Archaludon partners that force Goldengo Terra anyway that I don't think it's the most necessary, and that Dragon coverage is just a nice catch-all in a format with very few fairies that are good. But P2 is decent in a format where like nothing good is fighting outside of Annihilate and like a couple others that we're getting into. This is a pretty good pick. A lot of teams just are not running fighting types because they don't have a Shifu, and that was like the solution to not having a fighting type they could put on your team, because their Shifu just does a lot of damage anyway, and it's such a mandatory pick. Outside of Urshifu though, like there really are not many good fighting types in Scarlet and Violet that match up well into the format. So because of that, like P2 is kind of thriving. I think P2 is the objective best Pokemon that will end up here. Besides, I think like that and Clefairy are the objective best too. And then outside of that, there are a couple others that might make A tier instead of S tier, like Primarina and Whimsicott might make it instead of S tier. If they don't, they're in contention with that as well. But otherwise, though, like P2 is still like the best Trick Room setter not named for Rig right now, though, for sure. It's not even close. Stantler, it's Intimidate plus Trick Room, but like it's bad. Smeargle, it does Smeargle things, but I don't think, despite the fact that we don't have a Surgeon Strike spawn anymore, I don't think it will be as appreciated in the format like this, because a lot of things just don't mind being sport as much. Like it's not as like turn one you lose a game as it was in an older format. A lot of teams just slow down pace, so I don't think Smeargle's niche is as required. It's typically better suited for like restricted formats where it's a very fast-paced, one turn you lose and then you're done sort of game. There are a couple partners that I can maybe see being the case with that, like Annihilate, but it's overall not the most potent. I'm gonna finish up Gen 2 and then we're gonna start our next round. Him on top is an Intimidate mod that can kind of pressure Incin, but like otherwise though, it's really like you're using this for upper hand plus fake out C tier. Blissey, no, we don't need to talk about Blissey. And then T-Tar, I actually think T-Tar's good right now. I think T-Tar's like objectively good right now. Solid B tier pick. Cool dark type. We don't have a lot of them. Sandstream is pretty decent at shutting down rain. You also can do a lot of damage to Pelipper. AV with Terra is pretty decent. You could make this check a lot of top picks. And I think because the damage output's a lot lower, T-Tar's 134 attack is like really impressive again. Easy B tier for sure. I think it's one of the better B tiers. It's probably still the worst weather, I would argue. But it is still, like, Sand is a lot more viable now without Flutterman and Bundle littering the tier. So, like, there's a lot of merit to actually using Drill again, which I'll get into Drill in a bit, because I think also Drill is probably another B tier pick. Our next round does look like it has come up, though. So we're at the 1-1 table. Let me check in for my next game. Let me copy team list. Oh, we're fighting a Gyarados. Ooh, that's sick. I actually don't hate my matchup entirely for once. Let me check in real quick, and then we're going to turn off window capture. I'm going to really quickly open up my opponent's next team. So we're fighting Metal Coat, Plot Goldengo, Gyarados with Taunt, T-Wave. It's just like the standard Gyarados defensive support. We're fighting Rocky Helmet and Amoonguss, just standard Amoonguss, but a Sludge Bomb over Pollen Puff, which is cool. Life Orb, Terra Poison, Hydreigon, which is fine because not Scope Lens. I mean, that doesn't really matter for this matchup. Goggles Arcanine is pretty cool for Arcanine Hisui, and then it's Ghost Spray for Rig, but it doesn't have Second Noise, which is great. Is Wide Guard on Pelipper any good now that restrictions are gone? Yeah, it's still very good because Goldengo is one of the best mons in the format. That's why Pelipper I put in like the S tier. Like that mon is still very dirty. And Pelipper especially benefiting a lot of the other top tiers because we don't have with Urshifu Rapid going, suddenly a lot of other very rain reliant water types are on the playing field. Pelipper benefits all of them. And also our Caledon is so fucking good right now that our Caledon is also a very good synergy with Pelipper defensively because their pairing is just obnoxious together for what they cover for each other. Because Pelipper clears a lot of really good waters for rain, but also a lot of good fighting types, if any exist, for our Caledon. And our Caledon's really good at clearing the water types that would take advantage of Pelipper's rain. Like the synergy is really good there. And Wide Guard helping a lot with like spread moves such as Earthquake is really decent. Goldengo being a top tier mon. Hyper Voice from Blood Moon is really decent if you burn your Terra into like a ground resist on a Caledon. Like there's a lot of benefit that you could really go for with Wide Guard Pelipper. Even like Blizzard on snow teams, though really the only Blizzard abusers are like A9 and Glaceon. They both have free shy potentially anyway in their kit. With that said though, my opponent does not have Tailwind on their team, so we actually are faster with every Pokemon on this team with A9. So A9 is the objective fastest Pokemon here. My Veil is guaranteed, which is really nice. So I always lead off with A9, and I think my other pick here is probably, I actually go with Bax. They don't have Fake Out, but Burning Terra on Bax turn 1 is actually really advantageous for me. The only issue that could arise is if I Dragon Lead. Well, actually, no, they're not Terra Steel, right? So I could, yeah, that was a very free lead for me. I just go really aggressive turn 1. And then I go with, actually, no, I think I go with, was it Physical Mon? They don't have a great Physical Mon, but it is Arcanine. I actually would benefit from spending that. We're gonna go for Incin A9. I'm gonna go with Bax Goldengo as my backline. I don't really need the Rillaboom or the Faring this game. Neither really help. Like Faring doesn't have to deal with any priority outside of E-Speed Arcanine, and they're not even choiced, and E-Speed also doesn't really punish my team that much. It'd be much more potent if I was trying to like get up Fake Out or like stop opposing Trick Room, which I don't care if they get up Trick Room anyway, because my Goldengo still kind of slaughters. That is their only speed control though, which is fine. I can still, even if I'm not going for Instant for Fake Out, it's more to stop the Throat Spray Sweep, which is pretty decent for me. So I'm gonna still be fine with that. Goldengo Arcanine, okay, that's totally chill. Yeah, then I just go for Fake Out into the A9. Well, sorry, not into the A9, the Arcanine Hisui. Then on my A9, I go for Fail. I know technically it's also A9, but like, we know it's my A9 and I'm not faking out. I'd like to think that is obvious. Yeah, we'll Fake Out the Arcanine. Even if they protect, I'm not too scared. And then even if Goldengo Nasty Plots, I'm also not really too scared. Because I think I still can bully that mon. So we'll go for Aurorville. If they go for Protect on Arcanine, I can at least Encore that later on, and that will be a very nice way to stop it if they don't just raw make it rain this turn. On Goldengo, that is. Goldengo's also Terra Dragon, so I could definitely really pressure that later on too. I think they will Nasty Plot turn 1, and they're gonna probably go for like Protect or Rock Slide. They might even E-Speed. They might even E-Speed just on the second turn, just to avoid Encore, which would actually be a not terrible play. but it's still not really benefiting them a lot. I'm bringing like hard Gholdengo on the wall. But either way though, like I'm still in a decent position. We can definitely make this work. We're gonna fake out Arcanine. Beautiful. Okay. So I can't Encore them on the next turn, but that's still kind of fine. A9 will probably die, but I'm just gonna go for Blizzard anyway. If they don't kill me, until I do die. Oh, they're going for Shadow Ball. Oh, that's kind of crazy actually, because I'm gonna take this really well. Yeah, that's a 3 KO right there. They were probably banking on killing me with Arcanine, but that's totally fine. We'll go for Blizzard and try and freeze, and I'm gonna go for our knockoff here. Actually, we'll go for Flare Blitz. There's no reason to hold back. If they tear a Dragon, they just die to Blizzard, so they're not gonna do that in any sense of the word. They might go for Protect though. Protect would be fine, and then the Flare Blitz Olo Ninetales, which again I'm very okay with that. I can't really Encore Punch that anyway, and I don't know Protect on my own Olo Ninetales, so the Mon kind of just dies, and I'm not switching in. I'm not switching into Gholdengo or Baxcalibur on like Rock Slide plus Shadow Ball combination if they go for that. I would much prefer to just Terra instead and be fine. They will go for Protect, totally fine, totally fine. We've at least gotten the Arcanine to -1 though, and it isn't banded either, and we have Veil up. So like, I'll actually probably take this hit very comfortably, to be completely honest. I might take it better than I'd like to be completely honest. No, Rock Slide, totally fine. Oh, I chew that. Oh, I chew that. Oh my god, they're not breaking instant ever this game. That's great. Yeah, that's fine. I just go for Blizzard. I go for Flare Blitz, and I just kill the Gholdengo. Oh, that Mon is so gone. That Gholdengo is so dead. Oh, I fucking forgot how much I hate Alolan Ninetales. This Mon is disgusting. They'll probably just go for Rock Slide and Shadow Ball, to be honest. Which is fine. They don't kill instant. Even if they crit, they don't kill instant. Which is huge. That is so huge. I forgot how much I hate this Mon in like the best way possible. I forgot how much I hate this Mon for Ring. Totally fine with that. This Blizzard will still punish it very well. And the Blizzard plus Flare, which should still do sizable damage, even at -1. They will Flare Blitz my A9, totally fine. A9 is dead. And then I can proceed to just go into Bax. And Bax kind of murders the team. A9 is so self-supportive, it's nuts. No, it honestly isn't. It's actually really disgusting how self-supportive this Mon is. Beautiful, okay. We burned the Frig. That's pretty decent, actually. That is really decent. Frig is Terra Fairy, so it can Terra defensively out of a knockoff next turn. But I don't know if it will. I don't know if it will, to be honest. And I don't really mind anyway, because I don't know what they do in Trick Room. I think the fail getting up was like really deadly for them. Like really, really bad for them, actually. I'm gonna take the turn to Scout a Speed Tier, actually. I'm just gonna go for High Horsepower plus Knockoff. If they're Jolly Harkonine on Trick Room, so be it. I don't think they are, though, and I really heavily doubt that. Plus, they don't have a great switch in outside of Gyarados or Hydreigon. If they have either one, though, we know the fourth, and I'm totally okay with that. Because I'll probably kill Farouk this turn, and they can't intimidate me down with Harkonine, which is huge. They might go for Terra Fairy, but, like, my play is always still this, and they still do so little damage because they're -1 and also I have Veil. Like, we saw how little Ninetales took. And Bax is, like, actual bulk to it. Like, just as a Pokemon, it has actual bulk to it. So, we'll get a nice knockoff into Farig at least. They will probably Hyper Voice. Oh, no, they don't Hyper Voice. Okay, so they just let me kill Farig. That's fine. That's actually very okay. Crit, I doubt that matters how much Flare, I'll be honest. But either way, I'm okay. So, Gholdengo is not coming in. Gholdengo is objectively not coming in. If it does, I'll probably go for Terragosa on Gholdengo because I don't want to take a Make It Rain. Because that will probably actually do a lot of damage. Even without the specs, it will do a lot of damage. They're going to go into Hydreigon here. Okay, Hydreigon is fair. I'm just going to go for the... I'm going to go for Protect for now, and I'm going to Parting Shot here. And I'm going to pivot on this. They're going to burn Terra. Terra is totally fine. They're probably going to burn the Terra on the Arcanine though, which is huge. No, it's on Hydreigon. Okay, that's interesting. That is interesting for sure, actually. I didn't expect that, actually. I'm okay with it. So they have Gholdengo, Arcanine, and Hydreigon in their backline. I go for Terra on Gholdengo every time. They're gonna go for Draco. That's chill. So what I'll do next turn is I'm gonna go for the Parting Shot here. Obviously, they're gonna Rock Slide totally fine. I go for Switch Hard into Instant, and then I go for the Gholdengo, and I go for a Make It Rain into Raw. Just because Raw Make It Rain will still probably do so much damage to this too, especially after Hydreigon has to go for a Draco into my Instant and lose a ton of special attack doing that. And then I think from there, I'm kind of just set. Because even if they go for it, like -1, I don't think through Veil -1 actually does shit to me. Especially with Terra Water. Or even if they go for Drink, I would predict. Like, I don't think they do any real damage to me. So no stop, that's fine. I still have 3 turns to Veil. Yeah, we're gonna do this. And then from here, I'm gonna go for Terra Water. And I'm gonna go for Raw Make It Rain. I think at minimum, I could put them in range to where they just get fucked by Fake Out next turn. And I'm okay with that. But at net neutral, this Make It Rain will still probably do a lot of damage to their team. I doubt it kills, but it definitely does enough damage. Like this will put me in winning range, I feel like, at this point. And even if they protect him around, I'm very okay with that. Let's see, Tango. Arcanine Hisui. Yeah, even if they're banned for context, they still probably take like 40 something on this. And I could Fake Out next turn and go for another Make It Rain and be fine. They're going to withdraw Hydreigon here. That's okay. And they're going to go into Goldango, which still doesn't really pressure my team that well. I could still definitely just go for like a Flare Blitz on that Mon next turn and be very okay. They can't go for Terra anymore. And they have no Flare Blitz switch in on that side of the field. So I think I'm still okay with this. I'm still very okay with this, actually. The Harkonine is now going to do even less damage now. And this Make It Rain will be enough. This Make It Rain will be definitely enough damage to really pressure the spot. Worst case, I might actually just pick up the Harkonine and go for another Make It Rain. But I don't know if I need to. I don't know if I want to anyway, to be honest. We'll just Jury's still out. That's a good call. Arcanine goes for Protect. That's totally fair. Totally fair, totally fair. I think I'll go for Plot then. I'll go for Plot, and I'll go for Flare Blitz and just kill the Goldango. Because getting Doxy next turn will still be kind of fine, and I'd rather get my Goldango more set up for Hydra. But Harkonine will not do real damage next turn. So we'll Flare Blitz. Goldango would have to go for an attack as well to actually make this like a bad play for me. And specifically, would have to go for Shadow Ball into my Ensign, because otherwise I don't think it does enough damage. Maybe Make It Rain might, but I doubt through Veil. Like, I doubt through Veil with how spit off my Ensign is that it does enough damage. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be like a 5 KO. And we'll see very quickly why this, like, Ensign is just such a dumb Pokemon. They're gonna E-Speed, totally fair. Yeah, that does absolutely 0 damage. And that Spot on Goldango goes off very, very huge. We're now at +1. And then Goldango can't kill either of my mons. Yeah, Shadow Ball goes off, that does nothing. My Flare Blitz recoil will take him out, and frankly, actually, it probably won't even take him out. I forgot just how dumb Incineroar is. Guys, Incineroar. Okay. So, with this in mind, I just go for, like, knock off and Make It Rain, right? Like, there's no world where I care about if they protect or not. There's no world where I care about if they protect or not. They protect on Goldango, but do they protect on Arcanine? I doubt they protect on Arcanine. They don't. Okay, perfect. That's the mon I cared way more about surviving, frankly, so I'm very okay with that. That is, like, such a huge turn for me. Perfect, that mon is gone. Yeah, there's no endgame where I fear Goldango Hydreigon, to be completely honest. It's not a real endgame for my opponent. Because at net neutral, they take way too much on Hydreigon to where that's actually going to matter. I just go for Protect, let Ensign die by going for Flare Blitz, and, like, guarantee the death. And then I bring in Bax, and that's way better for me. Because they don't have a way to dual target and kill that sustainably. Because I guarantee kill the Goldango. And if they Draco me, then I just Draco anyway and kill the Goldango. So I'll Flare Blitz. I'll Flare Blitz Hydreigon just in case, because I think it's a slightly better outcome for me. But I think, frankly, they just go for Make It Rain plus, like, Dark Pulse or something. So, let me see. 1 second. Let's see, okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, so Hydreigon's gonna die. Perfect. Okay, never mind. I should be fine. Alright, so yeah, so my Goldango protected. Should be good. Beautiful. Alright. So yeah, I bring in Bax now. And then yeah, Bax essentially just Glaive Rushes the Hydreigon. And I don't really care what they do. Actually, sorry, no. I actually always go for the Glaive Rush into Goldango here. And the reason I go for Glaive Rush is just to guarantee the attack lands. And I go for Make It Rain here into the Hydreigon. They're gonna go for protecting the Hydreigon. Very fine. Very fine. My Glaive Rush will kill the Goldango though, which is huge. Oh, never mind. They're gonna go for Protect. Okay, then that doesn't really matter. You're just giving me more recovery, which is very okay. I mean, actually, I don't think I have any recovery to burn, to be fair, but still. Yeah, this is always my play anyway, to be honest. They should have tried to get that call right, I feel like, to be fair. This gets them nothing. Like, I burn through and make it rain, sure, but, like, they can't actually stall through that enough. I have 5 more of them. And they'll take another life up turn guaranteed on Hydreigon, which is great. I only need to deal 80%. And again, Hydreigon can't viably kill both my Pokemon. They could Draco kill my Bax, for sure. But Hydreigon can't kill my Goldengo from full, and they probably need the Shadow Ball plus Draco to actually have a chance of killing that. I don't even know if they will, even without Bell up. I doubt they will. Okay, so they're gonna have the Draco into the Bax. That's perfectly fine. My Mega Rain will definitely kill their Goldengo. That's not a question at all. And their Bax is now at -2, so I'm sorry, their Hydreigon's at -2. So I'm not really concerned about that either. They're also at 80%, so again, that'll take enough damage. I actually outpaced their Goldengo, which is a good thing to note. So I think I just go for the Make It Rain again. Like at -1, I should be chill. And I still have full health, so I don't need to worry about like a protect or anything. It gets me nothing. We'll go for Make It Rain, yeah. It should be a guaranteed kill at this point. Baxcalibur just looks so awkward. I don't even know why. It just looks weird. It's probably just the fact that it just looks like a scrawny Pokemon top, like very. It's like a T-Rex, right? It's very top heavy. Oh my goodness. That is very bad. Oh, thank God that we didn't flinch. If we flinch and lost that game off of that, if they went for Draco there, they won. Like, can we just talk about that? If they went for Draco there and hit crit, they won. That's, oh God, I don't want to think about that. We won game 1 at least, but like, oh God, I don't want to think about how close that was to a loss. Good game. Good round of my opponent. It was only round 1. Oh my goodness. We're still actually kind of early into the set. I didn't realize how early we were. Okay, game 2. So no Gyarados and no Farigg. I'm sorry, no Gyarados and no Amoonguss. Very decent line actually, to be fair. They're not going with either. So they went for, let's see, so let me line this out real quick. They went for Arcanine, Goldengo on lead. Arcanine, Goldengo, Hydreigon, Rigoraph. Alright, so thinking out loud here, right? Very, very weak to Incineroar team. Very, very weak. I actually just lead the same lead. I have no punish. Their best punish is, I guess, Gyarados, like Arcanine. I guess would punish Incin. But I don't know if I care. Yeah, I don't know if I care. Big forehead. No, big forehead. Oh no. Yeah, I remember you commented that on one of the other vids too. I don't really care. I can make it bigger. I can make it bigger if you want. Give me a moment to input my same 4 real quick, and I got you. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Like, I could definitely, like, we can get bigger with this. We could definitely get bigger with this. Anyways, love the content. Thank you. I appreciate it. There we go. Yeah, so we should be fine though. We should be fine. I don't see a way that my opponent actually beats the lead, to be completely honest. They have no fake out, which is great, and they have nothing faster than Alola and Ninetales. And it seems very weak to it, unironically. So they're gonna go for Hydreigon this time around. It still doesn't really do it. I hope that it came up on your end. It can only get so much bigger, to be fair. But I hope it came up on your end. Yeah, so against this lead, I mean, honestly, can I just go for the same thing? I just go for Veil, because I have no punish for it. And then I Flare Blitz the Goldengo, because I have no punish for it. Their Terra is... Actually, their Terra is Dragon, to be fair. I could have tried to punish that, but even still, like, if they're gonna burn a Terra Dragon and Goldengo, I'm kind of okay with it. Because while they kill Alola and Ninetales, I'll still have Baxcalibur in the back, which is very free. They're not gonna burn Terra, so that means they're gonna have a nearly hit a Goldengo, and their Make It Rain will do nothing to Incin. It'll do good damage to Ninetales. It'll probably kill. It'll almost certainly kill. Yeah, perfect, okay. But, like, that's better positioning for me. That is honestly way better positioning for me. Because now this is not a real Pokemon. I can actually disregard it very confidently and just go for, like... I could just go for... Oh, perfect. Yeah, okay, sweet. That's very good damage. I'm just gonna go into Goldengo, to be honest. And I'm just gonna go for... Oh, no, right, they're plot shit. I'm gonna go to Bax. I think I'm just gonna go for high horsepower into that. And I'll go for, like, knockoff into Farigg. Actually, will they protect? I feel like actually they go hard Hydreigon there. I'm gonna Glaive Rush. I'm just gonna full send Glaive Rush to Farigg. I doubt they go for Terra Fairy on this, knowing that I probably have Goldengo Wincon in the back again. This is not the team you go for Terra Fairy and Farigg into, because they actually would have no line into Goldengo at that point. It'd be funny if they did. Honestly, it'd be really funny if they did, because I just plot Goldengo through their team at that point. Because they'll probably have to make it rain again here if they're going to stay in with Goldengo. But I think they'll either protect on it or switch into Hydra to clear the drop. They are going to withdraw Goldengo. Okay. Yeah, so if they're going to go for Trick Room here, I am Massacre. It is, assuming that they... Okay, so they would have to be going for Terra, obviously. But I would... If they do go for Terra, that's fine. They are going to burn Terra. Damn! Okay, they do go for Terra, not bad. So they're really insisting on the Trick Room going up then. Which is still fine, actually. I could cycle through the Arcanine with Parting Shot very easily. And I don't really deem Farig as a win con here. I'll be honest, I don't really value it as a win con for them. Which is chill. My backs will probably interface Hydreigon. I think it's a necessary sacrifice, though. They don't have Terra anymore, though, which is kind of huge. They're going to lose Throat Spray. They're going to go for Trick. No, they go for Hydro Slam. Really? That's the play? I'm not too against it, but still, it's just really funny. We're going to Parting Shot here, and I'm going to high Horsepower on the Arcanine. I've been using Kyurem regular with Ninetales, Chien-Pao, and Shadow Ladder. It works really well. That actually sounds really cool, to be honest. I vibe with that pretty heavy. Obviously, I mean, I won't act like it's the most strongest comp in the world, but it feels like just a fun comp, you know? And sometimes you just need the fun comps. I assume this is either in doubles OU or just in singles. I doubt it's in any other tier, but I assume it's either in like OU if they still allow Kyurem or no, you said Chien-Pao. I assume this is doubles OU then, if I had to guess. Or even if it just, you said ladder, never mind, so it wouldn't be like a custom game thing, but either way. We're gonna get a very weak Farig here with this Parting Shot, which is great. I can just bring Goldengo and start slaughtering their team. Whether they go for Trick Room or not, like I get a free high horsepower this turn. Because even if they switch, like what does Farig do? It's like normal, right? Like what does Farig actually do? Doubles OU. Okay. So they do allow Chien-Pao. That's pretty cool. I wasn't sure if they would. I felt like it was like it's not, in my opinion, broken enough to justify a ban there. But I wasn't sure how far Smogon would go with their bans, because I know they ban like regular Tatsu. We're gonna go for this, and I'm gonna go for high horsepower. Because either they bring in Hydreigon here, and I'm kind of okay with that, because like, what does it actually do to my team? But I'll at least, I'll at least force a good turn for my opponent, because I'll just go for the... I think I just go for like hard Instant plus a Make It Rain, and just kill my opponent's team. Which will be funny. Or they go into like Goldengo and just take a high horsepower. They're actually gonna switch out for Rig, which is kind of nuts. I would have never thought that for Rig was the moment to switch out here. I'm very curious as to why that's the swap, but I'm not gonna act like I hate it. Beautiful. Okay, Harganine is gone. Harganine is gone. Beautiful. And yeah, my Terra is always Goldengo again, and I just win the game. Because I can't actually bully them on anymore, which is so funny. It is so obnoxiously funny, actually, like how quickly this one wins the game now. Because they can't break me through Veil. They'll have to bring in Goldengo right now, because there's actually no merit to bringing in for Rig. It just dies. Which I'm still fine with that. I'm still very fine with that. Because I think Make It Rain might unironically kill Goldengo right now too, which is huge. And I'll just Leave Rush Hydreigon, because again, I lose nothing doing it. And if they dual Protect again, I will actually just hard switch an Instant and go for this, just to get a Fake Out turn afterwards. Or even like a Flare Blitz into Farig, but I don't see a world where they win. I actually think they very much misplayed by not going for Terra on... I feel like I had a Terra on Goldengo, to be completely honest. Like Goldengo or honestly just bring Gyarados. I feel like Gyarados is like not terrible with Terra Steel into my team. I won't act like it really, this matchup is good for my opponent at all, but like Terra Steel Gyarados actually feels like he's at least better than like Farig here. But what do I know? Terra Water Goldengo should just sweep at this point. Like they really actually... It feels kind of boring commentating a set like this, and it's not anything my opponent did. I actually just think the matchup is so bad to a mon like this, that like, what can I say, right? Glabersh will murder this. Beautiful, okay. And then yeah, Goldengo's not taking a solo target to get ran at this point. That was more to account for a Farig double, plus I guess them Dracoing my backs. But I feel still vindicated in the play anyway, because yeah, they can't win this. Yeah, they've already reported the game as a loss. Solid. We're 2-1. 2-1 for the tour. Really decent, actually. I'm glad I chose Snowroom. Shout out to Harris for choosing my team. I had a couple teams those between. Shout out to Harris for just letting me know that, hey, you Snow. Because Snow's something I'm super good at. Like, this is the one playstyle that usually I could just be like, hey, you know, I could pilot this with, like, Alolan Ninetales. Did really well in Toronto with it, actually. Went, like, 6th grade, which is huge. Yeah, rough matchups. Yeah, they have like nothing. This is so bad. Goldengo is just so unfun. Okay, to be fair, I don't know about unfun. It's still, my opponent said they played bad. I half agree, but this was still never a matchup they were winning, in my opinion. I think... Yeah, if they rolled like Rain with this team, they would have been very fine. And Rain's like a lot more common. I don't think this was like a, oh, my opponent should have built different. Loam Knights is not really the mon I'd be prepping on right now if I was anyone. But like, it's just they have no Ninetales line, unfortunately. Either way, though, we'll take it. We'll take it. We're halfway to done though. Because Swiss is 6 rounds. We still have 3 more rounds, so I will definitely take that. I will be right back. Mostly for a water break, but also I want to help a little bit with what's going on upstairs. So I will be back in just a couple minutes. Don't move. When I get back, we will be doing tier list again while we're in between rounds because we finished that round very early. we should be back. Yep. Okay, perfect. All right, so we're 2-1 so far. Let me double check on how the rounds are going in the meantime. Tournaments, still a lot of matches done so far. We still have 5 left though. Okay, solid. So we have some more tier list time. Oops, wrong window. There we go. Okay, perfect. So we're on to Generation 3 now, which a lot of these Pokemon are not good. Sceptile is kind of cool. Unburdened in a format like this, where Rain is a decent archetype, you could make a case for Sceptile. I still don't think it's the best mon, but it has some cool utility. I'm actually gonna put this. I'm gonna put this in the D tier actually. I think that if there was ever a format where Sceptile could maybe like day 2 a single event, technically speaking, it's right now. Because we'll never get another format where that mon is legal early on again. Blaziken is okay. I mean, Speed Boost Blaziken is actually kind of cool. And this has some decent stats too, and like mixed offenses. You could maybe make a Veil team with that mon. We've seen this like day 2 Top Cut online events like once in a blue moon. I think like the first 2 Reg F, this like either made a day 2 at some regional and like lost immediately, or it was like a 6-3 or something. I know it like had a respectable finish for Blaziken these days, right? And I would say the Blaziken has decent merit, like typing wise, and like again, if you're gonna use it like mixed. But it matches up pretty well into a lot of top mons. I'm gonna hot take and put Blaziken in C tier. Like Blaziken's matchup into stuff like the dual steals, Amoonguss, Sinsin, really like I don't think it's something that can be understated in a format where we actually lack a viable fighting. And Blaziken could weirdly enough fit that niche technically. Like it has the same level of benefits that Flamingo does. Because like you could run this thing with like Overheat, Focus Blast, and like you don't care about Incend anymore, which is a benefit that you run Flamingo for. You could run this thing with Speed Boost, and you actually get a decent matchup into like a lot of the faster mons too, that are very weak to fire and fighting. The dual stab is like really good into a lot of top mons. You go with like good Terra coverage for like Pelipper and stuff, like Terra Electric could be kind of cool, and you could kind of make the mon work. Do I think it's a viable pick? I think it might maybe make a team. It might make a day 2, like a single day 2. Blaziken will not be meta though. It is probably the worst one currently in the C tier, but I think it has some merit. Swampert's okay. It's good stats, but like useless ability, and it's not on a mon like Iron Hands where the stats are so good that it's overwhelming. It's just fine stats. Mightyena sucks. Ludicolo is kind of cool again. Ludicolo in a format like this actually has some merit, right? Like this is a decent Palafin check. It's a decent Dozo check. It's good for Rain too. It's one of those Rain Sweepers that doesn't lose to Dozo, the best defensive water type, so like it has merit. It's a good fake out mon too, actually. And I could see this thing popping off like AV, Life Orb, etc. Like it has some merit, right? That's all it really needs. It's a cool pick. Shiftry is kind of okay, but the format's a lot less caring about like Shiftry's stat line. I'm gonna put it in the D tier. Technically speaking, its typing is not bad for a format like this, where it has like a good matchup with Goldengo. It's a decent grass type. It has some good priority for outside of Tailwind, but like it's not pairing really well with Whimsicott. He doesn't give Talonflame good synergy. Like Bramble would definitely give better synergy, at least in a format like this, because it just avoids Fake Out. And that's unfortunately where Shiftry just doesn't really ever have a reason to be used over Bramble. But like Shiftry's still kind of cool, because it at least beats Goldengo without being as weak to it. That's the only reason you'd really use this mon. Gardevoir is actually decent. I've seen Gardevoir actually making some decent results. We don't have a lot of super good like mid-tier wall-breaking psychics for speed. And it has some decent bulk, good telepathy. Like this is a good Disquake partner, technically speaking, because you technically have the Earthquake immunity. And you just go for like Expanding Force, Hyper Void, like not Hyper Force, Expanding Force, Dazzling Gleam, etc. You could do some decent work. It's a good fairy type too, offensively speaking, and we don't really have a lot of good fairies. I would say this is a fine option. It also pressures good Terra Poison mons, which are typically good checks to the to the fairies. But at the same time though, it's also a mon that like has to worry about Terra Steals just bullying it. Because it doesn't have, I mean, you can run Focus Blast to be fair, but then you're running Focus Blast, and that's a whole separate issue in a format where, again, we don't have a lot of good fighting types. But I could see teams that make this work. I've already seen a partner with Garchomp to some mixed success, but it's not bad. Like, there was a Japan team that made 3rd in an online tour where, for a ladder. That's best of 1, obviously, but like Gardevoir has some merit. I expect Gardevoir to fully top cut at least an event or 2. I feel like it is a like guaranteed top cut mon. This thing is decent. It's decent enough. There will be teams that make it work. Masquerade's Intimidate, but it sucks. Breloom is Fast Spore. In a format like this, its speed tier is actually decent. I'd be willing to put Breloom actually in the C tier even. Fighting type, again, not the most common right now. So Breloom suddenly looks kind of viable. And it's also a mon that even if it doesn't Terra, Toxic Heal could be kind of cool because you're avoiding Spore still while being a good Spore candidate. On top of that as well, you also just have good priority with Mach Punch. Okay, give me a second. Sorry, my phone is being blown up again. Alright, holy, give me one moment. Alright, sorry about that. Just had to go kill a spider real quick. Okay, so. I think I was on Breloom. Yeah, I was probably on Breloom. I can't imagine anything else more noteworthy than Breloom. Priority fighting, really decent. Just fighting type overall is not bad. We really need like good fighting types, so Breloom being a nice Spore mon on top of that has some objective viability there. Definite C tier. Borderline B, but I just don't think Breloom's consistent enough to really get B. But it's a cool pick. Slacken gets D tier just for Wheezing being kind of usable. That's about it. Hariyama gets a C tier. Actually, Hariyama gets a B tier. It's a cool fighting type, and it's Guts, which is really good. Even after -1, you'll still do serious damage. You have Fake Out Pressure, plus also Wide Guard, which is nice. Conk will out-damage it, obviously, but you don't get Fake Out with that, which is a big deal, because the attack is pretty similar. Conk's bulk is a little better, though. Seeking even in this gen, I believe it actually was an Indigo Disc Pokemon, if I remember correctly. But yeah, so Hariyama has some nice niche over Conk in the sense of it gets Fake Out, but Conk is slower, which is decent. And I think your bulk is also technically better, or at least like a little bit better on Conk. Let me double check that actually really quickly. Wide Guard fighting. Yeah, so Conk is 105, 95, 65. Hariyama is, yeah, 144, 60, 60. I'm pretty sure at least the physical bulk probably averages out, but the special bulk is definitely going to go to Hariyama at least. At the very minimum, though, I'm either way, like objectively either way. Well, Conk definitely has a speed advantage because it underpaces the Ursalunas, which is huge. Hariyama at least can tie base Ursaluna, which is still a big deal. Actually, sorry, I think Ursaluna is actually 45. Let me double check that. Nope, it is 50. Okay. So yeah, so Conk underpaces the Ursalunas, which is a big deal. That is a really big deal. Hariyama at least ties the less common form though, and you still do get Fake Out, which is the reason to use it. So I think Hariyama has some like real reason to be used over Conkeldurr, but Conkeldurr still is like a viable fighting type in that regard. They both do similar things. It just depends on if you value the speed difference more, which is a big deal, or the Fake Out lack more, which is also a big deal. I think I would slightly give it to Conk because Terraghost is really good right now outside of the fact of Fake Out, but they're both kind of fine. Those pass, whatever. Sableye is cool. Sableye gets a C tier. It's decent disruption, and it's lower power level, so it's a little harder to kill, especially without like a super viable fairy. But like, just use Grim if you're gonna use a Prankster Dark type. I feel like the screens on that are a little better, and if you're giving up like Disable, I think that's kind of fine personally. Or like Wisp. But Wisp is the big reason you'd probably use a Sableye right now, because it's decent for burning like Palathin, Rillaboom, or well, not Ursaluna, like Terra Harkonine, shit like that. But like, it's not the best. Metacam's kind of cool in a format like this where we don't have a super good fighting type. I'll actually give it a C tier. I do kind of think that Skill Swap could kind of pop off again, which we saw do like okay work in Reggae. And this is kind of the format where I think that could maybe work again, because again, we lack a good fighting type, and we really need it. Doesn't matter. Volbeat can go down here because the difference in moveset doesn't really matter. Illumise, though, technically is the more optimal way to run this mon. You give it a D tier because it has some decent disruption. It is a very unique Prankster kit, but it's still Illumise. It is definitely the worst priority Tailwind mon besides Volbeat. Swalot sucks. Cameron's kind of cool. We actually saw Cameron be kind of a thing in Reg B in one tournament where it almost stayed 2, which was super fun to see. I think the mon has some merit. It's a nice Torkoal check for Trick Room, while still putting up a decent offensive pressure in similar roles. We don't have a lot of great... Okay, actually, we have a lot better ground types now in the Ursalunas. Yeah, this actually will go down. The Ursalunas didn't exist back then in high-50 mons like Rhyperior, so it was really like one of the most viable ground types by some miracle, like outside of like Great Tusk, Garchomp, and then like this was sort of there. Because if you look at other ground types at that point in the format, right? Like let's look at ground types that were legal in a Reg B setting. We can't actually pull that up, but that's still totally fine. Let's see, ground type Pokemon. So, Clodsire was worse. Gliscor was not legal. Great Tusk was better. Treads was better. Lando was not legal. Tingley was not legal. Garchomp was legal and better. Ursaluna was not legal. Arceus Groudon not legal. Landorus not legal. Ursaluna Blood Moon didn't exist yet. Donphan was worse. Excadrill was not legal. Mammoth was not legal. Rhyperior was not legal. Sandy Shocks was better. Hippowdon was worse, arguably. Crocodile was... I think Crocodile was legal. It was definitely not good though, just because it was middle speed tier and weak to a lot of common mons. It's probably about as good as Camerupt if we're going to be completely honest. But technically, Crocodile's kit is more generally splashable. Flygon didn't exist yet. Quagsire was worse. Swampert didn't exist. Torterra didn't exist. Gastrodon was better. Gligar didn't exist. Golurk, I don't think existed yet. Mudsteel, I think might have been a DLC one Pokemon. Mudsteel existed. It was definitely better. The point being, though, is that it was unironically a top 10 ground type, because the options we haven't gone over yet are only worse. The only one that is maybe even worth bringing up would be Toedscruel, but Toedscruel is only kind of viable because Weezing exists now to neutralize its ability, and other than that, like, no reason to even remotely consider them on. But anyway, Camerupt was actually kind of cool in that time. We have better grounds now, even on a special end, but I guess Eruption plus the 40 base speed is kind of cool. That's about it. Torkoal's decent. Torkoal can get a B tier because it is weather, and it is the best sun setter. But at the same time, though, sun is not that good right now. It is sun or sand that is the worst weather for sure. I think snow is the objective second best weather, and I think that rain is the objective first best weather. You could make a case for either sand or sun being the worst right now, though. Sun is a lot more abusers. Like, for example, you have Venusaur, which is cool. Charizard is decent. You have also, even outside of those, I mean, Hisui Typhlosion's actually kind of cool on Sun. Some Floor is a cool option that I wish was more explored, and I will be the biggest campaigner for it. I do want to make a Sun team work for that mon by ideally the end of the month, if not by the end of a reg at least. Outside of those, though, like Hisui Arcanon's kind of cool setup user. Like, there are a lot of cool setup users, right? Sand really just has Titar and Garchomp, and that's about it. But, like, they're both kind of cool mons, objectively. Either way, though, Cacturn, I'm gonna have Cacturne in E tier just because it's funny typing and it's Sandville. I just like Cacturne if we're gonna be honest. But it's no, I gotta get Cacturne in this tier. I love Cacturne though. I'll make Mox use it one day. Altaria can get an E tier just for Cloud9. Zangoose sucks, unfortunately, because it's not Ursaluna. You just suck in general. Chronon's kind of cool at a power level this low, but like you really can't Terra that mon or it sucks. But typing is really decent. Milotic, finally, okay. So this is one of the best Pokemon in the A tier, in my opinion. I think so. So I mentioned at the very least that like P2 and Clefairy were currently tied for the best. Milotic is another mon definitely in that discussion that is a definitive A tier. Really cool pick. Borderline S, I think we need to see a bit more, but Terra Dragon Coil is like really decent right now with like Muddy Water, Hypnosis, Coil, and Recover or Ice Beam in that last slot. You get a lot of mileage out of this Pokemon, and it is a really dirty abuser to Incineroar. Unironically, this will always be one of the filthiest way to combat Incineroar usage, just that ever exists in a format that both are legal in. There will never really be a Pokemon that can kind of compete with Milotic in that regard. And with Terra Dragon and like a lack of good fairies, this mon actually is really good into a lot of stuff. And really your biggest weakness, probably unironically, is like snow teams being good, because there's like what fairy is actually combating that, or like Arcalodon, but you just don't Terra on that mon. Or you Terra at a time where you can just Muddy Water or Hypnosis after a Coil, and just partner with like a good redirector like Clefairy, and you're suddenly looking very viable. Definitely an A tier, and it's a strong A tier at that. Bennett sucks. Dusclops is cool. I saw someone mention in another video, I actually watched Scoot Easy's tier list on this. They reminded me of Blurse plus Dusclops being a thing in rank E for a while, and I think that actually could make a return. The issue being though is I think that Porygon 2 and Farigird are such better Trick Room setters that I can't give it any higher. Actually I can give it a B tier. I can give it up to a B tier. Like this mon is actually a real Pokemon, and I think it will see usage. The issue is just Incineroar and King Gambit both being like really good picks right now. And also Gholdengo kind of smashes Dusclops. I'm gonna give it a C tier. I think like Blurse also does kind of smash, and this thing is very passive objectively, and Wisp, well, I think it's good on a mon like Sableye with priority. I think it's a lot less good on a Pokemon like this, where a lot of things will already be set up. I just kind of need to hope to take 2 hits. Tropius sucks. Trimeco sucks. Actually, Tropius can get an E tier. This thing technically is a Wide Guard user, and it could maybe like Harvest Spam, but that's like the only benefit this really has. Let's see. Anyway, Glalie sucks even with Moody. This mon's terrible. Love Disc sucks. Salamence is cool. Salamence is actually a really cool mon. I'm also gonna put this in the A tier actually. Really decent Dragon with Intimidate, I think as well. Just the fact that this is a cool Tailwind mon with Intimidate, it is a really good benefit this mon has. And Dragons are really decent because there's not really a lot of good fairies, so like you can kind of use this mon very low drawback. It's decent with special sets. I could fully imagine. There was a team that did really well recently with like One-a-Tour. It had Raichu, but the user has since switched that to an Amoonguss. It also had King Gambit, Salamence on like Rain, and it was a decent Rain team, and that was like really decent benefit for it. Salamence is cool. There are teams that this mon will run on. I think it's gonna be best on Rain though, but Scarf is decent, and same as just general Salamence. Metagross is cool. It's a decent Steel type, which is not bad. The issue being though is despite like having a lot of benefits such as Clear Body and just a really good Terra typing into Dragon that benefits it, it's competing with Arcalodon, Arcalodon, King Gambit, and Gholdengo for immediately potentness, and you're more so using Metagross as like a coming back from behind pick, like where it doesn't mind Incineroar, versus the other picks just bully it in theory, because Gholdengo can just run specs and bully Incineroar. Arcalodon just bullies Incineroar. King Gambit can take advantage of and Terra around Incineroar. Metagross doesn't exactly do that as well, because typically your best way to do that is Earthquake, but in a Rillaboom heavy meta that's not as spammable. So then you're suddenly looking at options like Hammer Arm, and like at that point you're just gonna get a lot more screwed over by Terra Ghost, and just there are a lot of unnecessary 50-50s Incineroar causes, and there's other things too. Like Metagross doesn't mind Incineroar, but in a format where we have a Steel type that also just takes advantage of Incineroar, that is better suited priority for the format and a better natural typing for the format, I think King Gambit does make Metagross a little less appealing of a Pokemon just by existing, despite the fact that they benefit off of Incineroar in very different ways. That's another pick that might be an S tier depending on how the tier list goes, but again, not an immediate one. Either way though, Metagross has some decent benefits, but it is objectively still a B tier. Torterra is kind of okay, E tier just because of Shell Smash. Infernape is an actual cool Pokemon in this format. In a format like this, where we have like no good fighting types, Infernape is also a lot more appealing. Mixed offense, really good fighting stab. One of the faster Pokemon in the format too at 108. Has decent priority with both Fake Out and Upper Hand potentially, and Faint too. This thing is like a really good priority mon. Iron Fist is cool, Blaze is decent, Mixed Attacker could be good on this mon. You get some good support too, like coaching. Infernape could actually be a pick. Like I feel like Infernape could be a real Pokemon in this format, which is not something you get to say a lot, but it is a really cool mon for sure. One of the few things that benefits a lot from a format like with these types of top tiers, because I can totally see this being a good partner for like Rillaboom, for example, to like murder that Incineroar matchup, and then also just make Rillaboom into a good priority win con, which is decent. And Poliad's cool. It's just worse Milotic, but like Water Steel typing is not bad. But it's just worse Milotic because while you do have competitive, you're also not setting up for Hypnosis spamming. So it's just a lot more passive. Roost is a nice buff for it though. I think we'll see some play with maybe Specs on Trick Room, but that's about it. Raptor's decent. Intimidate plus Final Gambit's cool. It is the second best Final Gambit mod we still have in the format, funny enough. The best one's obviously Annihilate, but like if we look at Final Gambit users, if we sort by HP as well, sorry, Velouz is actually the second best, but Velouz's speed tier is so bad even with a Scarf, even in this format, right? Like, you really do not get a lot out of this thing. And Raptor's also just a lot more generally applicable. For context, if we take that and we give it a Scarf, you hit like 201, so Dragapult actually still outpaces you even with a Jolly Scarf. Raptor at least can outpace like the fastest viable non-Scarf Pokemon, which is cool. And its speed tier having Intimidate as well is really decent. Unfortunately, we have two very good Defiant users in Annihilate and Kingambit, and we have a really good competitive user in Milotic as well. Not the best format for using a Raptor, but like it's usable for sure. Like there is actual reason to use Raptor. Kricketune sucks. Luxray is a good electric type, I guess, for Intimidate, but like it's still a Luxray. Rampardo's Sheer Force could be okay on Trick Room. Bastion could be okay with Body Press, Iron Defense, but like again, all these are really gimmicky picks. Sucks. Pachi could be cool actually. Pachi with Volt Absorb Follow Me could be okay. We don't have a good a good electric type though to make that super viable. But we also don't have the most good ground types, and like Blurus is just gonna be more for normal spamming anyway. You could Terra around with Pachi for sure. Make us kind of okay. I'm actually gonna put it in the E tier. We need more viable electrics for this to like really be a pick, but it could kind of be okay. Floatzel sucks because we have Vascular Legion back. Gastrodon's a real Pokemon though. Gastrodon's actually a super real pick. This is an easy B tier for me. Really good Terra potential with like Fire and Fairy for sure. Storm Drain is fucking insane on this Pokemon. It's just there is some actual reason to use Vaporeon over Gastrodon, to be fair though. Like Vaporeon gets, for example, Haze, which is a big deal instead of Clear Smog. So if Terra Steel Dozo pops up, Vaporeon is instantly the better call for that. But Gastrodon can still pressure that a lot better because your dual stab is so threatening. And with good defensive Terra, you can get around your one bad matchup in Rillaboom. And considering, while there are better ground types than there were in Reg A, which it really was just Garchomp, you now have the Ursalunas to deal with. So it's a little worse for Terrafire sets, but it still has some decent potential. And I could totally see Gastrodon being like a viable pick. Probably one of the better B tiers. It's borderline A, but I don't know if I go that far just yet. Especially when there is matchup fish for potential for Gastrodon to be worse than Vaporeon. Sucks. Drifloon is Tailwind Seed. That's the only reason you run it. Mismagius. Mismagius actually is... No, yeah, it's just worse Gengar. Never mind. Honchkrow sucks. Skuntank sucks. Bronzong is cool. Levitate Steel with Trick Room. We'll give this thing a C tier. Actually, we'll give it a B tier. Cool Iron Defense Pokemon too. We don't have a lot of good fighting types, so like you could actually use this as a really good check to Blurus. Just Iron Defense Body Press through it. And you could really murder Blurus that way. And it can't viably hit you, which is great pre-Terra. So yeah, honestly, unironically, one of the best Blurus checks we have right now. Really cool pick for that reason, actually. Definitely a good B tier, yeah. Spirit Gym is cool. Pressure Trick Room, no fairy types. We'll give it D tier. Garchomp is really good. I think Garchomp's an A tier right now, actually. Garchomp is a menacing dragon. Menacing as fuck. Really good clear of it, man. It's objectively middle of the road for this tier. Like, it's not Porygon 2, Milotic, Clefairy level good, but it's definitely better than, like, Dragonite, at least at the current second in the format. I think Dragonite might edge it out later on. Definitely better than Gyarados and Azu. It's, like, objectively middle of the road right now, in my opinion. Clearmont's really decent. I've seen people running, like, Earthquake and Tantrum. I think you could also just ditch Earthquake for Slide and get some good merit. Great Terra pick with Steel, Poison, Fire. Really, you just need the good Fairy, Ice Resistance, and you're kind of cooking. This mon is really strong, though. There are some decent partners on this format, too, for it, to where I think you could get some serious work out of Garchomp. Yeah, so Garchomp's really strong, though. I definitely think this pick has some legs. Sorry, people were asking about my Tauros run. I had to let them know. Let's see. Okay, so solid, we have our Rush time. We're actually almost on Gen 4 already while we're waiting for this next round to start. I think they're taking a little bit long on the round 4 results, but I'm totally fine with that we finished early. Ryu's cool. Ryu can get a D tier for coaching Prankster. That's about all it gets. I guess Copycat's okay. Lucario can get an E tier for Terra Normal, Inner Focus, E-Speed, but like, use Dragonite. Hippowdon can get an E tier because technically it's a Sand Setter, but like, it's still not great. Toxicroak is interesting. This is actually, I would argue, an C tier Pokemon. The fact that you have a good fighting type that matches up into Rillaboom is really good. It's also really deadly for a lot of the rain going around because you have an immunity to it. I think you can make this into a really good Terra fighting type. I almost explored it for today, but I decided Bax would be a little funnier when Harris told me use Snow and I didn't build a team around Toxicroak yet. But I think this Pokemon could actually have some merit later on. Happy fuck with me Friday. Happy fuck with me Friday. I love that. Lumineon. Lumineon's kind of decent actually. Stormturn Tailwind. I would put this in the D tier at least. Having a Tailwind setter that is immune to Palafin is actually kind of decent, especially when you hard draw it in. So like, I vibe with that. I vibe with that heavy. I'm fighting Screens. Oh, you know what? I think this looks like it's just Screens Rain. Oh, that, and it's Mouse 8 too. That's super fun. Wait a second. Hold on. Why does it? Oh, never mind. That's my opponent's name. I was gonna say, why does it say my opponent is that my name is Zach on here? Because that is definitely not the right matchup. Okay. His Terra Dragon, Platinum Dango, Screens Grim with Terra Ghost, Mouse Ape, just standard Mouse Ape really, and then standard Pelipper with our Caledon. That looks very fun to fight. Okay. While we wait for my opponent to check in, I will do a little bit more of this. Let's see. So, Abomasnow is a real Pokemon. I've heard very mixed things on Abomasnow. I'm gonna set the record straight. This is one of the best checks to those you're gonna get, especially without having Terra, and that's like a really big deal for this Mon. It's also a cool Trick Room abuser to Snow, which I think is a lot more viable right now as far as like using that typing as a Trick Room sweeping. It's still a good Blizzard spammer. You get some nice helping hand support for your team. I think this is a good pick. It's a really good pick, and you could use it as a nice coverage option too over Alolan Ninetales, which does not get that good coverage. It's a good Life Orb or Sash pick. There's some like real recent use of Abomasnow in my opinion. It's one of the better C tiers for sure. Weavile's okay. I mean, fast Dark type is cool, but like it's just fake out Dark type. Just use. I know Meowscarada doesn't get fake out, but just use Meowscarada. Magnezone is okay just because of typing analytic, I guess. Rhyperior is cool as like a nice Trick Room ground type. This can get D tier. I'll give it to Donphan. We'll finish up the Sinnoh part after. Perfect. I got my opponent to use my link code. Haha. Because I've already typed it in. Let's see. Let me know when to search. Alright, we're searching. Let's see. While we are really quickly waiting to match up, I'm gonna drag in Electivire to the F tier, Magmortar to the F tier, get Mega to the F tier, Leafeon to the F tier. Glaceon can get a solid C tier. It is the best Blizzard abuser that is not a natural Snow Sweeper right now, which is kind of cool actually. That's a decent niche this thing has. And yeah, we'll table the rest because I am officially in my game. We have officially as well gotten all 4 rounds so far where we've chosen rules, which is kind of funny. Yeah, so as far as my line here, I'm a little worried about our Caledon actually. I've yet to fight like a hard, well, okay. I've yet to fight a team that is like really banking on like Rain plus our Caledon, but I guess getting into top cut, this makes a lot of sense to be fair. My Ninetales will be a good backliner here for sure. The issue being is I need a good line into Grim. I think that has to be Goldengo, Incineroar. Let's see, yeah, Incineroar, Goldengo. We'll go with A9 for sure. I think that my final mon is probably gonna be Bax. Actually no, it has to be Ferrig actually, because Ferrig is my means of shutting down Mouse Ape. And that could kind of get out of hand very quickly actually. I do need to shut down Mouse Ape very quickly. I might be going for Trick Room in this game. Yeah, I'm very worried about Mouse Ape actually, because that could be kind of deadly. Just considering Annihilate does a lot to my team, does so much to my team. And leading Instant into Annihilate with Defiant is not the best look. But I'm thinking that Goldengo Grim will lead actually against this team, and they'll backline Pelipper or Caledon. I think they'll ditch Mouse Ape for game 1. If they don't, then I guess, fuck me, I guess. But I don't think that will happen. And I can play around in game 2. I don't think this is a game where like I'm gonna go 2-0, or like 0-2. I think this will definitely go to 3 game for sure. I'm just not sure where it will go. The issue is just the lead 50-50s are really grim. And also don't have it. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, already not the greatest lead. But it's chill. It's so chill. I need to see if they'll actually tear the mouse hold game 1. That's always what I go for. I need to fake out that mouse hold ASAP. And then I need to go for... Do I burn Terra on Goldengo already? I actually don't think I do. I think I just Shadow Ball that. If they Terra Ghosts and follow me, at least I'll draw it in. And if they go for anything else, I fake out the mouse hold. So that's actually very fine. They are going to Terra immediately. I'm curious if that's Annihilate though, or Mouse Hold. I feel like it is Mouse Hold, right? And if it's Mouse Hold, I'm drawing in a Shadow Ball at least, which is a good click into that Mon, so I'm not too concerned either way. And then I can proceed to go for knockoff, at least on the Mouse Hold, if I do get my Incineroar to survive. Fake out, that's fine. Okay, I don't mind this a ton. They're gonna go for Beat Up. Okay, Beat Up is chill. I'm just hoping it's not. It's probably Nickel Dango, unfortunately, which is whatever. But I'll bring in Flurry at least. Which Flurry actually can do some decent work. Yeah, they're gonna Rage Fist already. That's fine. I don't think I took that even with Terra for what it's worth. The +1 was definitely damning for sure. Maybe I should have let Brilla. Well, no, Instant was still needed for Goldengo. Okay. They're gonna leftovers 8, probably fine. Yeah, and then Terra goes to Mouse Hold. It's kind of deadly from here. I'm bringing in A9. A9 is mostly just to get up a nice Blizzard, to be honest. I don't really think, like, they're already pretty much maxed out on beat-ups anyway. I'm going to switch into Frig here, and I'm going to go for Blizzard, and I'm going to hope for Freeze. I think that is actually my win con right now, is hoping I Freeze Ape. Because Ape is already so out of hand. It's already so out of hand, I think the game is borderline lost. But again, that was something I kind of had to cope with Mouse Ape on lead. I don't like playing it as much. Oh, thank God, they're going for they're ditching Mouse Hold. Okay, perfect. They're going for Pelipper. Thank God I Blizzard. Thank God I went for Blizzard. If they go for the kill into my A9 here, I'm kind of fucked. But again, I can maybe just, you know, freeze the Annihilate. That is an option, to be fair. They're not Wide Guard either, which is actually, that's a big deal. Blizzard will go off. We hit both, actually, which is huge. Can I freeze? I don't freeze, and they do go for Rage Fist. Okay, yeah, so I'm about to give this 8+2. And on top of that as well, I'm about to give my opponent a decent turn here for sure. I think I just fake out the Pelipper just so it doesn't Weather Ball me. And if they go into Mouse Hold, like, I just take my L. But Rig is not winning this 1v4. It is objectively not winning this 1v4. And I don't even think that I really, like, take the 8 Drain Punch anymore at this point either. Which is so grim. It is so grim. Because, again, this Mon murders my team now. Yeah, not the matchup I want to roll, I'll be honest. I'll go for Trigger him just in case. And then, like, again, I'll fake out the Pelipper just in case. I don't think it gets me, like, anything, though, if I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, this is a rough one. This is a rough one. I gotta figure out my fucking line. So if they leave Mousy, my line actually might just be going for Veil. Like, immediately. Just going for, like, I'm trying to think. A9 for Rig might actually be a lead there. A9 for Rig might actually be a very good lead there, to be completely honest. Yeah, it actually stops a lot of what they could do. Because they could taunt me on lead. But I don't know if they will. And I don't know if they're fast enough to anyway. They're going to switch out of Pelipper, yes. They're going into the Mouse Hold. I'm going to just forfeit. I'm going to forfeit. I don't even think I can fish for a Mon at this point. Oh, wait, hold on. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, hold on. They might have fumbled that a bit. How fast... I got to double check this, actually. How fast is my Incineroar compared to my full Rig? So my Rig is 83. My 9 tails is 81. So my Rig definitely interfaces. But I definitely just go for like a Psychic Noise here. When I go for a knockoff here into the Mouse Hold. They're definitely gonna follow me that, but I don't really like I can't stop that. And it's more just if I can avoid it, I will. At the very least, if I can kill Mouse Hold this one, that's a pretty big deal. The knockoff will probably finish it whether that hit or not, to be honest. But that's still huge either way. Because now my Psychic Noise into Ape is suddenly real. I just need them to go for Rig and not kill it. That's my line, actually. It's for them to go for Rig and not kill it. Otherwise, I think I'm kind of fucked. But, like, technically speaking, it's now. Oh, they go for instant. Oh, okay, yeah, that definitely kills. There's no way in hell that did not kill. Also, if they have last mon Goldengo anyway, like I actually can't win the game. If they show Goldengo last mon, I'm gonna forfeit. If they show Pelipper, I'm gonna try and fish for that at least, because that's good information. Same for Arcalodon, to be honest. I just want to get the last mon and then I'll probably forfeit immediately. Unless it's Grim. If it's Grim, I can actually muscle that. Yeah, so I'm gonna Psychic Noise into the Annihilate. They're probably gonna protect in that one, but like I can only do so much. I'm fine with taking the Pelipper hit because they probably won't deal enough damage, even with Weather Ball. I'm very okay with that. I can't let Ape Drain Punch me. Oh, they're gonna let me just go for that. Oh, what the heck? Oh, that's huge. That is so huge. Yeah, I'll just go for Pelly next turn. Fuck it. Because they can't touch me with this mon for a whole separate turn. So I'm actually kind of fine with that. And I can get this up, and I can kill Pelly on the next turn, which is huge. That's really huge. And then yeah, 8 can't do anything. Perfect. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, yeah. I just go for Psychic Noise into Pelipper again. And that's kind of my out. If they have Grim last mon, this is actually suddenly very winnable. I won't act like it is the most winnable, but it is technically speaking winnable. Actually no, it's probably not, because they'll actually they'll go for Light Screen and they'll protect and they'll be around. They're gonna withdraw. Yeah. Okay. Wouldn't want to figure it out. Bananas the Treasure Hunter. That is definitely Goldengo. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I know the 4th mon at least, so I can forfeit comfortably here. But I can't beat Goldengo. Like there's not a world I beat Goldengo. It just make it rains here. I'll forfeit now. I just wanted to scout for that. That's all I cared about. Yeah, it does nothing. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'll forfeit now. I'll save some time because like this is a dead end. I go for Psychic Noise into 8. If whether they switch into Pelipper or not, that doesn't really matter. Goldengo just plots and then goes for Make It Rain into me, and I can't beat that. So yeah, that's a good game to my opponent. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll make it work. Okay. So I need a Mouse Hit counter. I need a Mouse Hit counter badly. I think it is for Rig Ninetales. And then I definitely go with Goldengo as mon number 3 in the back. I think I go with Bax as mon number 4. Because even with Snowa, Bax does still do a lot of damage to this team. And I could probably force a Terra. Maybe. I could maybe force a Terra. At minimum though, definitely gonna just... I'm gonna just hope I can build a Goldengo, to be honest. And that they don't get up Tailwind. So yeah, we'll go for that. We'll go for that. Yep, we'll go for A9. And we'll go for Rig. We'll go for Goldengo and Bax. And then game number 4, I will say... game number 3. If it goes to game 3, I'm going with Goldengo and A9. Because I think that they'll probably switch more to a Grim Goldengo lead. And I can get a little bit more merit out of that, I think. Good luck and have fun. Good stream. Well, good luck and have a good stream. Bye. Thank you, Zeke. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you for stopping by. Let's see. Okay. The mouse will deny like again. Yep, that's fine. Yeah. So I'm just gonna go for Blizzard and Psychic Noise. Because I do expect that either they're gonna go for a taunt and they're gonna outpace, or they're not gonna do that, which is fine. But I'd rather just kill the shithead. So at the very least, even if they do go for like even if we do end up going for the Blizzard and boosting Rage Fist, it's not a huge deal because it only threatens the low Ninetales, and I'm kind of fine with them on dying immediately. They did a Pelipper and Goldengo last time, so at least got a 4. No Arcalodon, no Grim. That's pretty manageable for the 4 I brought actually, because Bax does run through that if I kill Annihilate, and I can get Annihilate dead even still. I just need like 1 lucky turn on that mon, and it's kind of fucked. With the Blizzard as well, I have free chance, obviously. And if they don't double, like, it's good damage on the household, too. If they're gonna Terra, that is definitely Terra on the game. Like, there's no world you do not Terra 8 this game, which is fun. Because depending on their speed tier, if they're not Jolly, I can actually bully this now with my Bax a lot easier. By just going for horsepower instead of having to think it Blade Rush on, like, a Terra or not Terra. So I'm kind of fine with that. Blizzard will go off. I can still freeze, obviously, which is still huge. Oh, we do freeze. I knew if I called it, it would happen. They're gonna probably taunt. Yep, they're gonna taunt. Okay, I'm fine with that trade. I'm very fine with that trade. That was a rough freeze for my opponent. I will not act like it wasn't, but I'm very okay with it. In case it wasn't obvious, I'm very okay with that. Or a Psychic Noise here, because that's perfectly fine. From here, I actually just think I go for the... I think I just go for the Blizzard again, and I go for Psychic Noise and a Mouse, just to kill it. It's also decent damage on Pelipper if it comes in. Rough game 1 for them, but like again, this is at least showing merit in the decision to lead this. I'm curious what they'll actually go for right now, I can't lie. But I'm fine either way. And like, listen, sometimes you just need to hacks these games. That's why they're best, right? I want to act like it is the most fair outcome for my opponent, but it is the outcome I am going with in a matchup like this. They're going to go hard into Pelipper for sure here. They're definitely going hard Peli. Oh, they're going Goldango. Okay, I'm still fine with that. Gives them a nice turn to stall through this at least. They're going to withdraw 8th as well. That's perfectly fine. They are probably going to go into Pelipper on that spot. Yep, they're going to Pelipper. That's perfectly fine. Definitely okay with this, actually. I'm very okay with this, because I'm fine losing A9. Blizzard's going to go off. It's going to miss Pelipper. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. I wasn't killing anyway. And second kill is going to go off as well. Perfectly fine. We're just going to go for... We're going to go for Blizzard. I am going to bank on hitting. And I'm going to go for Psychic Noise into Pelipper. And again, I think I can like get a really good turn off into the Pelipper and then win with Bax. Because I doubt the Annihilate is max speed. I would be very shocked about that. But I don't really need to preserve this one either. There's no reason. I should actually just let it die. Pelipper's going to take a good amount. Weather Ball will go off, and that will kill the Alolan Ninetales. Well, it probably won't kill, actually. Yeah, it kills. And then they're going to Nasty Plot, actually, which is huge. Again, all very good things for me. We know as well that Alolan Ninetales is faster than the Mousehold, which is great information, actually. That is very huge information. At this point, I might actually just go into... I might actually just switch out my Alolan Ninetales and go into Thing. Sorry, I'm spacing out here. Spacing out here very heavy. No, actually, I just go for Moonblast here. And I go for Psychic Noise here in the Mousehold. I just dual target. Because I don't really need to care about Goldango right now. This is not the one to fully it. But, like, again, I just pressure the mouse. Okay, they're going to kill that. That's perfectly fine. They'll probably make it rain this turn, which is fair. I'm not too concerned with that. I could have maybe went for Blizzard, to be fair, but I do need to pick on hitting that. And, like, I'd rather not. Oh, they're going to Nasty Plot again. Okay, that's kind of dangerous. Maybe I should bank on Freeze. Jury says bank on Freeze. Yeah, I'm not going to kill in one hit. And Farig is suddenly going to become a little bit more liable. Because I don't think I can safely go for an attack. Yeah, we'll go for Blizzard here. Actually, I'm going to Encore Lock that into Protect. And then I'll go for... Right, I can go for this. Okay. I'm going to go for Psychic Noise, the Goldango. Just for damage. I'll let them on die. But I know... Okay, they're going to switch here. Perfectly fine. They're going into Annihilate at least. Still okay with that, actually. Because my back should be decent into this. And especially with it being frozen, that's kind of huge. And I still have Terra in my back pocket, which is also kind of huge. They're going to make it rain. That's fine. They'll kill both. Beautiful. Okay. Still not like a perfect position to be in, but I can definitely work around this. Terra on Goldango has suddenly become a very decent win con because I can force them to be in a shitty position at this point. They're going to be... So they're Citrus Bear and Goldango, which is huge. Let me double check Calc real quick. Let's see. Okay. We'll go for Bax Goldango. Let's see. Staying with Clear Amulet. We are Jolly, to be fair. Yeah, that should definitely kill. This should eviscerate. We're gonna go for Hyper's Power here. Then we'll Terra Ghost, and we'll go for a Nasty Plot this turn, and I'll try and go for like a Glaive Rush into Mouse in the next turn, plus a Shadow Ball. That should hopefully get some serious damage. If they go for Protect on Goldango, that's fair. They might do it just to try and fish for a Wake Up turn. I'm gonna still go for this anyway. If they get a good Wake Up turn, then an Unfreeze turn, then good play. I'm just gonna hope and manifest no Unfreeze. If we have any members in chat, just live, pray, etc., etc. If not, consider becoming a member so we can, get good luck in these tours. We need to get the 3-1, etc. Oh, they're switching out. That's beautiful. That is so beautiful for this play. Because if they don't protect on Goldango this turn, that is huge. That's like really, really huge suddenly. So our Goldango is going to go for Terra. That is a really good turn for us already. They're going to probably go for Protect. I feel like they're Protect. That's totally fine. With Friend Guard up, I do think they actually take a hit, though, which is a little annoying. But, like, that's what it is. Oh, they're going for Protect. It's huge. Okay. Let's see. So, they're +4. Go for Shadow Ball. We are a Terra Water. They will probably kill. We are fast Goldango though. How do I calculate? There we go, Friend Guard. Okay, yeah. That should still matter. We'll go for this, and then I'll go for Shadow Ball. We'll just try and seek our kills where we can. Oh wait, this is +3, never mind. It's +3. Shadow Ball is a roll, at least, which is decent actually. That's really good for us. Shadow Ball is definitely looking like a roll here. So I can make some serious noise with that. 220, 44, yeah, this should be a roll. It's like a favorable roll too. Okay, perfect. So if I just outpace them, like we're kind of set. Okay. So Glaive Rush fails, obviously that's to be expected. Can we outpace though? Can we outpace the Goldango? Perfect, we outpace. Beautiful. Okay. Shout out to the 124 Goldango, which is creeping calc spread by 1. You're really putting in the work here, Goldango. Shout out to calc spread getting correct by 1. Because I'm assuming that like they might have been. They might even be slower too, to be fair. I don't actually know. But at best it was a speed tie. And I can Glaive Rush that mouse very freely suddenly. I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna Shadow Ball into the ape. I'm just gonna claim the kill on the Mon that can kind of threaten me right now. Beat up one time, beautiful. Glaive Rush will go off, that mouse is dead. We clear through their Friend Guard Mon. Perfect, okay. So now I just get a nice Shadow Ball off, and I am +2 still, so this should be a nice Shadow Ball. Annihilate is frozen solid still, that's all I needed, because now high horsepower will definitely pick this. Very unfortunate for my opponent. That freeze actually lost them the game. I think, like, technically speaking, there was an out here for me, but I don't think it was likely. I think the freeze makes it a pretty near guarantee win for me with that ape. However, no freeze at least does give me some line of counterplay. Well, sorry, it gives me a very high like win rate. Getting the freeze though. Sorry, not getting the freeze, technically speaking, I think I maybe had like a 5% chance of winning that, with it being on the ape. Like, that was such an unlikely chance otherwise. So, rough for my opponent. Like, that was a game I probably should have lost. Almost, like, near certain should have lost without a freeze. So, we'll take what we can get, though. Like again, I'm not going to complain about this by any means, but, like, unfortunate for my opponent. I would have loved a cleaner game to win. Hoping game 3 I can just win off of merit, but, like, still. Again, I'm not going to complain too much about getting a free win. Alright, good luck have fun to my opponent. Let's see. I think I still need to lead off with this. Because this is still actually like my best way to pressure my opponent. I don't even think I have to second guess this, to be honest. I don't even think they have a lead that really pressures this too well either. Because they don't have wide guard on Pelipper. If they did, I could be very fucked by Pelipper. I'm kind of shocked they aren't bringing their Cowlin on either, but I'm kind of okay with it too. Because, like, I guess they're Cowlin coming. Like, they don't have a super great resist with that Mon. Yeah, I think their other 4 are actually probably better. I can get the reason they're bringing the other 4. Mouse Ape, okay, perfectly fine. Still very okay with this. I think I just go for, again, Second Noise plus Blizzard, and I fish for the freeze. If I can get the freeze early on, that is really huge for me. If I don't get the freeze early on, it is what it is. But we're going to go for Blizzard here, and I am going to go for Psychic Noise into the 8, and we're going to do what we can. That's kind of what I have to do with this matchup, unfortunately, is I have to stop the 8 from getting Drain Punches off consistently, and I need to freeze the 8, ideally. I can do stuff without freezing the 8, to be fair, but then it relies on Terra 50/50, which is not the greatest way to beat Mouse Ape, but it is the line for this team. Probably should have a Blurse on this team, I feel like. I feel like Blurse with, like, Terra Ghost would actually be, like, really good Terra 50/50 for this team that would actually properly pressure Annihilate. Or, like maybe even just a regular Ursulina, to be fair, with, like, Earthquake next to a good flying type, but what do I know? To be fair, I won't actually be smart enough to build in this format yet. I would like to get to that point, because Reg H seems like a really fun format, but, like, I'm not there yet. Either way, though, Blizzard's gonna go off. Can we freeze the ape again? If we can freeze the ape again, that would be very funny. We don't. Okay, that's fine. They're gonna beat up the ape. They're gonna go for Rage Fist then into the 9 kills and murder that. I'm kind of okay with that. They at least realized they were slower last game, so that's why they're getting this idea in their head. They just need to kill, which is totally valid. We'll at least stop a Drain Punch, though, which is actually really huge. Because that means I don't need to, I can definitely, what am I going to do? I can definitely take advantage of Farig being completely unharmed, bring in another Pokemon, and then go for setup and win. I think I go into Gold Dingo then. I think I go into Gold Dingo and go for Trick Room. And then, well, yeah, I go for Trick Room and Protect. And I think that's my line. Yeah, I'm gonna go for that. Because I don't really lose a lot. I mean, obviously Mouse could go for Taunt, but I doubt that they're gonna go for Taunt right now. Because I haven't actually clicked Trick Room into this team yet. So we'll go for that. We'll go for that. I think that's a line that I think if they do let me go for it, I'm actually really benefited from. If they don't let me go for it, I mean, it's not a super lost turn because I can't do well anyway right now. But I'll go for this right now. They're gonna go for Beat Up again. Okay, so they're just trying to max out Ape, which I'm fine with. I'm actually very okay with this. Let's see, yeah. So they're max Rage Fist, which is huge. And then I can go for... I think I go for Psychic Noise plus Make It Rain. Because they're gonna follow me. And I think I just killed the Mousehold. They're gonna definitely go for Follow Me. I will go for the Annihilate with Psychic Noise just in case. But it is what it is. They'll probably just make this the kill. Yeah, they're gonna follow me. That's fine. At least Mousehold will be dead, and that will still be decent for my endgame because I can then just go for Psychic Noise plus Box and be decent. But Mousehold will be gone, which is good. So that's a really huge endgame for me. They might Drain Punch with 8 into my Parade, which actually that does give me some decent outs to this Pokemon. Because I can then just go for like Shadow Ball plus High Horsepower. Not the greatest lines. They're gonna have Rage Fist. Okay, Rage Fist is shut. Rage Fist is better chill. Yeah, okay. So I need to now go for... I still don't know how I'd beat 8 is the issue. Because I need my Terra. So like at plus 6, I was never taking Rage Fist from any Pokemon besides my Parade, right? Okay, so I'm gonna go for Terra Ghost on High Horsepower and just hope I can kill Gholdengo. I'm gonna go for Psychic Noise on 8 just so it doesn't recover on my Parade. And I kind of hope that out somehow saves me. Do I think it'll work? Of course not. But the Ape will definitely underpace. I kind of just need hope it goes for like a Train Punch and fails. Because I don't have a better line into that one. And I also just need to hope the Farig just doesn't die. Maybe I should have protected on backs to be fair and like went for a reverse Trick Room, but again, I don't have the most outs to this Pokemon. That actually probably would have been a smarter call, to be honest. Because I'm only making myself weaker to Rage Fist, because they're going to go for Rage Fist as a safety net around Psychic Noise. But maybe they go for Protect and let me have this. That could be an out, to be fair. Okay, yeah. At least some of they just go for Drain here, and like hope for Sustain. I doubt that was what they were going to go for, but like maybe. Nasty Bots comes off, it's fine. Okay. They're going to Rage Fist down. So yeah, my play was always, yeah, okay, so this was never my play. Gholdengo still wins, I'm gonna forfeit. Yeah, good game to my opponent. It is what it is. As I said, this game definitely wasn't gonna go to 0-2 at least, I knew that for a fact. But like, I can't beat the Gholdengo at this point. I should have protected and then reset Trick Room and then tried to pressure the Ape that way. But to be fair, I still think I lost to Make It Rain Gholdengo. It was always Amon that was gonna murder me. Okay, so 2-2. It's not terrible. I'm just hoping I don't fight like Mouse Ape. this team is like no good way in the Mouse Ape. It is what it is. It's still early format. I won't act like that. I also know my lines the best. I've also never been historically good at playing Mouse Ape. Like I'm sure there's counterplay to it, but just like not something in my bag. You know, you feel. In the meantime, we're gonna really quickly check on how the rest of the games are going. Tournaments, you know. No more games are going. There's still actually 10 games going. Sweet. Okay. So we can get some decent work on the tier list in the meantime. Well, we're almost on with Gen 4. And right off the bat, there are not many good things. Gliscor gets an E tier just for being a ground type that doesn't completely suck. Mamoswine is actually a decent ground type right now because it's immune to Intimidate and it has a decent dual stab. Benefits from Snow too. I'm actually curious if we're going to see a Mamoswine Snow at some point because I think it's actually kind of bulky in that and it has some decent merit. I think it's a B tier pick, objectively. I think there are better Snow abusers, but it's a cool one. PZ, kind of cool in a format where the damage is so low, but we have better normals. This gets a C tier. We have Gallade. Gallade's a real mon. Gallade has always just been a real mon this gen, and Sharpness was such a good buff for this thing. This is a B tier. It's a really good fighting on Eye Spam, and it's a decent fighting just overall. Like, it's one of the best fighting tips you have in the format somehow. Let's see. Probopass sucks. Dusknoir sucks. Frostless is cool, just because it's a Snow Abuser. I think Glaceon is slightly better, but Frostless is still like the fast equivalent. Lucario can cook this reg, no cap. I personally disagree. I think Lucario, actually, to be fair, without a good fighting type, actually, I'm willing to give Lucario D tier because it's a fighting type that can avoid Intimidate. But I just think that like Flamigo's better, and the only reason you use this is like a Dragonite plus fighting type role compromise. And I don't really think it's good enough reason, because I think that, again, you're just going to use Flamigo, and Dragonite's role is not that worthwhile to where you need Terra Normal E-Speed, when a lot of the best Pokemon are immune to E-Speed, really hard walls E-Speed, typically Terra Ghost, never really minded anyway, typically Terra Ghost, never beat Dragonite regardless, never really beat Dragonite regardless, typically didn't give a shit about E-Speed, typically just walls Dragonite and bullies it, and typically just, I mean, this one, again, the matchup doesn't really matter, but really this is the only one, actually, that Lucario specifically benefits over Dragonite in that spot. And we get into a lot of the other picks, like, again, typically Terra Ghost, and doesn't really mind Lucario's presence, typically bullies Lucario anyway, typically could arguably bully Lucario anyway with good Terra. Justified eats. Justified is cool, but I think you're just gonna go with Inner Focus. I think it's a better call there, objectively. But like, again, I mean, Lucario's fine. I just think there's better options. We haven't even gotten to like the better Intimidate immune fighting types, like Subito Decidueye and Flamigo, that actually have like some real merit in the tier right now. But Lucario's like kind of an okay mon. I don't think it's that good. Rotom is okay. Technically it is a fake out immune electric type, but its stats are really bad on this one. Rotom Heat and Wash are viable. Same as Frost, actually. Fan is the only one I'm putting in this tier. The rest all have some merit. We'll start with Mo. I think is the worst of the four that we have remaining. It's still a D tier. Grass Electric is a good stab, and this has some partnerships. Like, I saw a team with Garchomp on it. It's kind of cool. Rotom Frost is a cool. Blizzard Mons gets a C tier. Wash and Heat, I think, are both B tiers for Rotom forms. It really just depends on coverage. I think Heat will be slightly more splashable. But Rotom Wash could be decent as like a good anti-rain pick, which is decent for it. But Heat, I think, will just be a little bit better, more desirable typing-wise. But they're both cool. I think realistically, any Rotom Mo or above has some actual merit. And I'll actually give Rotom Mo a C tier. I think it's slightly better than Rotom Base. And I think that, at least, again, the C tiers, I think I could see a Tora result coming from. I don't think that the D tiers, I think that's where the line starts of I no longer think this can win a tournament. Superior is a cool pick. Stellar Terra Superior has some merit in a format this low power level, and like it's cool glare in a format like this where it is one of the fastest picks somehow. So objectively, that's a good one. Emboar could be decent actually as a good Trick Room fighting type with like good stab. The issue being though is 65 is still kind of fast for Trick Room, but the stab combination is really good at like bullying Amoonguss for Trick Room teams that maybe you run it with Room Service and kind of cook. It's probably one of the worst D tiers, but I think it actually has some technical merit here. Actually, I'm gonna give it Emboar an E tier. I don't think it's like Lucario or like Sceptile good, or like even like Raichu, Riolu, etc. Like there's a lot of better mons there. Base Samurott sucks. Hisui I think could be good. Albeit I think that this would have shown way more in Reg D. I don't think the format's really super kind to it, and we don't need a dark type that's providing the roles it does. Though I guess technically it is a rain abuser that can bully Psy-Spam. And that's really the best route you go. But just use Pelipperple's Rillaboom for that, and you probably do the job way better. C tier. Zebstrika sucks. Drill is good. Drill's actually good right now because we don't have Flutterman and Iron Bundle to speed drop it. Therefore, Drill actually has some merit. Solid B tier. I think it's one of the best B tiers in this format, in my opinion. Like D-Tar Drill actually is a real core at this point because we don't have faster mons than Sand Rush Excadrill before you even start getting into Tailwind shenanigans. And Whimsicott being a little less viable right now does help it a bit, for sure. Whimsicott, I think after looking at my A tier, I will say is probably more an S tier, but it's like the weakest S tier for sure. Even including other S tiers that I'll go over in a bit. But like even still, it is like Tailwind is at the worst place it's been all gen, and on top of it as well, no Iron Bundle and Fluttermane helps that mod a lot. Decent B tier. Conk is cool. Is also a cool B tier. I think it is slightly better than Hariyama, but both are still really cool fightings, and this is essentially just if you want to have a I think it's really just the matter of if you want to give up like the fake out for that speed difference, which is a good reason to give it up Hariyama, to be fair, but like the fake out is still really valuable. Yo, Gardevoir and B, what does she do? Okay, so there's a few reasons actually Gardevoir's in B. For one, no good fairy type right now. Like the best fairy types are like support oriented, so as far as damaging ones go, you have like Azumarill. Actually, the best fairy type is probably Prim. That is probably the best fairy type right now. But then you go to like Azu, A9, Clefairy that don't really do Gardevoir's role. Gardevoir is probably the best fast fairy type in the format right now, if that makes sense, because 80 is a respectable speed tier. Expanding Force Spammer plus Gleam is really good coverage wise. It helps a lot with certain size spam matchups. And then on top of that as well, like you also get a good Dark Killer for size spam, which is cool. Telepathy is nice next to mons like Garchomp and Ursaluna base, which is really cool because we don't have a lot of good flying types in the format. Like nothing in our A tier will be flying type. Sorry, nothing in our S tier will be flying type. And even like Gyarados and Dragonite don't pair the best with base Ursaluna. So like when you look back and like what actually would be a good partner, unironically, Gardevoir is probably the best Earthquake spam partner right now, if not like a Murkrow, or like a Rotom. Like it's Rotom's, Murkrow, Gardevoir that are probably your best bets for a Disquake partner. Because Gardevoir also just benefits. Like Gardevoir Garchomp is like a real core, I would argue, and it benefits a lot with different Garchomp counterplay, such as opposing dragons, and it also just it doesn't fear taking Earthquake, which is cool. And you can also take advantage of a lot of good abilities with Trace if you don't want to run Telepathy, which can actually have a role in certain teams. Like we saw that as a good Dozo counter, as a niche Dozo counter, I should say, in like Reg A and B. It's a real pick in my opinion. Gardevoir has some good merit. Leavanny sucks. I am gonna cave and put Whimsicott in S tier. I know I said I wasn't gonna do any like mid tier list S tiers, but I think that Whimsicott does kind of deserve it. Looking at how the tier list rounded out, it's a cool support pick. I mean, obviously it's priority Tailwind with like Encore disable. Encore Tailwind beat up Sunny Day, Helping Hand, and then it's also getting Moonblast as a nice passive, which is great in the Terra Dragon heavy format. I still think that I was wrong about 8 being worse than this mon, but I think this is like the literal 11th best Pokemon. Still really format defining. It's like the best Tailwind archetype you're gonna get. Just unfortunately though, it is definitely the worst mon in this tier, and I think there's arguably an even better pick than Whimsicott that I haven't even gotten to yet, being Prim, but I'll get into Prim later. Base Lilligant sucks because it's not Hisui Lilligant. Hisui Lilligant though, like actually has some viability. I'm giving this a B tier. Really cool Sunsweeper. It is the best Sunsweeper in my opinion. And on top of that as well, it's a good fighting type. It has some good sleeper merit. This is probably a good mon in this particular context, even outside of Sun, but it's one of those things where like, why run it outside of Sun? Kind of like Gallade, like, yeah, you could run this thing off Size Spam, but why do that? Because Size Spam just helps it a lot and it has so many good synergies with Size Spam. But you could technically run it without it, just because like there's enough merit. Like fast speed tier at 105 for the format. There's some good reasons to run Hisui Lilligant. Kroger's okay. I'm giving it E tier because it's an Intimidate mon that beats Incineroar, nothing else. Same as Scrafty, I'm giving it E tier just because Intimidate mon that beats Incineroar while having a dark typing. Zoroark sucks. Hisui Zoroark's kind of real. This thing actually has top cut a couple tours now for online events. I think that will not carry into regional success though, but its typing and gimmick are technically real enough. And we've seen, like, there are worse mons in the C tier. And to be fair, it actually could maybe give Gengar some serious competition for that 110 speed mark. I just think that Gengar has a lot more utility, such as providing Imprison, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, Hisui Zoroark's not bad. I think that there are worse things in the C tier. I just don't expect a lot out of it, but it could maybe top cut maybe day 2 a regional. Gothitell's actually kind of cool. If we get some more like fighting type Pokemon, this could maybe be real, but for now it's just a C tier. It's a bulky Tricker mon, to be fair, and Shadow Tag is not bad because a lot of things just won't immediately KO you. But a lot of the things you would typically check with the Gothitelle just are not very viable. Things like fighting types, physical psychic types, like the good physical threats of that typing walls, there's just not a lot of right now. But it could maybe change to that point. Reuniclus is okay. I actually think this is a cool Tricker mon with like Life Orb Magic card. We can maybe see this work. It's also a good psychic type that just has built-in immunity to Amoonguss, but I think Hatterene will just do the job better. But on a team that doesn't really want Hatterene's fairy typing, that could maybe work. Swanna sucks. Sawsbuck sucks. Galvantula sucks, unfortunately. Electros gets an E tier off of Levitate plus Terra and Electric typing. Chandelure is cool, actually. I have seen people speculating with Chandelure. This thing can get a C tier off of like Imprison Tricker and plus Dual Stab being very, very potent. But there's only so much you can really do with a mon like this, just because it is still a Chandelure. Like, the typing is not the best natively, but it's not bad. Like, Flash Fire is still kind of cool on that. Haxorus, technically speaking, no, it's a physical mold breaker mon, but that actually does not matter. F tier. Beartick sucks. Science Slash is a way better Slash mon. Craggonal. Craggonal can get an E tier. This thing actually was technically used in Reg A as like an Icy Wind Levitate Terramon with like Terra Steel. Give me just one moment. Oh, Alright, really quickly, we're gonna continue. Yeah, Cryo technically is like off of Dozo counter viability, but it's still very niche, and it's just like Icy Wind plus that. Man, check out to C tier. Its role isn't the best. While it is still a really good instant check, obviously, like, we need a lot higher damage output fighting types, and its role isn't benefiting as much with wide guard spam as it was in, like, Reg G, because there's a lot less viable spread. And unlike with, like, Pellet Parry, it doesn't have a niche outside of wide guard, really, in instant checking. Because Pellet Parry can still set Rain, it can still set Tailwind, there were a lot of other benefits. You're really just using this, like, 8 plus wide guard, that's about it. Golurk, technically speaking, actually, this is a decent dual stab into the format right now. But that's really about it. It's just decent diving. Bisharp, no, just using Gambit. Braviary, no. The Sui Braviary, though, is actually like a real Pokemon. This thing is actually like really good right now. It's a cool size spam mon. This has made a lot of top cuts with Tinted Lens, Expanding Force. Really dangerous pick. I think this could work really well in like 2/2/2s with Rain. This could work really well just on size spam in general. It's a dangerous Pokemon though, with like Esper Wing plus Hurricane plus Expanding Force plus Protect. And you just go for like Terra Psychic. You really need to lock a Terra on this mon, but it is probably one of the best size spam users. I think Arm Rouge is just a lot more consistent, but this is like a close second for sure. Definite B tier, very strong B tier at that. Give me 30 seconds as well, real quick. Alright. I'm gonna really quickly just turn off video while I eat real quick. My sister actually brought me down something midstream, so shout out to her. As far as next mod is Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is kind of cool actually. I think in a low power level format where we don't have a lot of good berries, this could actually be a decent bulky Tailwind mod. I'm willing to give it a C tier actually, because the typing is actually kind of hard to kill right now. Like, we're looking through top picks, right? This is a Tailwind Pokemon that can check... Sorry, I'm scrolling the wrong way with my mouse. It can check Goldango, which is kind of decent. It's a nice, like, Snarlmon for that, too. It also is decent at checking, like, a lot of the more special offensive threats, albeit a lot of those are going to come later on. But it could have some merit. It's also a decent knockoff. I won't act like this is the best format for Mandibuzz, but I think it's at least a viable enough Pokemon to be on the discussion. And then it's also kind of cool with Taunt. Just, like, Taunt, knockoff, Snarl, and then like Tailwind or like Roost could be kind of cool. It's okay. Hydreigon's a really good pick. I was talking with a lot of people and they told me Hydreigon was not a real mon pre-format. And then I think the Hydreigon is actually one of the most real Pokemon right now. It is easily one of the best offensive S tier, kind of A tiers for sure. Definitely not an S tier, not even close. But it is it's probably the best pseudo in the A tier. At least as far as right now. It might be in general. I'm still indifferent on Como, but it's at least like up there with Como. Hydreigon's a really good dozer check with Scope Lens. Draco, really good Pokemon to most things in the format, and that speed tier is really deadly for this format. Like 97 is a respectable speed tier. Like if we think about viable Pokemon that outpace that, right? Like Terra Steel, Bully, Scarchomp, and that's one of the better options. Now we're getting to mons like for viable picks, it's like Talonflame. Terra Steel puts some decent pressure on that because a lot don't run Flare Blitz. Or, let me rephrase, actually a lot do in this format because they're typically going more offensive, but still. Typically though, you're going to need like Tailwind to actually beat Hydreigon speed-wise, and Terra Steel does put a lot of pressure on those slower mons. Well, on those faster picks, because most of the faster mons do not beat it easily. It is a definite A tier, and it's a strong one. Let's see, we're on to Volk now. Volk is kind of cool actually, I do vibe with Volk. Volk gets a solid B tier. I don't think we're in like the right part of the format for Volk to thrive. Volk will thrive. Like this is always a mon that I think like finds a way to be viable in my opinion. Volk just has a kit that is so damning. You really can't like quantify how good Volk will be. It's just an objective Pokemon. It's kind of like with Ditto. Like Ditto will objectively have a certain place in the format, but at the same time though, Ditto's role is kind of dependent on other things. I've seen Volk kind of pop up already. Like Jody built a team and like Volk, Clefable, Paldean, Taurus, Aqua, like a lot of these B-tier mons. But I still think that Volk has a place, you just need to be very specific with it. I think actually thinking through the team, I think besides Rillaboom, it was entirely B tier ones that I'm going to have on the tier list. Because Aqua Taurus, Fable, Volk were all B tiers. Bax will be a V tier when we get to it. Rillaboom was an S tier. I forgot what the last one was. Oh, Gorkanicles. Oh, Gorkanicles definitely also getting B tier for sure. It's a good B tier, but it is definitely a B tier. Yeah. Yeah, it's all B tiers. And Rillaboom. Kind of funny actually, because the team really cooks. A lot of those monsters are still good, just B tier. Give me a second really quickly. I'm just checking through text, sorry. Let's see. Okay, beautiful. All right, Chestnut. Chestnut, I saw Moxie make top 16 with this Mon. I think it's more Moxie than the Mon. I think there's a better grass fighting type right now, but it is a cool pick for sure. It's a cool belly drum Mon. It's decent power level for the format too. And I think this plus Rillaboom is a decent core. You can get a lot of merit out of that for like just good priority spamming. I think it's an objective C tier. My biggest issue though is that it is very good for Rig bait. Because Farig with Psychic Noise just kind of make this like a hard wall for this, at least that Moxie was running. But it's a cool Mon nonetheless. We have Delphox up next. Let me scroll to Delphox. Delphox is kind of a nice expanding force fast user, but it's like a D tier for sure. It's like okay at best for the typing. But like, the stats are good enough for a format like this. It's one of the faster Mons. It has Gleam for coverage, super high Dragon to force a Terra at least. And then you bully all the common Terras on that Mon besides Fire. This is definitely a D tier. Gren kind of sucks, but like cool priority water user for rain from the special side. It's an E tier at least. Talonflame gets a solid A tier. I think this Mon is the second best Tailwind pick. It's a really good offensive one with like Sharp Beak. You get a lot of mileage out of Talonflame. I think when Whimsicott is competing at least with Murkrow for that support role, Talonflame suddenly looks a lot more desirable as like a second best Tailwind Mon because it does a lot of what Murkrow and Whimsicott can't do, which is damage. Terra Flying plus Sharp Beak really does nail a lot of teams. It is objectively a really good pick. Let's see. Vivian. Vivian with Friend Guard is kind of okay, actually. In a format like this, side typing is not too terrible. I'm willing to give it a D tier. Friend Guard is a faster option like Pollen Puff. It could be cool. Nice Tailwind pick. Rage Powder as well. You Suck. Florges could be kind of cool with like Proto. Well, sorry. It's a lot less cool because there's none of the Photosynthesis Scorch Red Mons, but it still could be kind of cool on the right team with like Citrus Drum. Like you could maybe make it like a Citrus Berry Drum partner. And it's an okay fairy type. Go-Go is kind of bad. Malamar could be okay actually. I'm willing to give Malamar like a D tier with Contrary plus Terra. This could Tour gimmick or something. Not really too sure what it'll do, but like Topsy Turvy could be kind of cool for Dozer too. That's basically where the niche is. It's like Topsy Turvy or like Superpower Contrary. But its stats are just so bad. Let's see. Dragologist is kind of cool actually. Cool typing, cool damage output, really slow speed tier. It just would be. It definitely needs like really just 4 attacks. Claw is okay with just like Mega Launcher, and its damage output is kind of decent for this format. 58 speed is okay. Sylveon is really good actually. This is a really decent special fairy. I'm willing to give Sylveon. I think it's a B tier. I think Prim is objectively a better candidate. If Prim was not in the format, this would be an instant S tier in my opinion, because it is like the best fairy and its usage would be a lot less contested. But Haze Prim is a really good option right now. It's a really good support pick too. So I'm giving Prim the higher spot there for sure as a fairy. Hawlucha is bad. Just use Sneasler now. This has no reason. The Dene, Carbink. Base Goodra gets an E tier, but like don't use it. It's just off of concept. His Sui Goodra gets a solid B tier. This thing is just Arcaludon, but like you can't get crit, which is kind of decent. But also like Arcaludon is a lot more threatening on the special side. The Goodra special walling is a really nice benefit, and also again the no crit is kind of huge. But just use Arcaludon. Let's see. Klefki is cool. This is a decent prankster screens mon, but like just use like anything else. There's not really a lot of reason to use the Steel type for that role, but in theory it's okay. Trevenant technically is like a good Trick Room mon, but like a Trick Room setter combo, but like otherwise don't use it. This Avalog sucks. This one gets Wide Guard at least and a decent dual stab and cool speed tier, but like just don't use it still. Wyvern sucks, even with the speed, like, just use other Dragon Flangs, they're a lot better. Base Decidueye, I think, is kind of, like, this is actually technically Dozo Check, but, like, it's not a great one. E tier. The Sui Decidueye, though, is actually a cool mod. This is actually a really cool recent adaptation in the format that has, like, really risen. I think it's actually a B tier, personally. Scrappy can, like, crit through a lot of stuff, and also just doesn't care about Intimidate, which is really cool. And on top of it, you also get a lot of mileage out of just, like, the fact that you can high crit stuff with triple arrows, and you just get Leaf Blade as well on top of that. You could do a lot of damage with those scope lenses. And I think that mon is very, like, super good right now. Very good matchup into a lot of top picks. I think the real only downside is the fact that Flamigo technically is a better matchup, like, typing-wise, but it's still a good pick nonetheless. Spore immunity is kind of cool for, like, those tricking teams, too, because they don't have a lot of good ways around Spore outside of Terra. And I guess they're one goggles. Let's see, we have Prim now. Prim is an S tier. Prim is a really cool mon right now. This was a super cool adaptation with, like, Haze Prim, because its damage output and typing is just so good. This is, like, the Dozo counter right now. It is objectively the best Dozo counter that we have in the format. And on top of that as well, its typing and stabs are just so good into most things. Like, this is probably the closest Prim will ever get to being a top tier pick, in my opinion. Like, just ever. I know it was a really good pick in, like, the Spike Moth Cup format, but even still, like, it's definitely, like, better than that. And this is objectively, like, a really cool Pokemon right now, though. Super underexplored. I'm curious to see where Prim goes for future formats. Toucannon sucks. Gumshoe sucks. Charjabug with battery is, like, literally E tier just because it's Charjabug with battery and it's kind of funny. Vikavolt, you can get a D tier just because it is probably the best Trick Room electric type, which is a cool niche. Crab can get an easier because it is technically slower than both Conk and Hariyama, and it still gets wide guard at least, which is cool. But, like, just, and its dual stab is kind of cool to be fair, but, like, still, don't use it. Let's see. What else do we have? New round starter, I'm probably gonna go through, like, just Oricorios, which is pretty simple. They're all E tier. They're all E tier. There's no reason to use an Oricorio right now. There's not really a great Pokemon to take advantage of it. Oh, and Rabombi. We'll go over Rabombi. Rabombi's a solid C tier. Not being able to be flinched is actually a really decent niche for it. It's one of the fastest viable Pokemon in my opinion. You get a cool fast Pump Up for allies like Archaludon. And on top of that as well, you're a decent grass killer for rain, which is cool. And you're technically one of the better offensive fairies in the format, like just stat-wise. However, there's still a lot to be desired because your bulk is so bad. But your immunity of Fake Out is like something that can't be understated. You can kind of just lean into Terra Fairy and make up for that with like no real drawback. And you could just run this as like a good spec spawn with Shield Dust, or even Focus Sash, Tailwind, or Speed Swap. That's like the best niche you're gonna get out of it for sure. At this point though, not only is the round started, but I finished my food, so let me really quickly just turn on my video capture real quick. And let me really quickly go to my 5th round. Check in. Hi. Let's see, let me go to my window. Let me pull up my matchup as well. Oh, we're fighting Volk. Oh, this is a cool team. This is a cool Spuck team. I call mine Prim. We're gonna search. Let's see, so their Spectacle Dengo. They have Murkrow as well, which is kind of annoying. But at least their Murkrow does kind of get in the way of certain things like their Calm Mind Prim. So it's not like completely omnipotent. But they have Life Orb 2 on the Prim, which is actually really damning. That could be a really terrifying offensive threat, actually. They have Rillaboom, which is AV Rillaboom. It's like our same set. They have Citrus Incin. They have Terra Dragon Volk, which is more like a Rage Powder Volk, rather than Quiver at least. Spectacle Dengo, and then it's Sunny Day Murkrow, which actually Sunny Day Murkrow is really bad for this team, so I'm kind of glad. Because it doesn't really benefit anything. They should have actually probably went with like, actually it's probably for Anti-Rain to be fair, which is kind of, I can kind of get that. Because like with Dual Fire, it's not the worst. Lucario's cooking live on camera. That's fair, that's fair. And Lucario's not the worst, but like again, it's still definitely not the best either. Either way, let me see. So in a team like this, what's my win con actually? I feel like it is kind of Goldengo. Which, I mean, shocker, it's been a win con like all fucking stream. But I think Goldengo can do some decent work here. I think that my lead is definitely A9 and Air Violet, Murkrow with Terra Ghost. Let's see if they'll respect. I'm gonna go for Rillaboom and A9 as the lead. I'm gonna go with Goldango in the back for sure. I think I'm gonna go with Baxcalibur. I think Baxcalibur could decently punish most of this team. Especially if they burn a Terra on Prim. I can just high horsepower that thing for good damage at least, which is good. If they do burn Terra on Prim, I can just Glaive Rush it and Massacre. And then Prim is suddenly no longer an issue. My Bax is also just very hard for them to kill. Especially with like the Terra 50/50s, I can suddenly make that a very good wall into a lot of their picks. Though there's still some decent ways they could bully me with that. I can at least manage. Like it's my best check to bullying both the Volcarona and the Murkrow, because neither mon really touches it. They're gonna go with Murkrow Instant, which is very fine. I'm gonna. I kind of want to just Terra my Alolan Ninetale. Well, actually, they don't have Taunt on their Murkrow, so I don't actually need to care. Oh, actually, they still have Sunny Day. That's still an issue, to be fair. I kind of want to just Blizzard and Fake Out into the Murkrow. Oh, sorry, into the Incin. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Because I don't really... If they're gonna burn a Terra on the Murkrow, I'm kind of okay with them burning Terra Ghost. If they're gonna burn a Terra on the Incin, I mean, okay, they're burning Terra on Incin. That's kind of fine. It's not the best for a turn, but it's okay. They're definitely gonna go for a Fake Out into my Alolan Ninetales. It's the only reason to make that play. Which is kind of okay. This just means that they're probably gonna go for like, oh, they are gonna go for something. Okay, well, I'm actually very proud of this because they didn't Fake Out my Alolan Ninetales. Blizzard will still be decent damage. It's gonna hurt Incin more. Murkrow avoids. Incin also avoids. That's great. They're gonna flare up its Rillaboom. That's chill. That's chill. It's not the best, but it could definitely be worse. Tailwind Murkrow has suddenly become a lot more terrifying though because of this. I do have to bring in my Bax. Yeah, I can bring in Bax now. Bax will be decent, to be fair, into this. I can just proceed to go for Glaive Rush into that Incineroar very confidently. I think I have to go for... a Blizzard here. I just, again, kind of hope. I really just need to hope at this point. That suddenly did put me in a bad position because I didn't get the damage at least on Murkrow. They're going to Tailwind, yeah, okay, so now I need to take a Flare Blitz with my Alolan Ninetales, which is not fun. Because they probably crapped that, right? Oh, they didn't! Alright, am I going to dual miss again? At least I hit the Murkrow. Okay, that's decent. I would have loved for Murkrow to die, but it is what it is. They'll at least trade their Incin now, which is not bad. That opens up my Goldango a lot more, because that was their best means of handling it. Their own Goldango will still be kind of potent against it, but I can bully that enough, because they went for Terra already. Okay. So my Glaive Rush will at least kill the Incin, right? Like, this kills Incin? Oh my god, that doesn't kill Incin. Okay, well... yeah, so I need to tear out Ghost on my Goldango and go for Nasty Plot. Well, sorry, not Nasty Plot, Make It Rain. Well, and I mean Terra Water. I said Terra Ghost, but I need to Terra on that for Terra Water. Avoid the Ghost tab. I just realized I'm still sharing the window capture. Oops. Thank God I have my stream monitor open. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna Terra Water on Goldango and just Make It Rain, kill both of these threats. Most likely whatever mon is in the endgame I can pressure fine with this combination of picks. It'll be a little scary if it's Goldango, but I can work around it. This Goldango can't confidently kill both my Goldango and Bax in a single turn, so I can still pressure that with high horsepower. They're gonna Dark Pulse. Barring a flincher should be fine. Yeah, barring a flincher should be okay. Flinch. Okay, fuck. Alright. Actually, to be fair, this might be better. Because they're stalling through their their Tailwind, which is decent for me, actually. And their Murkrow's netting very little health back. They have 2 turns of Tailwind. Yeah, okay. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to Make It Rain, and I'm going to go for a Swords Dance here. Because all their other Pokemon are actually slower. Like, definitively slower. And if I kill that Murkrow this turn, I can go for Dual Protect next turn, and then I can kind of cook. And they don't actually have good counterplay to that. So I'm actually kind of okay with this, yeah. Because that's my out to, like, killing Prim in one hit. That's my out to, like, killing Rillaboom in one hit. Like, I can really kill anything in one hit with that. This Swords Dance really will be my opening. Let's go off, that's fine. I take it. I do take it fairly. Okay, perfect, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. And we get a nice attack raise too, so that's huge. Okay. Yeah. This is very fun. Alright, so Make It Rain will go off. And if they have Rillaboom in the endgame too, they're gonna lose their grassy terrain because they won't come in time to reset that. Because there's still gonna be one more turn of terrain thanks to my lead. So at this point, we've actually opened up a very safe endgame. I just need to go for a Protect on my Excalibur and Goldengo. And on the next turn, I think I win. Like no matter what their endgame Pokemon are, I think I win. I might not go for it on Goldengo, depending on it. If Rillaboom is in the endgame, I will. Otherwise, though, I'm just going to go for a raw Shadow Ball. I think it is. Whatever Pokemon I need the damage off on more. It will most likely be Volcarona. But whatever Pokemon I need the damage off more on, they're going to go for Goldengo. And Primarina. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I just Shadow Ball the Goldengo, and I'm kind of fine. And then I go for the Protect here. Their Goldengo is Spec, so it has to lock a move right now. It will probably be Shadow Ball. I feel like there's no world you don't lock Shadow Ball right now, which I'm fine with. They might go for Trick, to be fair, but I just don't know why you go for Trick on this situation, because it's a very bad turn. They're going to go for Make It Rain. Okay, perfect. So they're going to be -1, which is huge, actually. That is really huge. Their Goldengo is also faster than my Goldengo, which is good information. But I should be fine, because even if they Moonblast, my Goldengo is still alive. Oh my god, they took that out. Oh, then I lose. Yeah, no, I definitely lose now. Fuck, that's really bad. That's really bad, yeah. But that's good information, though. Because that means... Oh, wait, shit. No, I was supposed to Protect because of Tailwind being up. Shit. Oh, I forgot about that completely. Okay, let's at least scout for if we can kill Prim or not. Because I assume we can kill Prim with this. We don't actually kill Prim. Huh, that's really interesting. Oh, because a +2 Jolly High Horsepower does not kill Prim. That is really good information for next game at least. Because that might come up. That might be a very practical turn I need to figure out. So Murkrow instant lead. I feel like it is still manageable for sure, but it's a dangerous lead to be handling. Is Murkrow instant? Do I just go Hard Hail? I think I just go Hard Snow. I think I just go Hard Snow. Like I know I lost to like the Murkrow going for that, but I think I just go Hard Snow and go for Sword Sands, to be honest. And I just like bluff that I'm gonna go for Fail. I should go for Sword Sands. Yeah, because like I could definitely go for that, yeah. And with backs as well up front, I could probably just bring an instant backline instead of Rillaboom entirely. And I could just bench Rillaboom and just not really care. Because I can get backs in a position where it's kind of fine. We'll go with instant for sure. I still do think Goldengo is my 4th Mon. I still do think Goldengo is my Terramon even. But I think with something like this, I can muscle that much better. And I think game number 3, I'll probably bench Goldengo for Rillaboom actually after I can show. Because I think if I tear Goldengo twice, they'll start bringing Rillaboom. And at that point, I can really tear them in. But I'll, if they lead off with Instant and Murkrow, I'm going to go for a double into my Incineroar. And then I'll go for a Glaive Rush. Well, sorry, I'll go for a Sword Stance. Murkrow Goldengo. Okay, this is a fine lead for me, actually. This is a very fine lead for me. Okay. So yeah, I go into Incineroar for sure. And then I go for a Protect here. They could Haze, obviously, which is a little annoying on Murkrow, but I can still play around it for sure. Because if they're gonna go for Make It Rain, I can just go into my own Goldengo, and that would be covered perfectly fine. And if they're gonna go for Shadow Ball, then I think I just stay in with both Pokemon, because I know I can take that hit. Okay, yeah, no, this is perfectly fine. But bringing in Incineroar here will actually put up some serious punish. Because if they go for Terra Steel and lean into damage, I don't think they will, but if they do go for that, I can pressure very comfortably. And if they go for, like, anything else, like, they're definitely going to go for a Tailwind here, because they need Goldengo to massacre both Pokemon, and they will go for that in one hit. The problem being, though, is that they're no longer going to get that. And I think that Box can win in a game very easily against this type of team. I just needed to, like, bait the Murkrow into safety now. So, we're going to go into Incineroar, perfectly fine. Incineroar won't really do anything, I guess, like, Intimidate-wise, but, like, this is still a good flare. Let's knock into them. Because they are very fast Goldengo, which is chill. They are going to Terra. Now, I'm very surprised on that Terra, but it does open up some actual opportunities if they're going to burn Terra Steel and Goldengo for the damage. Because I'm very fine with that. Like, I get a very obnoxiously free fake out into that Goldango now. So I'm okay with this. Like, this is a fake out I didn't actually think I'd have access to. So I'm super here for it. They're gonna go for Tailwind right now. Perfectly chill. And then yeah, I'm just gonna go for like fake out plus high horsepower and just murder the Goldango. I don't know if I'll like kill, but I can then swap in my own Goldango and just go for like a knockoff and like easily get the Deadmon. Perfect. Okay, special attack drop. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna go for Haze here. I'm actually just gonna go for Flare Blitz and I'm gonna go hard into Goldango here. Like, there's no actually real downside to that. And they're definitely gonna Haze, so like it's not gonna matter anyway. High horsepower might also take this, to be fair. And I'd rather not give like Rillaboom a free turn. They're gonna switch out Murkrow actually. Damn, they didn't Haze. I thought that was like a really obvious turn they had, but I mean, I guess you don't get to 2-2 without making like really good plays. They're gonna go into Primarina though, which is actually very fine. I don't mind Goldango being in the field against Primarina. It's a very good turn for me. And if they're gonna go for Make It Rain, that's chill. They're not gonna take the hit super well. Well, okay, let me curse. They're not gonna deal a lot of damage to me, like justifiable damage. My Flare Blitz will definitely put some good pressure on that Goldango, and then being -2 is really huge for me because I can definitely go for like Protect on that Prim and be chill. Okay, sweet. Yeah. Okay, so my play here is to definitely just go for a. It's to definitely go for a parting shot into the Primarina here. And then it's to go for a nasty plot, I would argue. Actually, no. It's to go for Protect. It's to go for Protect. Because I still have Tailwind up. I should let Incin die, though, for sure. Because that is the best benefit I get from this mon, is to let Incin die. I can't let Goldango die just yet, though. They're going to withdraw Goldango. Actually, that is really good for me, then. If they're going to just... Like, especially if they're going to pressure my... Goldango this turn. So I'm now gonna get some free knockoff into really just anything. Okay, Protect goes off. Perfect. That's really huge. Because I'm probably gonna go for Terra on Goldango. And they're not gonna immediately go for Terra on that. Okay. Beautiful. Alright, that's fine. We got free chip on the Prim. That's free life over turn right there. Alright, yeah, so Leftover's is gonna pop, and that's decent for us. I think I'm actually just gonna go into... I'm gonna go into Bax, actually. I think I go into Bax here. Because I think I can go for a Protect for free, and then just get up like a nasty plot, and like start making them have to... How many turns of Tailwind? They have one more turn of Tailwind. Yeah, okay, sweet. So I go for a Protect here. Then I think I actually just go for a nasty plot plus Terra Water. Because I think if I pop it now, if they go for Moonblast plus like knockoff here, they do cook me and I think I lose. But I can still maybe win an endgame to be fair. And I think they're actually gonna bring in. They're gonna bring in Murkrow just because it's the only way they can really reset. They don't actually go to Murkrow. Okay, that's fine actually. I'm very okay with that. So this nasty plot will help a lot with killing Prim because I can make it rain that much very confidently. And then I think I just go for Glade Rush into, I go for high horsepower into Incin and just kill it really quickly before it can do anything stupid. Incineroar versus Box Caliber. High horsepower, yeah, it does like half, so that plus like +2 Goldango should make sense. Yeah, it should be not bad. That might be enough. It might not be too fair. I think I'm actually gonna put them into. Yeah, okay. Just to be safe, I'm actually gonna pressure the Prim. I'm gonna hard slot the Prim because that is a way scarier mon right now. If they go for Protect on Prim, so be it. I don't have a lot to do regarding that. But Incin doesn't kill either Pokemon anyway, so I'm kind of okay with this. And their Moonblast can only target one mon, so I could technically, to be fair, get some decent turns right now. But I should just go for my kill into Prim. And also, if Murkrow's coming in right now, it's taking a really strong Make It Rain. That should be fine. I feel very confident in Make It Rain damage that we'll do. So I'm not too concerned with that, but it is objectively, like, it's still something on the mind. I still do need to respect Murkrow. We don't really see Goldango, Murkrow, Incin, Prim. And that was a very manageable four to deal with. High horsepower is going to go off, that's perfectly fine. That's enough damage right there. I feel like Make It Rain will take this. I know it's a neutral hit. Beautiful. Okay, so Primarine is gone. That is the one thing I needed down here. Because Instant cannot kill either Pokemon, and it does not have Parting Shot, which is a really big deal for this. Typically they ditch Flare Blitz if they're gonna go with no Parting Shot. Well, if they're gonna go with Taunt, they do not, and that is where it's a really big benefit for me. Also, Snow going down is really huge. I can probably just go for High Horsepower now into Instant and be fine. Or I could even go as far as to go for like... No, okay, so I definitely... I go for Glade Rush into Murkrow and I just kill that Mon so I can still get up Snow viably. No, actually, wait, hold on. I go for High Horsepower into Instant. And I go for Make It Rain here. Because even if they go for Haze, I'm kind of okay with that. They're gonna go for Sunny Day. Okay, that's chill. That's chill. I just need the damage on Instant, to be frank. This will be enough because they're gonna Flare Blitz, and that plus the recoil plus the Make It Rain damage will be enough to kill them off. And I'll get some good chip on Murkrow too, which is huge. They're gonna Flare Blitz my backs, which I'm okay with. I don't mind that a ton. And because they're probably not gonna be in the best position to set up a Tailwind, I should be okay. Like a Goldengo endgame with this should be manageable. Actually, it should be very manageable. Okay, yeah. Oh, we actually live anyway, which that's actually pretty decent for us, to be fair. I'm gonna Protect. Just one, it's good to scout the move that they're gonna go for in the endgame, but two, I can get some decent recovery with Goldengo, which actually might be a big deal. So I'm gonna do that. Because the game might come down to Goldengo recovery. Essentially, the game plan here is to always attack Goldengo with both Pokemon. Well, actually, sorry, I might actually switch out. So if they're gonna go for Shadow Ball, I'm actually gonna switch out Goldengo into A9, depending on what they target. Because I feel like again they're gonna Dark Pulse. They're gonna like Dark Pulse and Shadow Ball, or they're just gonna go for Make It Rain and Haze. Either way, I'm okay with that. Oh, they may go for Tailwind too, okay, but still, either way, again, I'm okay with that. They're gonna Tailwind. Okay. So they're gonna Tailwind, and are they gonna go for Make It Rain or Shadow Ball? They're gonna go for Make It Rain. Okay, yeah. So then I go for the kill with both Pokemon. Then this is my play. Let me double check actually really quickly for damage. Goldengo versus Goldengo. The 79 peak. Ooh, that might be rough. Ooh, that might actually be a kill. I can't lie. How much is mine? Oh, actually they have Haze, so I actually never get that play anyway. Fuck it, we ball, I guess? I should technically make this line, because I should be trying to play to Protect outs. In case of Dark Pulse Murkrow being into that slot, because it does waste a turn. Alright, just be timid Goldengo when we're like super chill. We're super chill if that's timid Goldengo. Because I guarantee that. Oh, damn, they're modest. And they got a good roll, too, on that. I won't act like it is, like, the hardest roll to get, to be fair. But it was a good roll, nonetheless. Damn, not bad, not bad. Yeah, because that definitely was not the best turn for me. And then, yeah, I should lose. I should lose in the endgame for sure. Yeah, just to make sure, I guess. Ninetales Alola at -1. Definitely, yeah, not even close, not even close. I'll just let my opponent kill right now, yeah. That's unfortunate, but again, they could have Haze. That was always a chance they had, so I'm not gonna act like it was the best. And even still, honestly, -1 plus Nickel Dingo. Dark Pulse, to where I'm not really too concerned with that. Yeah, okay, so yeah, even at -1, this is like 2 I'm sure Dark Pulse Murkrow getting off. Let's see, Dark Pulse. Even with Terra Water. Yeah, I still did plenty. Okay, yeah, that was always killing. So there was never a world where I won that. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, good game with my opponent. Because we're 2-3. Let's see. There's one more round left. I think there's one more round left. I might just play to break even, but I'm not too sure. We'll keep doing the tier list for now. If we finish the tier list before next round, I'll end off before. If we don't, then I won't. that's gonna be how we'll do this. Because I'm getting a bit tired, but I wouldn't mind going 3-3. I think 3-3 would be respectable. I'll take it. At least we fought some good teams. I'm not really too upset. But let's continue. Lycanroc is still decent on sand, even despite Drill existing. This is a solid D tier Pokemon for sure in the format. Really cool niche just in the fact that it can like Endeavor stuff, and it is faster than Drill, to be fair. So like that's an actual merit this does have. But otherwise though, like outside of the Endeavor and the just faster Rock Slide stab, it's not the best Pokemon, but it is technically still viable. Actually, I'm willing to give it a C tier. That B tier is really damning at 110. It is the fastest Weather Sweeper we have. That's not to be understated. And if you throw like a Ferrig T-Tar on that, like that could be decent. This one, really only good with Medicham. This other Lycanroc though sucks. Pex is kind of cool with Wide Guard in the Goldengo format as a water type, and it's a Haze Pokemon as well for Dozo that at best can get a D tier. Because it really is too passive into anything that's not Dozo or Goldengo, but technically it can do something in both those matchups. Mudtail is cool, ground type that also kind of benefits in like Mouse Ape and like just physical walling. This can get a C tier. I think in this format it might be fine. Araquanid's cool. This one's actually like a good Pokemon, just a flat out good Pokemon. Really damning water type for Trick Room. It is one of the better Trick Room wall breakers. I would put this I would actually put this in the A tier personally. I think it's one of the weakest A tiers, but its typing is like decent. And you could make this work as like a really good rain spammer. Like in I saw a rain Trick Room team that I almost used today that I thought looked really cool. And like it's like a Araquanid, Pelipper, Hatterene. Like it could do some decent work, I think. This mon has a lot going for it in the format. It's one of the better sleeper picks. And like if you're not a water resist, you're kind of getting fucked by Terra Water, especially on a rain team like that, because it's probably the best wall breaker rain would have. Lurantis, I guess, is okay in a format like this with a lot of good, just weak to grass Pokemon, but still, I mean, it's an E tier at best. So Lazel's actually kind of cool. Can't be taunted, so you can get some decent like Encore shenanigans up. This is a D tier Pokemon for sure. I've looked into Salazzle in worse formats for it, to be honest, and it has some okay merits. Serena's cool, actually. I could see this popping up for Palafin alone. Palafin alone does make this like kind of viable. The issue being though is that if Serena ever popped up in usage, Baskia Legion would just take over all the usage and murder this thing. So it's not a long-term viable thing, but it is short-term viable enough when Palafin is the better rain abuser right now. And it's also better on Palance, obviously, because any non-rain team, Palafin is the objective better choice than Baskia Legion. Compe's cool. Compe has some decent stuff, like Floral Healing next to Archaludon is something that can't really be understated. It's Priority Healing too, which is really good. I'd actually give Compe a B tier. I think in a format where we kind of need a better fairy, like Compe could have some actual merit. I just think we more so haven't seen it yet. But Compe Archaludon could be really deadly. Oranguru is cool in a format like this. I mean, Instruct will never be bad in a format where like Trick Room has some decent merit to it. This can get a C tier. I just think that Oranguru is unfortunately power crept stat-wise. Passimian sucks, won't be good in a format like this. Palossand sucks. Minior, yeah, Minior sucks even with Shell Smash. Kamala sucks. Mimikyu is cool. In a format like this, actually, Mimikyu is decent. It is one of the better Dozo answers technically with like that curse set. I'd be willing to give Mimikyu a B tier. I think it actually has some decent merit as Trick Room setting in this format. And its typing is really good. But Mimikyu stats just suck. I've seen Broxus pop up actually. I personally just think it's a rain abuser version of Serena, but it's just also a lot worse for the format. We'll give it a D tier. I've seen teams with it actually kind of cook. But like stat-wise, it's not the best. It's really just you would use this over Serena because it takes advantage of rain and Psy Spam, which is kind of cool, and its stats are like really good as a fast option in the format. But like, it still is a Bruxish at the end of the day. It's still very easy to kill this thing with a lot of viable picks like Rillaboom, but it's kind of okay. Como, this might actually be the best pseudo in the format, I would argue, or I guess I think your technical powerhouse Pokemon. I think that I learned that from a Moxie boosted thing. I think they're called powerhouses. This is the best pseudo we have in the format, I would argue, besides maybe had Dragon. Really good with Iron Defense Body Press. I'm kind of curious if Clanger's Soul would actually have some merit next to like Clefairy or some shit. This Pokemon objectively though is a good pick. It's great into things like Insane or Calodon, etc. It is a really good Terra abuser right now. Objective A tier for sure. This is a really strong Pokemon. Cinderace, I guess this can get an E tier just off of its stats, but that's about it. Inteleon is actually just bad though. Greedent is just bad. Corviknight is really cool. I actually do expect Corviknight to kind of pop up later in the format. We'll give this thing like a solid B tier. It's a good defensive steel type and has some decent bulky Tailwind. Could be great for the instant matchup. It's just like a nice no U to it. That's about all we can say though. Dreadnought sucks. Cola is past its prime unfortunately, but I will give it an E tier just off of I guess Steam Engine plus Tailwind, and then like Rock Slide could maybe do some decent work, but it's just gimmick at best. Flapple sucks. Appleton could be a good dozo check actually with Apple Acid. That is decent merit for it. I'll give it a D tier, but that's really all you use it for. Sandaconda sucks. Cramorant sucks. Barrascuda would be good if we didn't have Bascullegion Legion, because it would be the best rain abuser. Unfortunately, though, you just use Bascullegion Legion because despite it being a lot slower, Bascullegion Legion is last respect, so it's viable outside of rain. Actually, I was gonna say actually, but never mind, because Incin just gets murdered by water moves anyway, and any viable Terra gets cooked by last respects. He gets got around it. This sucks. I'm not gonna rank both forms because why bother? Poltergeist, yeah, this one sucks. Hatterene is really good, actually. I would give Hatterene an A tier. This is a really good size spam abuser, and I personally think this is the best size spam abuser that we have right now. The fairy typing is really good on this mon, and I think it's like essentially the trick room, like a hard trick room equivalent of Gardevoir. Which Gardevoir, I think it's more like for anti-size spam that happens to take advantage of it, because you take advantage of the expanding force while also doing decent damage to a lot of common partners. Hatterene though is just like you're embracing size spam in like hard trick room, and it will cook for you because it's a really good Amoonguss counter even with Terra, because it doesn't Terra. Amoonguss can't Terra into typings that actually resist viably for Psychic, which is really good. And it also just underpaces still, and it's not weather reliant to check Amoonguss. So I think Amon is actually like really deadly right now, and especially with Indeedee finally being like a really good partner next to it, because we lost a lot of things that would actually mess up that type of team. It's a good pick. Grim is cool. I think Grim actually has some serious merit next to Goldango. I would give this thing like a solid B tier. I don't think that Screens is the best playstyle in this generation, period. But it's probably one of the best B tiers nonetheless. Really cool Prankster support. I just realistically think we have a lot of counterplay to Grim, unfortunately. But it is probably one of the strongest B tiers we have. It might even be the objective best B tier we have, besides maybe like Hisui Decidueye, Sylveon, and then like the Rain and Sand Pokemon besides Politoed, which I know that covers like a good portion of this pool. But like I think it's at least about as good as like Hisui Braviary. It might even be a little bit better than that. Actually, it's probably better than most of these mods. I still do think it's a B tier though. It's not touching like Clefairy A9 as support, and it's not touching like P2 Milotic for defensive capability, but it's still a good pick nonetheless. And it's a decent fairy type. It's decent enough. Berserker is kind of cool just for Steely Spirit, and there are good steel types. You could use it next to Goldango as a good fake out mon and boost make it rain a ton, but that's about it. I'll crowd me with Zekere as a fairy type. Technically, actually has a lot more viability because it's a very sought after typing right now, but still E tier. Phalanx sucks. Frostmoth could actually maybe be good again with Terra, but like, come on, let's be for real. No one's using Terra Dragon on this thing anymore because it's just a bad mon. Although this was the innovator of Terra Dragon, if we're gonna be honest, it was Frostmoth, always. Power Spot, I guess, can be cool as just a nice passive support with like Wide Guard into a Goldango format that might cook. ICU sucks. Both Indeedees are actually viable now. We can talk about both because both actually have some serious merit. In a format like this where the speed is actually so bad, Indeedee Male actually has some serious reason to use it, and both have some good legs. You're obviously using Indeedee Female for Trick Room, and it is objectively the better option on Trick Room. It is an A tier pick for sure. But Indeedee Male actually is decent into some faster size spam comps. Like, you could potentially use it over, like, well, over Indeedee Female on, like, Hisui Braviary teams, for example, as a nice, just fast support pick that'll do decent damage. Indeedee Male has some teams. It actually has been popping up and, like, really doing some work. So it's not just, like, typically I'm a really big Indeedee Male hater, because I just think that there's no reason to use it outside of the Trick Room, and it's also faster, which is even worse. But in this format, it's had like some serious like poor results. And I think I kind of need to acknowledge it, despite my hatred for it. But it's a really strong B tier for sure. This thing hits like a truck, and you just kind of expanding force, and you just like what takes it. Morpeko sucks. Copperajah sucks. Duraludon sucks. Dragapult is dangerous though. This thing, I forgot this thing actually existed. This might be in competition with like Hydreigon Como as the best pseudo. Not being able to fake this thing out is really good. It is the fastest viable speed tier in the format, which is really good. The dual typing is really hard to check right now, and it's a really good like anti-format Pokemon. It's also a really good physical attacker that instant can't pressure as well. Like, especially if you Terra into a type that's just not going to care about knockoff as much. Bandits just go crazy with like Dragon Darts, Terra Dragon, and they're very hard to check right now because of the lack of good berries. It's a big reason why like Prim is still really good. It's like more so a circumstance of Prim being good. This thing goes a little worse, but still Bandit, Force, and Terra Blast Ghost do a lot. Weirder's cool. I actually think this thing could get like a solid D tier for like Intimidate, Trick Room, and like Skill Swap. You can maybe make this work, but it's gimmicky. Cleavor could be okay. I've seen some people mess around with this thing. It's like an E tier at best for sure, but I guess the Ox are a little bit better. Ursaluna Base is a really good pick. This is definitely an A tier though, but it is one of the strongest A tiers. gun to my head, I think this is tied for like the best A tier. It is borderline an S, but I think that Blood Moon is just so much more damning that like comparing this thing to Blood Moon is disingenuous in my opinion. But it's a strong Pokemon for sure. Basket Legions. Basket Legion male gets a solid A tier. This is a really good rain abuser. I just think that Palafin outclasses greatly because Palafin does not need rain to be good. Basket Legion female has, I guess you could run this thing to be fair, but just why? This will get a D tier just because technically speaking it could maybe become a thing with like specs and that can kind of do some work. But you just run it with specs plus Last Specs because Last Specs is so damning. Sneasler could cook. I actually think Sneasler has a place in this format, just as a good fast fighting type. And like it could be a nice fast mode for Psychic Terrain teams. I'm willing to give it a B tier because we have no good fighting types and that's about it. Like a lot of the other fighting types are also B tier, so competition wise it's not bad. Overcool's on some decent teams right now. It's actually a decent Bandmon. It's also decent haze support for Rain. I'll give it a C tier actually. This thing kind of does some decent work for Rain. And it's a cool support pick, like a fast one too. Meowscarada is decent. This thing is a really strong mon. Objectively, this thing is an A tier. Meowscarada is one of the fastest things you have in the format. Its dual stab is really good. You run it with Protean more than you did in Reg A, to be fair, but it's still typically just an Overgrow mon with knockoff Flower Trick, and then you fill it up with like Protect, or like Sucker Punch or U-Turn or shit like that, especially on Bandit sets. Though Protean's a little more viable when you have stuff like Axel and Low-Kick in your move pool, especially Axel as a good move to pair with a lot of the other ones, is a really dangerous stab on this thing, but again, like, you're typically just running like U-Turn, Knockoff, Sucker, or Low-Kick, and then like Flower Trick, and that's your set, and you run it with Overgrow. Dirge is okay. It's definitely worse than it was in Reg A because we have like better unaware mons and we also just have better Pokemon in general. But Dirge can get like a C tier, I would say. I think Dirge has some place in the format as a good offensive fire type, but it's a lot harder to justify this thing in a format with Ursalunas, unfortunately. But it could maybe cook with Terra. Quaquaval is back to being kind of an okay Pokemon. Power level got a lot better, but I think this is like a D tier. That water fighting typing is really good, and I can see this is a good snow win con, as a certain person has already shown in tournament with snow when we didn't even have a good snow setter. I'm gonna make this mon work again. I feel very confident. Like the dual stab is very dangerous, so we do not have a good fighting type, and one that could be such a good win con in a format like this with a good defensive Terra like Dragon or Grass for the Rillaboom matchup could actually maybe do some work. I'm very curious to see. I feel like this thing could have some merit like Clear Amulet and like Terra Grass or Dragon. Oinkalone suck. Spidops sucks. This one sucks too. Palmot is good. Palmot's like an objectively good pick. You run this on Dozo and you kind of cook. It's also just a good like Pokemon right now. Because power level is so low, like that Double Shock actually hits hard. It's one of the best electric types we have, and it's also just one of the best fighting types we have. Just because it's so limited for both those typings. Those are two of the most pressed for typings in the format right now. For like, among types you actually do value, right? Because you don't super need a bug type or like a rock type on your team. But like electric and fighting are actually desirable types to have in some cases, especially fighting. And the fact that it is both typings is actually really good because we don't have a lot of either. So Palmot suddenly looks like a viable option, I would argue, especially as an electric type. Though it's obviously mostly support or double shock oriented. Mousehold's really good. This is an objective A tier. Mousehold has been very annoying in this format. I say, having shown that off on stream plenty today, this mod fucking sucks to play around right now. Because there's a lot of stuff that actually just kind of annihilates most opponents. And Mousehold is a very good support for a lot of these like quick KO picks, like Annihilate, Ursalunas, etc. Objectively, it's a good Pokemon right now, obviously. But like, I don't think anyone's surprised that Mousehold's doing good again because it's not in Urshifu meta. Darkspawn, technically speaking, this thing is kind of okay as like a body presser. It has some merit, I guess, with the fire immunity. Arboliva, because we have grassy terrain actually back, this thing is no longer the Dozo check you would run it for. The Squawks suck. Garganackle is a B tier. Definitely a good Terra, like Dragon or like Poison or Water typing. And you can cook with this thing for sure. Good Wide Guard pick too, and Salt Cure is really good into a lot of the really Water type heavy format we have right now. Garganackle does some decent work. And it's also a Wide Guard pick, so you can bully Goldanga really easily with this. Definitely a B tier for sure. Armrouge is cool. I actually think Armrouge is an A tier. This is definitely the second best Expanding Force user next to Hatterene, which I think is slightly better in this format, but Armrouge has some decent benefits, such as a really good stab to just clear through steals, which would wall, whereas you do Hatterene to more clear the fairies. I just think that Hatterene is a bit better synergy with Torkoal as well, so you would run Hatterene. But Armrouge still is a good Wide Guard pick too, which is not to be understated, and like that dual stab is in theory it is like slightly more beneficial to itself than Psychic Fairy is, but Psychic Fairy is still like a very slow tier above, and we need a Fairy type I think slightly more right now. Ceruledge is kind of cool. I would say Ceruledge is like a solid C tier pick. It's a decent balance breaker, but in an Incineroar format, you can't really get this thing to be like as potent as you want it to be. But it still has some good high damage options, and I think that the right team, like the right team that can bully Incineroar very confidently, and then just needs a good fire type, could definitely appreciate a Ceruledge. Like this mon could definitely make some waves. We don't have a lot of good ghosts anyway. Bellybolt, I would argue Bellybolt is fine. This is a D tier pick. I think it is usable for sure. We do not have a lot of good electric types, and it is a very slow one that with Terra could maybe get around like Ursaluna's. You just need a good Ursaluna check, and this thing can kind of cook. And like Rillaboom is a decent option, same as like slow fighting types like Conkeldurr. You could in theory make this mon work. I just think it's a very difficult mon to make work right now. Kilo is okay. I mean competitive, and its speed tier is very valuable. This could maybe get a D tier. It's fast, one of the fastest tailwind options that I would actually consider. Decent dual stab. We don't have a lot of good electrics. We have a lot of good flyings though, to be fair. We don't have a lot of good electrics. Competitive takes advantage of Incin. You could maybe make this work on a very Incin weak team, I would argue, especially for Rain. This one sucks. We have a better dark type, and this doesn't even compete with the other dark type. Prankster Doodle could work, because we now actually lost a lot of the Pokemon immune to Doodle, and like this Encore goes a lot further now in a format like this. Definitely a D tier for sure. Bramble's good. I think Bramble is a decent pick right now. I've seen Bramble already popping up on teams, and it's a decent partner for stuff like Garchomp, to be fair. It's a good water type killer. Good priority Ghost too. I don't think it's the best. Like, it's not like a Reg D format. Like, Bramble actually was like a World Spring, right? But I think Bramble could have some merit, and like it might see a day too. It's objectively viable. I just don't think it's like top tier anymore. Toadscool, I've already actually heard about this thing making high ladder. And it's a good pick next to Weezing, actually. The typing is really decent, and it's a good fast spore user. If you pair this with Weezing, it actually is viable. I don't think it's good at any other circumstance, but it is probably the partner you actually would benefit more from Weezing than like Slacking, I would argue, just because it's a lot more utility focused, and it has a really deadly dual stab in a lot of picks. I think it's a C tier. Clough, I'm giving it an E tier. This is in memory of Kurt, who used to do editing on the channel. Kurt, I still love you. You're like a brother. But like E tier. Scovillain's cool actually. In a format like this, Moody and Chlorophyll goes a long way. Especially Chlorophyll on a fire grass type. Benefits it in a lot of matchups. C tier. Rapscale can get E tier for Revival Blessing, but it is definitely a worse option, though it could trick him to be fair. Espathra can get a D tier just off a speed boost plus like Lumina Crash is kind of cool for like lowering stuff, but like we have a lot of good darks and like resistances, not the best. Tink is kind of cool, but it's definitely a lot less needed. Really, unless you're really weak to Rig, you're not bringing it, but its typing is objectively broken. Wuggy sucks, even without the thing. Bombardier's typing is kind of cool, actually, and like that Rock Stab with Dark Flying is actually really deadly, but like it's still that mon. Reverend Broom actually sucks. Cyclozar actually sucks. Orthworm is actually, I think this mon is very underexploited right now. It is probably the best means of like checking Blood Moon and regular Ursaluna that we have in the format. I think it's kind of a crime we're actually not seeing more Earthworm, if we're gonna be honest. Like, this thing has survived much more egregious formats. Like, Reg C, this thing, I don't know how it should have been viable in that thing, but it was a really good pick in Reg C. And I think there's arguably more of a reason to use it now. The only reason I can't think of for Earthworm being used is the fact that it is very bad against Goldango, but you could partner this, like, a lot of Pokemon that appreciate Ursaluna's being gone do pressure Goldango. Things like Incineroar, for example, loves Blurse and regular Ursaluna being gone. And that could definitely pull a Goldango. There are definitely some teams I could see really benefiting from Earthworm. I think it is probably one of the worst B tiers, but it's criminally underexplored. Glamour is an objective A tier. This thing is actually really dumb right now. This is a really good, very high damage special attacker. Mortal Spin and Meteor Beam is really good. It's one of the biggest reasons Dozo can work as an Archetype right now, because it pressures a lot of the fat into a range where Dozo will just claim a guaranteed KO. And whether you're oblivious or unaware to Dozo, like, you will cook. You will cook in this format if you have a Glamora. It is the thing that makes any sort of balance archetype work, and it's also just a really good tailwind abuser. Houndsdog gets an easier just for Sandrush plus Last Respects. Its typing is okay, but it's still Incineroar fodder. Flamingo is really good. I think this is the slightly better route than H. Sid, but I know H. Sid has a lot of benefits, such as its Dozo matchup over this. So I'm willing to give this only a B tier. I still think that long term, this is a more viable option into the top heavy meta when Dozo dies off. But I think the difference is right now, the format trends to H. Sid being slightly better. But if you partner this thing with like a good Haze Pokemon such as Murkrow or Prim, or even just with a team that better checks Dozo with things like Clefable, that Flamigo will probably be the better call. And as the format ages on, Flamigo I think will just take center stage because of its matchup into like a Moongus and Rillaboom. That's really the big thing. Though At least for a really boom, you still take advantage of terrain with HSID. This one is a decent Slush Mon. I'll give Titan that. It can get like a D tier off of that alone, because it's definitely better than a Alone Sandslash. But it's still like, you still have to run as a Titan. And I don't think a lot of people realize that that's just bad. This thing is gonna get E tier purely just because Fillet Away plus like Psychic Terrain could be kind of deadly in a format like this, but it's all single target moves, which kind of sucks. Dozo and Tatsugiri both will get a solid A tier. I don't think they're S tiers. I think a lot of people would put Dozagiri as like an S tier set of mons. I personally don't. I think Dozagiri is actually very easy to check. It's essentially the litmus test, I guess, for like if you know what you're doing in the format. If you know what you're doing, you will never lose to Dozagiri. And I fully do believe that. Like, every team has a Dozagiri out. The issue being is, well, every team that will go above, like, even has a Dozagiri out. The issue being is, do you know how to actually utilize it? Not everyone does. But, I mean, Dozagiri is very easy to manage. And I say that knowing that I have a team very weak to Dozagiri today. But even I can still figure out my out to that. Like, Instant plus dual fake out pivot will be plenty for that. And if it's oblivious, then I just murder it with Rillaboom. Anyway. Claude sucks. You're not using it in a format like this. To Dun gets an E tier just because it's the only Protect Breaker we have, and that's besides like Faint, that's about it. King Gambit is really good. Let me actually really quickly just throw Dipplin in F tier, because everything else I will really quickly raise above, because we have a bunch of good Pokemon to go over actually. So we're gonna go from worst to best, which actually I think it's side is Hydropple. And Hydropple is going to go in the C tier. I just think Hydropple is a really decent Dozo check, and it's also a decent Blood Moon and regular Ursulina check. Throw an EV on this mon and like a good defensive Terra, and you can make a lot work with this thing. Like this mon has some like really good stats for Trick Room. Regen is really good too, and it's a very offensive slow grass that's just not weather reliant like Sunflora is, or like it's a lot better ability wise than like a Lilonegi is. So I think this mon actually cooks. I think it's like a real pick in the format. Hydropple will probably cut a regional at this point. I feel very confident in that. As for the other three, I'm raising them up real quick so I drag them higher. But Hydropple will get the C tier. Baxcalibur gets a B tier. I think Baxcalibur is like a decent pick in the format. The issue being is that I think it's very snow reliant. It's one of those high risk, high reward things. Like I think Bax can do a lot of damage, but we've seen tonight, like Bax has been very inconsistent. Still a really good mon. I think Bax has a lot of merit. It is probably one of the stronger picks in this tier. Especially like not being burned with thermal exchange. Like, that's a really big deal. And Ice Body is also a really good way to make this thing unkillable on a lot of teams. Being weak to Goldengo without Terra is kind of an L in a format like this. And like, also among pseudos, like its stats are really good too, but there are a lot of dragons that match up better in the format right now. Bax could be good. I think when Dozo goes down and like people get better Goldengo checks, Bax could be really good. I just think that right now it is unfortunately not the kindest. Then we have our two Pokemon left over. Kingambit and Sinistcha. Kingambit, I'm borderline in ANS. Let me move Primarina real quick in order, by the way. Sinistcha will definitely get an A tier. I think Sinistcha is objectively a really good Rage Powder mon, and it has some serious merit, actually. As a Trick Room setter, this thing can be dangerous, and it's really bulky and can benefit a lot of common top picks, like the Ursalunas. It can benefit Torkoal a lot. It can benefit Primarina a lot. Like, this thing actually does benefit a lot of common top picks. Snorlax, Como, like, I could keep going on, but Sinistcha is really good. I think Sinistcha has a lot of good support right now. This thing is borderline in S tier, but I know definitively, like, unlike Kingambit, I think there's no discussion for it being S tier, just because of the fact that I think Amoonguss does outclass it as a Rage Powder mon. But on a team that needs that roll compression, this is like a really serious candidate. And a lot of teams that Sinistcha does benefit are like the Rain teams where it goes to like Tail Room, and that's a really good niche this Pokemon has. Kingambit, I'm going to settle on an A tier Kingambit, but it is the best A tier definitively. I think it doesn't compete with like Annihilate as a Defiant pick, but it's one of those things where I think like Kingambit in the right hands could be seriously deadly, because there's a lot of Terra Ghost for like you sometimes run it, you run it, you're obviously already a natural Ghost type. Annihilate is a natural Ghost type, but it's still neutral to be fair. And then you just also like against any Intimidate picks, like you for example, you murder their partner spot very confidently with Kingambit. And it's a really good Trick Room abuser too. Like I would definitely throw this on a team like for Rig or like any sort of team that just does not like instant matchup. And you could definitely use some serious damage. I think really, actually, I'm gonna hot take and put Kingambit in the S tier. I do think this is actually like worthy of this S tier. It is the weakest S tier, but I do think like realistically, the pressure this thing can put on teams is kind of insane. But yeah, like right in time for the next round, we got, this is our finished Reg H tier list in my opinion. I don't think our matches change anything. And to be fair, I do think that this is a definite, like, I feel like this is a very finalized tier list, I would argue. Yeah, there's nothing I would really change from here. I think this is very indicative of the format right now. Like anything in the S and S plus tier, if your team is weak to this, you're kind of fucking up in building. Your A tiers are still like really good picks, but like they're not picks that every team needs, besides like Dozagiri, but that's just more of a litmus test. Most of these picks you do not need a hard counter to, and the ones that do are very, very easy to check if you have a hard counter. Like they're worthless in the tier if you do, but a lot of them do require like a B or like above Pokemon to counter, like the Dozagiri, for example. B tiers are still great. C tiers still will probably cut off regional at some point, or at least stay to a regional, I should say. D tiers probably won't, but they could. E tiers definitely not, and they're just bad picks, and best one cheese at best. F tiers just don't use them. But yeah, we have our final round though. And then we're done with the tour. We're fighting for our final game. More rain, but it's H Decidueye, so that's kind of cool. We can end off on H Decidueye, because I feel like it's a one that doesn't get represented a ton. So I'm okay with that. I always tried to find an H Decid team today. But, either way though, I think this will be a good end game for us. If my opponent forfeits, then I'm okay with that. Because of the fair release, that just means I can end stream, I guess, 3-3. So that means my goal was met. So I will take that. Let me double check that this is final round. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Okay. My opponent's wasn't checked in yet. Totally fine, to be fair. Let me double check really quickly just on the details. This is six rounds. Oh, it's 7 rounds. Okay. Then yeah, next loss I'll finish. I'm gonna try and go positive then. I didn't realize there was 7 rounds this was. Yeah, okay. So we definitely hit player cap. That's chill. That's still chill either way. Perfect. If we lose this game, then I'm definitely ending off. Let me see. Let me switch off real quick. If not, I guess it depends on how quickly we finish our game. I might still end off after this one and just break even 3-3. But we'll see. Either way, I had a fun stream. I'm searching now for whenever my opponent's good. Let's see. Alright, my opponent says they'll be on in a second. That's totally fine. Definitely not the cleanest matchup. I do think a Basket Legion could be kind of annoying with the set that my opponent has since they're Swift Swim. And I could do some like actually really decent damage to my team. Arbok's such a sad Pokemon. Yeah, no, exactly. It has like a really good kit, but Arbok's just so bad typing and stat-wise, like you can't run it. There's not a world where Arbok can be ran, unfortunately, even though it has like such a good kit. It's probably one of the most failed Pokemon in my opinion. Like very confidently actually, in fact. Let's see. Okay. We'll take that. Beautiful. Okay. So yeah, so at minimum we will have this game left. Wish Lucario still had followed me in Gen 9. Yeah, honestly, if Lucario had followed me in Gen 9 and Riolu had it as well, that'd be very cool. I would love that. Because Riolu actually could maybe have some merit in this format. It's like a decent follow me mod that can draw in like fake out users even. Because you would just kind of run it like max HP, max speed, and that would be the way you'd run it. And it could maybe do some work. Because you could draw in like Incineroar and force Rillaboom to either speed creep you or just get follow me, like a follow me a fake out into that. And like those are like decent matches, like a decent merit to have. Or even like coaching support next to someone like Garchomp could be kind of decent with Prankster. Okay. So into this team. They don't have Intimidate at least, which is decent. Let's see. I think I need Box Instant on lead. Because they thankfully can't immediately pressure my backs that well outside of Goldango, which I think I just have to kind of Terra and cope. H Sid is a little terrifying, but I think I can muscle it. We'll go with Goldango and A9 in the back. Actually, I think I ditch Goldango here, and I go with Ferrig A9, because they don't really beat that mon outside of Overpull. Which is kind of good at least. An Arbok Evo could be good for it actually. I think it would need like a dark poison typing to be fair, or even like a ground poison typing could be kind of cool. And then you go for like Intimidate, and you give it like, what's Arbok's stat line right now? Probably needs a lot to be honest. Viable. Yeah, 448. Yeah. So you give it like 20 more speed, 20 more attack. If you honestly just buff every stat by 15, besides special attack, that would probably be plenty. If you give it like a good dual typing, that would be plenty. Because that brings its bulk like by 15, right? It brings its bulk to like 75, 84, and then like 94, which isn't terrible with Intimidate and a good dual stab, like a poison ground typing, for example. Then your attack goes to like 110 and your speed 95. Like that's at least usable in a format like this. At minimum, a format like this, it could be good. Let's see. Okay. So I definitely am gonna go for high horsepower into the thing, and I'm gonna go for a fake out here into the overkill just because it is ended. Like no reason to fuck around and find out. They're gonna switch out overkill anyway. It's totally chill. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind trading back. It was more for early lead pressure, to be fair. Which is perfectly fine that you made this play right here, because I'm not only gonna break Pellet for Focus Sash with this, but they're also definitely gonna go for Make Trade, and I'm gonna get off a strong high horsepower while they drop their special attack. Oh, they're gonna trick. Oh, I'm so here for that. Hold on. Trick is so fun. Incineroar obtained a choice specs. Oh, I'm so here for this. Okay. So they don't have a ground type switch anymore, at least, unless they have Hisui Decidueye, which I'm okay with. So I can just go for like a knockoff into the Pelipper here. I'll let Incineroar die if that's the route they're gonna go for. I'd rather just kill Golden, because that mon is kind of deadly, and now I don't need to worry about going for Terra Water on my. Oh wait, I didn't bench Goldengo. Still chill, honestly, because I can bring an A9 now and I can just go for Veil, and that's actually very fine. Because my Bax is now suddenly become a win, which is actually huge. Because they have no mon that can come in right now and stop this, which works out very well for me. Okay. They're bringing in overkill. Perfect. Okay, perfectly fine. Yeah, I just go for high horsepower into the Bax, and into the overquill, and then. Actually, hold on. Just in case, because I think there is a world where they can actually just go for self-destruct here. I'm gonna go for Sword Stance here, and I'm gonna go for Aurora Bell. I doubt they go for Crunch. If they really go for Bandit Crunch, my opponent is psychotic. But I can work around that. They didn't switch, which is huge. So barring if they go for self-destruct, I'm okay with that, because Basket Legion can't win in an endgame anyway, especially not against Ferrograph plus Back to Caliber. So I'm very here for it. Then Aurora Veil will just be decent defensively for us, right? Like, even if they go for Crunch in the backs, I'm still taking that. They probably went for Gunk or Self-Destruct anyway. So, we go for Sword Stance here. Totally valid. I'm curious what Pelipper is going to go for. It's probably Tailwind, right? It's going to go for this. So they're going to go for Gunk Shot. They're not doing shit. And they're... Oh, actually, they kill. Okay, damn. Well, they're still banded into that. So my Back's Calibers are resist. And I can just go for high horsepower into the overkill now. Plus Trigger Mon for Rig. So I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I need to hope that with Veil I can kind of take this hit, because otherwise I'm a little screwed. But I'll go for Tripping for now. I'm just kind of hope. They might dual target, just because Box can technically lose that in-game to Basket Legion, but I can still kind of hope. There's definitely worlds where I can muscle that. Like, I just need a dual protect, I guess, to be fair. Dual protect or a trigger would win me the game. Dual protect only really matters if Pelipper actually kills. Oh, they're gonna go for Gunk in the backs. Okay, that was a really big misplay. They actually can't win the game anymore. They actually lost off of that. Because even with the Weather Ball, right? Like, it's just not enough chip. Their game plan was always to kill for Rig. That was how they won the game. Because now they actually lose to backs. Overkill hits like a truck. Holy, no, exactly. Like, Bandit Overkill actually does some like serious damage in this format. It's a decent mon. Yeah, no, I don't know why they made that play. There's actually not a world where that was the play they should be making. They should have always killed for Rig, because if they stopped that trigger from going up, they could have actually won. Like, even with Decidueye, like, it actually does so bad with this now. Yeah, I just Glaive Rush that, because Pelipper can protect, and I just go for Hyper Voice, because why do I respect Wide Guard? And I don't need the Psychic Noise, in all honesty, I just get the chip on Pelipper. But yeah, no, Glaive Rush should just kill. Unless they're trigger-oriented, they can't win this. They need to be 76 speed or slower, which means they have to have a minus speed nature. Terra Steel is still fine. Like, I'm still +2. This Glaive Rush will still hurt like a truck. And they won't do enough damage with Leaf Blade, to be honest, or Brave Bird. They just won't deal enough damage. Hyper Voice goes off. That's still okay, to be honest. That's actually not bad by any means. Brava should still murder this thing. Beautiful. Okay, yeah, that's funny. So my Hyper Voice now kills. They're gonna go for triple arrows. That's fine. Defense fell. Okay. Weather Ball's gonna go off. That's fine. They chose the wrong time to hit this thing. But our Citrus does pop. I think we just win the game now. Like, I think we actually win the game. Guaranteed right now. Yeah, I'll just go for this. Because again, like what is actually gonna matter right now? Because Hyper Voice just claims. They have no out. I think if they brought Basket Legion and stopped my Tripping from going up, they could have won. I think that's the adaptation for our next game for sure. Because there's no merit in the way they played this game for Hisuian Discipline. If they didn't get a Tailwind, they could have maybe had an out. But even then, I wouldn't have just done this without the Tailwind, to be fair. Because they would have underpaced without it. So yeah, they lose. Okay, perfect. GG game 1. We will take that. Alright, game number 2. See, do I learn triple axle? It does not. Protect 3 times in a row. So their AV Hisuian Decidueye. The Pelipper could have maybe protected 3 times in a row if they had a Basket Legion, because that could have also went for it. But their goal should have just been to kill the Overquill. Well, sorry, not kill the Overquill. Kill the Farig. Because that was the only way I think they won this game, was killing Farig. Could that have even killed? I'm actually very curious. Overquill. Let's see, how bulky is my Farig? Let's see. My Farig, it's 108.44. So we're actually not the bulkiest, to be fair, but we're bulky enough for sure. Yeah, okay, so with Veil Up, that was 72. So they would have popped me into Citrus, and then, yeah, they would have lost anyway. Okay, so I think we were fine regardless. I actually think I just go for the same thing. Like, I think this is actually so much better of a line than I thought it would be. I was shocked by how good that did. I did not expect my endgame line of Farig and Ninetales to do as well as it did, but I'm very okay with that. I think they're gonna have to lead off like with aggressive rain. Oops. Triple arrows, it's only because it's the signature move, to be fair, but it's still okay. So Gholdengo and Amoonguss is actually really not a big deal. Albeit my Amoonguss, well, my instant should bully this very quickly. I'm gonna go for a Protect here really quickly. And then I'm gonna go for just a Flare Blitz into the Gholdengo. Yeah, I'm gonna Flare Blitz the Gholdengo. Because I have no reason to really, like, let the Amoonguss do shit to me, and I would rather just kill Gholdengo, in all honesty. That Mon is kind of a threat. They're already in my Terra, that's probably Terra Water Amoonguss. Get Terra Water Amoonguss, perfectly fine. I have good breakers into that. I have really good breakers into that. My Farig can actually probably do some decent work to this. They have no Protect either, which is huge. No Protect on Amoonguss is really huge. That's probably the Mon that needed it. Okay, they're gonna trick into my box. Perfect. Mwah. Beautiful. Yeah, so this Flare Blitz will go off. It probably will not kill Gholdengo. We've not killed a single Gholdengo tonight. Yeah, okay, we didn't kill Gholdengo. But that's like a decent hit for us, to be fair. And they're locked into Trick. So I can actually take advantage of this. And I can go into my Farigiraf, because that actually probably would not mind getting Trick to specs. Or I can even... No, I'm going to go into Farig. Yeah, I don't mind Farig taking a sleep either. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to go into... I'm going to Parting Shot the Amoonguss. Not that I think I really need to care about its damage output, but I would like to get back in on the field. As I'm stalling my opponent going for this. They're going to trick my Farig. Totally fine. In all honesty, I don't really mind letting them trick the specs into my Farig. Because this Psychic Noise will become very deadly when I wake up. And their team is very much not liking taking that hit. So I'm okay with that. I'm very okay with that. I'll bring in the backs because I get a nice, high horsepower into that Gholdengo spot. And even if they predict, right, I just go hard instant and I just go for Psychic Noise. Because their Goldengo doesn't really deal damage to me. So even if they spore my Baxcalibur, right, like it's not a big deal for me. Okay. So they're gonna spore. Spore to my Furry. That's totally valid. Yeah, that's totally valid. So then yeah, I just go for high horsepower into Goldengo and let them put me to sleep. Then I'll go for Psychic Noise into the Amoonguss. And then yeah, high horsepower will kill Goldengo. That's perfectly fine. I don't mind my Furry having a Specs. I think it's actually really beneficial at a game like this because I don't really care about being locked into Psychic Noise. I can definitely make that work. If I figure out for some reason before I wake up, oh, they're Pollen Puffing. Oh, they really choked that. That was a really bad line for that. Basket Legion. Okay, that's valid. That's so valid. Yeah, we're gonna Psychic Noise. And then yeah, we'll go for Protect. I'm kind of fine just like stalling through my turns with this mon because Rig at this point is now just kind of here. I would like them to actually have to Wave Crash. I think that would be very preferred. And I would also like to just bring an Instant like naturally. That would also be very preferred, but I'm okay either way. They're gonna last for Specs. Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna go hard into Instant man if they're making that play. Because I'm not really too scared personally. Okay. They're gonna Spore yet again, totally fine. Yeah, I can get up some really good damage at this point. Because even if they're gonna still go for last respects, I get a nice Psychic Noise into this mon, which is really good for me. And then I can just go into my backs again and just wait for them to bring in Pelipper. Because they have to bring in Pelipper for this to actually be a threat. Otherwise, I just bring an A9, and I bring an A9 too the second that happens. Red Frig is a huge threat with Spets, exactly. And the best part is, this Basket Legion's Life Orb too. It's gonna take damage by going for that very pitiful last respects that only base 100 right now. Especially with being -1 attack. And they're gonna Rage Powder, that's perfectly fine. My Frig will mind that, I guess. But like I could still punish Amoonguss, like I can't Pollen Puff anymore, which is decent. And like Incineroar took nothing. Also on the next turn, honestly, I just fake out Amoonguss because it can't protect through it. And then I go for Psychic Noise into the Basket Legion. This did half. My god. Fuck for Rigrap. In like the best way possible. My god. Like that did half to an Amoonguss. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I just fake out Amoonguss. I don't care about Basket Legion anymore. I fake out Amoonguss and I kill the Legion. Oh, that is so okay. That is so okay. Because they're bringing in Pelipper now, I'm breaking Sash. And that is so huge. That's so huge. They're bringing in Pelipper, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Because my A9 is about to come in when my Incineroar dies. And I have already broken Sash, and I just go for fucking Blizzard. Because this Basket Legion's about to die. Because that's taking a good amount from Recoil, from Life Orb, and also from Wave Crash now. Like, that's probably going to get down to about, like, 60%. And I know I can kill with Specs. If Amoonguss took half, I know Basket Legion's not fucking taking this hit. Yeah. Oh my god, it took the hit. Okay, well, either way, I can just bring in A9 and just go for Psychic Noise and Blizzard, and I guarantee win the game at that point. Because they can't Aqua Jet. They can't fucking Aqua Jet. And their Amoonguss is still not gonna like taking this. Because Basket Legion will die. Objectively, it will die. It's all Psychic Noise into the Pelipper spot, because that's where it'll matter more. And honestly, even just killing Pelipper is probably the better thing for me, if we're gonna be honest. This is more to count on if they're killing Pelipper and going for, like, Protect. Basket Legion got Blizzard, beautiful, and then Pelipper dies to Sphinx, objectively here. Yeah, that double definitely helped me a lot. That double helped me so much, so I'm so glad I scouted. Hurricane's gonna miss, that's fine. Honestly, they weren't killing anyway. And even if they did kill, they weren't winning an endgame with just Amoonguss into Baxcalibur and Specs for Rigrap. If we're gonna be honest here, they were not winning that endgame. But no, huge, very huge, very huge. Solid, we're 3-3. And we're like kicking ass this game too. Like we came to win. I didn't think we'd bully Rain like this, but like, we are. And I'll take it so much. I don't even think it's like on how my opponent played either. It's just, we're bullying Rain, and I'm so here for it. Moonblast will go off, this should do okay damage. That puts it right into Specs for range, we will take that. And at best, they can, okay, so there's Citrus, yeah, that's chill, I don't really mind. They're still gonna take a lot from Psychic Noise. And if they go for Spore, I'm just gonna Moonblast again. Like, Moonblast or Psychic Noise, and either way, they're dead. Pollen Puff can't do much. Clear Smog does shit to my team. Like, they're finished. Just so I can kill with Farig, because it's kind of funny to do that, I'm gonna go for Psychic Noise and Auroraville. Because it's the prettier animation than Encore. Though I haven't clicked Encore enough this stream. Solid game to my opponent. GG. Yeah, rough games. At least though it was like an outplay. We'll take that though. Okay. So you know what? Maybe I will just finish out the tour. I would like to go to the 4-3. I would like to go to the 4-3. We still have a lot of games left though, and I don't know what to do in the meantime. Or maybe he's got the special attack drop doing even less damage. That Amogus is still like 3 going at best, even without the drop. I'm gonna be honest. But okay, solid. I mean, that's a good win, and I feel good about that win too. It was a clean win. I think we can go to 4-3. I would love to go to 4-3. I wanted 4 wins. That was my goal going into this, was 4 wins. I feel confident in that. At minimum, though, the team is cooking. That was the first game I feel like Bax actually like, really deserved its place, even though it wasn't doing a lot. There was like one other game, I think, in one set it did okay. But, like, Bax really did put up a lot of good lead pressure in this game. And again, I think it can do work in some games, but it is like the 6th mon in this team. Realistically, like, even with Alola and Ninetales, I could just run it like snowless, right? And just ditch Bax Caliber, or even like a potential Glaceon, and just go with like a Palafin, or like an Azu even, and just like go for that sort of hill route. But I think this was obviously like still a good mon, and Bax still has some serious matchup. Or even like Garchomp could have been cool here. With just like Stomping Tantrum, Rock Slide, Dragon Claw, Protect, and just maybe switch to more of like an Icy Wind and Ninetales. Fuck, I kinda wanna cook with that like a Quiver Flow or some shit. I think I could do some decent merit. I would definitely need like Icy Wind Ninetales, but that could cook. That could cook for sure. Maybe Volk is an A tier. I'm thinking out loud. I still feel like it's not drawing in the right Pokemon. Like with the Ogerpons, that Terra Dragon was very deadly. There's a lot of things though that just kind of are already prepped for Rage Powder, because of Sidisha and Amogus both being top tiers. And Volk doesn't offer the best matchup strength with Saps right now, especially with Rain being good. If Rain dips, Volk will go up for sure. Bax is so strong with a certain fairy bend. No, with Flutter Rain being banned, this mod is kind of decent, but it's such a high risk, high reward, because it's slower than a lot of other dragons. But the fact there are not super good viable fairies does help it a lot. Like even Prim it nearly one-shots at +2 with high horsepower. Like it's manageable for sure. Unfortunately, Prim is very defensive right now, which does not work out great for Dax Caliber. But like Bax has some serious matchups that can do some work, and it just has some serious matchups that also can do nothing in. But it's a very essential mon of the teams that needs to be around, which is the biggest concern with Bax. But it does some decent work. It's a cool physical wall breaker that just doesn't really mind a lot of things that would threaten physical attacks. I saw your tier list and I want to believe in Orphan, but we don't have Tinglu. We have Garchomp. And also, it's like the best Ursaluna check we have in the game, unironically. Besides like maybe Bronzong. But the issue being is that Bronzong still fears a lot of common Blood Moon partners. Because it usually pairs with like a really good Dark type. Typically Incin, but still it pairs like with Kingambit sometimes too, or then like Hydreigon. And Orthworm technically matches up better into those mons, besides the Incin. But at least with Incin even, you can just force like Flare Blitz damage, which is cool. But Orthworm just being a check to Blood Moon is like a really good role I think has. And the recovery you get on the ground switch versus just the passive immunity to it is definitely good. I think it's the first time that all 3 Alolan starters have been good. Yeah, it really is. And all 3 are like really good too. Like Hisui Tsuai is definitely the worst of the 3, but even that is like a really good fish into like Dozo, for example. And it's good into like Incin too. It's really good into Incin. Garchomp's good. Tinglu helps. You know, Garchomp and Tinglu is definitely the objective better partner there, but like being a Blood Moon check is objectively making it viable, I would say. I just think it's underexploited. We do miss out on its best partner, but to be fair, we miss out on something that also like cripples a lot of viable things in the format. I don't know. I feel like it's still a good pick for sure. Objectively, it's a good pick. Alright, let me check. I'm just checking through pings real quick. See, sorry, I'm looking through notifications. Just because I'm not really sure what to do in this in-between time. I might pull up another team, I guess, if I found a good rental. But I don't really know if I want to go for a rental right now, anyway. Like, I've done so much battling today, right? Like, I don't know if I want to, like, super burn out poor man last round of the night. How much does Orphan take from Terranormal Blood Moon? That's a good question, actually. I think it's one serious... Like, you would definitely calc to make that as low damage as possible, right? Let me see. So, Trick Room. We'll go for Modest Life or Terranormal. Oh, yeah, this is actually very manageable. Hold on. Oh, never mind. That's too fail. You can still actually take this. Even like modest life orb max special attack takes 69.8 to 82.9 versus standard calc spread. To be fair, that's 244, 228. But even still, if you max that out, you can get that down to like flat 80%. You can at least take that, get your citrus popped, and then still take a hyper voice, or even just have a leftovers activate, to be fair. Because the leftovers into that would actually mean that you could nearly guarantee hyper voice survive off of life orb. Now to be fair, there is some caveats here, because like throat spray would actually put that into really bad range, because 77.9 to 92. But you could technically make this like a one-time check, right? Because you could take the Blood Moon no matter what, and then you get an Iron Heads up, and then you just body press twice, and you could actually kind of check with like leftovers, and like protect fish around the Blood Moon turns in theory, and get even further with that. I think there's some actual merit to Earthworm. It's a little bit less good than I thought, but I still do think it's at least like B tier worthy, just off the niche of being a good Ursaluna check. And obviously it would check regular Ursaluna a lot better, which that's still a really dominant Pokemon right now. Like that is still a really good pick in the current format. But obviously Blood Moon is like the better option for sure if you're running an Ursaluna. But it's still a good check to both. And it's probably one of the best checks that we have right now to both. At least defensively speaking. It's as good as a defensive check gets, in my personal opinion. Offensively speaking, there's definitely better mods. Like Como is a lot better of a check. Annihilate is a much better check. How much is Blur Stake from Body Press? Good question. +2 Body Press just from the standard calc spread, which is 36 Fist Death, does 57.6 minimum. Though to be fair, that's faster Ursaluna, which a lot of them are skewing faster, like modest fast. Even max HP though is a guarantee to a KO. Well, okay, it's basically a guarantee. It's 49.5 to 59%. But oh, actually that's with Friend Guard. Okay, 66.3 to 79. That's like a guarantee to a KO right there. It's not bad. You could make Life Orb trade at least, which is good. I think Earthworm at least has some merit. You would probably need a good partner with Earthworm, like I think with like a Grimmsnarl, for example, this could actually really cook with like Grimmsnarl screens. Or even like a good like Screech Pokemon can maybe make that work, or like a Helping Hand partner, or even like a Mousehold can make that work. Clefairy. There's ways I think you can make this work. You need some either defensive support or just a way to guarantee that you kill after 2 Iron Defenses. Whatever that ends up being is your choice, but there are partners. You really do need a good support with that. Like a Clefairy or a Mousehold Friend Guard. You could even argue like Sinistcha could be a good support for that, but I think it's a little bit slower and you need the Friend Guard really, in my opinion. You also could benefit from like Ninetales. I think A9 is a little bit worse. Not that Veil can't cook with it. I just think that it's a lot more weather reliant. With Rain being so good right now, I would never personally make that the way I'm damage controlling. At least on a team where I'm already banking off of a more fringe pick. It's different from Bax, because Bax gets other benefits from having Alola Ninetales, such as the snow buff. And also, the synergy is really good with A9 just killing dragons for it. But I think that it's different with like an Earthworm. You really would kind of benefit from like Grimmsnarl going for like Speed Control, or like dual screens, or even like a Screech. I think it does get Screech, or like Scary Face. All are decent options. Or like a Clefairy and Mousehold having Friend Guard, so you make that Blood Moon a significantly better take a hit. Even Klefki, you could argue, but I don't think I really care enough to overlap Dual Steel with Klefki Earthworm. I would rather overlap with like Goldango Earthworm or something. Comfey could also be a good pick, but Comfey gets smashed by a lot of good hard tricking partners, and honestly, like a Helping Hand for Rig with like Hyper Voice plus that could be damning. The point being is I would probably run it with a Friend Guard pick. A Friend Guard pick or Grim, I think would be the call, personally. Though a good Follow Me user could be decent, even if he wasn't Clefairy. Like, specifically Follow Me, because Blood Moon does sometimes run Safety Goggles. Lower damage output, and that's a really easy step to check, to be fair, for Earthworm, because you would actually not take a ton, and you guarantee heal through Citrus. But still. Some Blizzard Pressure might help. No, Blizzard would, except for they always go for Terra Normal, which is the issue. That's the whole reason why the calc is so high. It's because it's Terra Normal. They always go for it, and it always makes that move do so much damage, even to normal types. With Light Screen up though, that Blood Moon is a 3 KO, even with Citrus, which is a really big deal actually. Like that can't 2 KO you through Citrus, which is a really big deal for that. And on top of that as well, like even with Friend Guard, right? Friend Guard does bring that to a guaranteed 3 KO, because even with your citrus healing, you can avoid the guarantee 2, which is really, really good for you. And you can also go for like Clefairy that can also then Helping Hand boost you and make that a guarantee 2 KO, and even like bulkier Urshas that maybe invest Fizz Death. Because we saw in like Reg E where they were going like max HP, a bunch of Fizz Death investment, and then they were just going like the second highest special attack bump. I think it was like 252, 156, and it was like a Rillaboom calc or something. I know that's what I personally made sure I invested my Rillaboom above that benchmark, because it was a really common calc with like the Dusclops teams. So it would help a lot in those situations, especially because if we pull up like 252, 156 Blood Moon, for example, because that is like an actual benchmark that sometimes just run. Never mind, so that's still a guarantee to a KO, but even still, you throw on like a Helping Hand with that, it suddenly is a roll to Oko. Because you now are doing with +2 defense, 87.2 to 103.6, which is, that's a huge fucking calc right there. And obviously if it's less bulky, you can guarantee that Oko flat out with a Helping Hand boost. So like, you can actually do a lot. Or even like after you also could be like a really good survivor there with Clefairy. I think Clefairy would be the best partner, to be fair. Because you get the Friend Guard, you have After You too, so like if you're in a last ditch, you can just kill the Blood Moon with After You Body Press before you have to even worry about taking Blood Moon or Hyper Voice even, because Blood Moon to Hyper Voice next to Helping Hand for Rig gets kind of scary. But you could always take one. The point being is I think Clefairy is like the objective partner there. I think Clefairy actually makes this like a very workable mon. We've theory crafted now how to make Orthworm work. I think we've gotten to that point. You know, like Clefairy, Rillaboom, Incin, Orthworm, I don't know what your last two are. I feel like Amoonguss is still kind of a call on that, but you could still go with like a water type. Prim could be kind of cool. Palafin could be kind of cool. Milotic could even be kind of cool to like take advantage of anything weakening your Heavy Slam. A good dark type there could work too. Like I probably wouldn't go King Gambit personally, but like a good offensive dark type outside of just Incin. Like maybe Hydreigon could work. Or even Dragapult could kind of work as a good like way to pressure Ghosts to like Goldengo. Yeah, actually, Dragapult could kind of cook there. Yeah, you go with, like, for Rig, Incin, Rillaboom, Dragapult, Orthworm, Clefairy. That might have some merit. Because Rillaboom could even go with, like, a Swords Dance set on a team like that, next to Clefairy. And you could do some, like, really good damage to your opposing water type, so it will Heavy Slam. Like, I'm thinking something like a Basket Legion, for example. You just start murdering that thing. Or even, like, even just common good water types, like Palafin. You start massacring that. Even if you're intimidated, you have the nice support. Though there's a lot of ways you can make that work, actually, I think Ferrigpult could be the partnership with Clefairy for that to be a decent core. Though there's a lot of ways. I feel like there are definitely ways you can make that work for sure, yeah. Sorry if it looks like I'm wobbling. I'm kicking my leg under my desk. I don't know why. But yeah, I feel like you can make that work for sure with a lot of common partners. Or even like a Paldean Taurus could be kind of cool with that. I don't know if you really know their, like, fighting type mon, because Orthworm is borderline fighting type mon. Gyarados could be cool with that. Gyarados could be really cool with that, actually. Just created Baltimore winning regional team. I definitely wouldn't say that, but I think maybe you could unironically take two with something like that. Araquanid could be really cool as well on a team like that. Maybe over like Pult. Just give you like a good Tricker mode too in case if and also a good Wide Guard mon. Though to be fair, that'd be more for Heat Wave in this case, because you don't really mind Rock Slide or Make It Rain with Orthworm unless you Terra. But it could be good for like taking the incoming Hyper Voice. It could be good. It could be good for taking Heat Wave spam, etc. There are definitely ways. Yeah, I feel like there are actually some really good sleeper ways to make that work with Clefairy. I think you would at minimum, even if not Clefairy for Rig, at minimum Clefairy, Incin, Rilla, Orthworm is a call. You could go with a good Earthquake one too. Like I think Base Ursaluna actually could be a really good partner with that, funny enough. Yeah, you can actually go with like Ursaluna and Araquanid at that point and make that work too. That could be kind of cheese. Or Gyarados again was a nice Bulldoze mon still next to Orthworm. You could take advantage of that. But I think Ursaluna would actually be the call there. Like Ursaluna, Clefairy, Orthworm. Fuck, that might actually be a call. That feels like a serious call. We've piloted our way around somehow. I think yeah, it's okay. So the team right now, right? I think the call is Clefairy, Ursaluna, Orthworm, Incineroar, for sure. Those four. I do like the idea of either going with either for Rig or Amoonguss, essentially just as your Palafin check, and then you go with Rillaboom. I think Amoonguss would still go on the team even with Rillaboom. Though you can make a case maybe go with like a Araquanid and Amoonguss, but I think the team gets a bit slow at that point. I think with Rig, it could be nice at least to stop incoming priority in case you get up Trick Room, and it's a nice Trick Room setter. Even and taking pressure off Clefairy at least. But Clefairy could, Clefairy I think still gets Trick Room. It gets Trick Room, right? Because Clefairy could be a decent Trick Room on if it gets it. Nope, it does not. Okay, then you would need Ferg on that. Yeah, you need Ferg. But for Rig, Ursaluna, Clefairy, Ensign, Orthworm, and then like Rillaboom could actually be good. That gets you a nice Paladin check too, which is huge. Yeah, unironically, that does go kind of hard. Why did we like Theory Craft with Orthworm? Why was that the call? I don't mind it. Like, Orthworm I think is a mon that's very underexplored right now. Maybe I bring Orthworm to the next online tour I do. That feels like I could kind of cook. Dragon League good. Yeah, I feel like you just need too many other things. I think that Ursaluna is actually a really good mandatory pick. Let me throw this in a builder real quick. Let me throw up my other window. This was the showdown window. Perfect. Okay, yeah. Okay, so let me refresh page actually, because we're on this window. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so we're gonna go with, let's see, Earthworm. What about a dragon type? Oh, okay, sorry. You're good. Ursaluna. We're gonna go with this Ursaluna. To be fair, I think it's a slightly better call because we can Earthquake next to us. This is essentially our new modern equivalent of Dalaga Origin plus Ursaluna. Because now this was kind of a thing in like early versions of the format. Earthquake, Headlong, Facade, Protect. Go minus speed. Are we gonna actually like pull up on ladder with this right now? I feel like we kind of have to. I'm gonna go with Terra Ghost just as a nice immunity to Fake Out because this will give a lot more pressure to Ursaluna early on, especially in Trick Room. We'll go with like Terra Dragon on this. I feel like Terra Dragon's kind of decent. We might go with Water, Citrus, Iron Defense, Body Press, Heavy Slam, Protect. We'll go with this. We'll go for a Citrus number, and then we'll just go for 12. Clefairy, a Violite, Friend Guard after you. Follow me. Heal Pulse. Protect. Heal Pulse might become Encore. I can't lie. I don't know if a good Clefairy spread. For now, I'll just keep it like that. We're gonna go with Farigiraf. I do like my Throat Spray for Rig on these types of teams. It's a nice partner for the Ursalunas in general. I'll steal this spread for now and like readjust as is. Attack. I'm fine with the Imprison on this. I'm just gonna go with this. There we go. Okay, good enough for now. This can obviously be tweaked. Incineroar, we're just gonna copy the Safety Goggles and Symphony other team because I do like this Incineroar. I think this is like the perfect Incineroar for a team like this. Just again, Terra Ghost through, and then I'll go with the same Rillaboom because I do like the AV Rillaboom. I think it's just a nice mon in a Goldengo format. Yeah, no, exactly. Because this team is a little bit on the passive. Oh, okay, so it's more for taking advantage of the Trick Room turns with this. I think it kind of helps. Farig might become Safety Goggles though, and I might make it like Citrus. But I think for now we'll go with this. We'll validate. Oh wait, Orthworm's Citrus. Oh right, no, that totally works. Yeah, because I'm Citrus and Orthworm. Right. For some reason I thought I overlapped that. Fuck it. Well, we're gonna go with the best of one, just because I don't think I have time for a full best of 3 set. These games look like they're very decided. So we'll go with best of 1 for now. And just say fuck it and full send. Perfect. Okay, my window is cropped for this already. Beautiful. My ladder, in case you are wondering, is like nothing right now. This is a nothing account, but it's so real. Their team actually does not like Terra Dragon or Orthworm, ironically. We'll go with Farig, Ursaluna, Orthworm, Clefairy. I don't think I actually need anything else in all honesty. I'll open Team Sheet if they want it, but I don't really care. Beautiful, that's perfectly fine. Okay, sweet. We'll go for Trick Room, and I'm gonna go for Protect. And then I'll just go for Terra Ghost and just start, like, Earthquaking through and full, Facading the Rillaboom. Watch, I'll go for Facade into the Incineroar, and I'll full send. Drum beating, okay, that's fine. I don't really care. Oh, damn. Okay. That's an Incineroar of all time. Okay, there we go. Follow me. Terra Ghost. Facade the Incineroar. Damn. Okay then, Incineroar. You go, girl. Beautiful. Okay, Arcanine doubles in. It's Rockhead anyway. So beautiful. Oh, so they just killed. They just killed my Farigiraf. Okay, that's cool. That is super cool. Well, Rillaboom's gonna die. Bye-bye, Rillaboom. I'm just going to follow me again. And Facade again. Because I don't actually care about the Arcanine at this point. Because that might actually be the Banditmon. It's not Bandit Incineroar at least, because it did go Parting Shot, but that's still a very offensive Incineroar for sure. Fake Out, that's chill. It's normal gem, that's fucking psychotic. Head Smash. Okay, that did nothing. Holy fuck. That did like no damage. That's the weakest fuck Arcanine is Zooey. Yeah, that's totally chill. Yeah, they're fucked. They're so fucked. Because even if they Fake Out, right, I don't really care. I already know this is just gonna murder Arcanine Zooey. That's fine. They still don't kill. Beautiful. Okay. Well, Iron Defense and Facade. Thankfully, Sneasler is going to be very not good into my team. Because even if they CC Orthworm, right? Like, okay, actually they might kill Orthworm to be fair, but still, I doubt that they go for that. Oh, they're going for it. Sweet, okay. I'll go for Protect. Powers that be, take a CC. Oh my god, we chew. Take it. Take it. Take it. Take it. Terra Fighting? Aw, fuck them. Fuck my opponent. Alright. It wasn't meant to be. Wasn't meant to be. Game 1? Game 1 doesn't exist. Okay. My opponent is so fucked now. So fucked into this team. Incin. Incin Clefairy. Actually, no. Incin Rillaboom. Fuck it. We're full sending. Actually, no, sorry. Yeah, Incin Rillaboom. Because I do need to Terra Fire that if that's this thing is the lead. Because that Mono's are kind of deadly here. We'll go Clefairy and we'll go with. Oh wait, actually, hold on. No, I actually have a very good lead into this. Incin Orthworm. Incin Orthworm. We go with Farig and Urs as the backline. Beautiful. Oh, they leave Veil anyway. Oh, that's so beautiful. We're gonna knock off, and I'm gonna Iron Defense. They actually can't really stop this, to be fair. What is happening? Too much is happening. That thing is really good. I think a Dragon type would be a really good fit on the team like Greg C. It definitely would. I'm not against doing a Dragon type. I just don't think it's the most needed right now is all. Oh, they're going Typhlosion backs. That's kind of fine. That's actually very fine because I'm knocking off the backs now, which is huge. AV backs, so chill. Yeah, we'll knock off the Typhlosion. And I'm gonna go for a Body Press into backs. Oh, actually, hold on. Knock off Terra Dragon Body Press into the backs because they're not gonna go for Glaive Rush into that spot. Beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Overheat. Oh, so chill. So chill. So chill. Ninetales still takes a good amount, obviously, but it's nothing insane. Typhlosion lost its Scarf. It took a lot of damage. Wolf Flare Blitz the Ninetales and go for Protect here. And then at that point, I can kind of just, like, stall through the team a good amount, at least. I need some good damage rolls in the backs, to be fair, but, like, I can manage that for sure. Oh, they forfeited. Beautiful. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, we're just gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep letting Northrum cook. Beautiful. Oh, free matchup. I love low ladder so much. Okay, so this team really does not like Orthworm. I think I just lead Orthworm and like Clefairy and just kind of actually no, I lead Orthworm Incin again. And I go with Clefairy backline and then Ursuline backline. I don't even need Trick Room because I don't think it's good into this team. Their best game plan is unironically with that being like a fast Amoonguss and Tailwind to spore my team before it becomes like actually good against them. They're gonna go with Raichu Amoonguss. Oh, I'm so here for this. I am so here for this. You do not know what you are getting into. We're gonna go for knockoff and a Raichu. Because my goal should just be to avoid the Fake Out plus Spore turn. PZ is scary, but not for Earthworm. Earthworm does not mind. They're gonna Spore Earthworm. It's super chill. We're gonna go for Iron Defense. I'm gonna go for knockoff. Nuzzle is super chill. I don't mind that at all, actually. Spore into Earthworm is fine.
Full pair on Incineroar is actually way worse, if we're going to be real. Okay, so they're going to switch here. That's fine. They're going to go in Incin. I don't really mind. Okay. Start Sludge Bombing. Damn. They're really doing a lot in my Incin, but I'm kind of okay with this. Because their Amoonguss took like half there. I'm going to go for Protect, just in case they let me go for it. I'm just going to go for Flare Blitz. Beautiful. They let me go for the Protect. Sweet. If they fake out my Orthworm, that's chill. They're going to Flare Blitz it. Totally fine. Kill the Amoonguss. Beautiful. Okay, that's all I care about. Because now my Terra Dragon's like kind of worth it. Like, yeah, into this, for example, I can just Terra Dragon and Iron Defense again. I'm just going to Heal Pulse my Worm. If they go for Fake Out on that Raichu into my, like, Orthworm, I don't really care. Because my goal is just to Heal Pulse it. We're just gonna... Actually, hold on. No, right now, it's to follow me. Actually, no. It is to Iron Defense. And we'll Heal Pulse. But they don't really kill me. I know it might not be the worst idea to keep my Steel typing around, but I don't really like it into Incin, and frankly, I think their last one is PZ, but I can manage it anyway. Especially with Clefairy. Incin does not deserve this type of bullying, it really doesn't, but like, it's okay. It's so okay. Incin did what it needed to do. It killed Amoonguss, and now Orthworm just wins. That's all I needed Incin for on this team, it's to kill Amoonguss. Because if they tear out of their typing into like water, they're so fucked by Iron Defense Body Press. They're gonna Nuzzle Clefairy, that's chill. I'm glad I didn't go for Follow Me if they're gonna make that play anyway. Beautiful, yeah. See how little that Flare Blitz did? Oh, beautiful. We're gonna murder that Incineroar very quickly. We'll go for Follow Me this turn to draw in the Nuzzle. This Pokemon is suddenly no longer a threat. Oh, beautiful! So real. Such a real pick. And then, yeah, I could just do it again. Samurai Hisui, beautiful. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We're gonna Follow Me yet again. Because this is such a free pick. They literally have to Terra Ghost you to avoid this. And if they Terra Ghost, I'm gonna kill the Raichu next turn instead, because they're not killing me with both these hits. Terra Water. Oh, that's fine. That is so fine. Razor Shell? That's Scarfed, so that's good information, actually. Okay, so that's super chill. Bye! And then now I'm gonna be really dirty with it. Fuck, I was gonna keep Headlong Rushing and Iron Defensing until my opponent forfeit. They didn't let me do it. That's fucked. That's a little fucked. Okay. Well, 2-1 with it. They're about to start next round, so I'm not gonna get into another game. I was gonna just try and make my opponent want to forfeit by just going for Headlong into my own Orthworm as I Iron Defense up continuously, just so Raichu never won the game. Like literally until I was gonna go for it until my Ursaluna died to burn, to be completely honest. Just because it's funny. Just because it's really funny. But unfortunately, my opponent will not let me do that. Can Raichu even touch Urs? Let me actually look. Their set hasn't been fully revealed yet. So Fake Out, Nuzzle, Volt Switch. They could have had Grass Knot, to be fair, or Surf. Both of which could have touched. The problem being, though, is I don't respect those, and they probably had Protector Helping Hand. Or, like, Thunderbolt. But I'm okay with whatever move they had. Because it doesn't matter, they forfeit the game anyway. It's just really funny to think about. Like, it's just really funny. Fuck it, I'll drop the paste in chat if anyone wants it. Let me really quickly, though, just make a rig that doesn't rely on Terra to beat Common Incin. Let me look at whatever the most damage invested calc spread is. 44 attack, very sweet. What's the bare minimum to guarantee take this, right? No Friend Guard. So we have 44. Oh, so that's a very offensive Incineroar. Because that wasn't a crit. That's like probably max attack. At minimum, it has 140 attack at minimum. I don't know if I respect that, I'll be honest. I think that's a lot of attack to commit to Incin. This is actually probably fine. Yeah, no, so I would have went for the Headlong and then I would have just Protect spammed. That would have forced my opponent to struggle die. I would have died to burn before that, at minimum. Okay. So looking through. Round 7. Okay. So Infestation. Oh, I've seen this person drop a couple teams. They're playing Volbeat. Oh, they're Mono Bug today. That's kind of cool, actually. I fuck with the bit. The bit is cool. And Mono Bug going 3-3 is a very cool thing. Yeah, I know if we're gonna invest like some really dirty shit. The issue being though is that like a lot of those ones are not in the format, so I'm just gonna go offensive because it helps the reliance on throats. Well, actually, no, I am throats right now. To be fair, we can actually go a lot more defensive with this. I don't have a defensive for rig though. I'll be honest. I have nothing for rig wise in my calcs, in my team for rig H. So we're gonna go with this because I don't have another spread. I'm sure there is a better spread for throat spray, to be fair, but it's chill. It's so chill. We're fighting mono bug though. It's Volbeat and Illumise with Life Orb Volcarona. That's Terra Water. That's actually kind of deadly just as a mon. They're thankfully not Heat Wave. Heat Wave would have been the difference maker here because Heat Wave could have been scary to play around. My Ints and Mauls, they don't actually have an Instant calc outside of Terra Ground Scizor. So I'm okay with that. Actually, no, Cleavor. Cleavor with Stone X and Clear Amulet actually is kind of deadly. They have two different Tailwind options with Red Card, Illumise, and Mental Herb Volbeat. They will bring Illumise into this game because Volbeat doesn't have a reason to run Mental Herb. Yeah, that Illumise could be kind of a problem actually with like Illumise, Scizor, Cleavor, Volk could be the route. That could actually do some work. Like unironically, that could do some work. If my opponent doesn't no-show, like that's actually kind of a scary line that I could be fighting. How do I actually beat that? I feel like it's Bax. Like I feel like Bax is the win con here, or like Terra Water Goldango could do a lot of work into this team, but like that Goldango can only do so much, to be fair. And the Volk could actually, in theory, set up and then Terra Water plus Giga Drain into my Goldango. That could be kind of a problem. Or like, never mind. The Frostmoth Terra Fairy, so it's actually not a Goldango check because Terra Water Frostmoth was unironically like a way that people soft beat Goldango in early reg. Because of Ice Skills just being so good defensively and Quiver Dance. But thankfully they are not Terra Water. That helps a lot actually. But they have Terra Water Quiver Volk, to be fair, so I get why that would be repetitive. The Cleavor could be a problem for this team actually, but especially with a good Tailwind Mon. Cleavor could be deadly. My lead probably has to be Instant Goldango, and then backline for Rig, and then probably Bax Caliber. I think that's my line. That could be a line actually, to be fair. They're not Terra Ghost on either Tailwind Mon, so those are actually very free fake outs because they don't have protect. And then my Bax Caliber, and then my Goldango suddenly becomes a really good mon. So I'm actually gonna go for that. Yeah, we'll go for that. I found the line. Okay, yeah, sweet. We're gonna search. That is my out. Regardless, we'll see what happens. Really cool comp, by the way. So if I go 3 and 4 to this, like, I have no shame. Someone building a really good team that's built around, like, a niche, I will never be mad at losing to, because, like, that's just a funny gimmick. And if anyone really complain about losing to a funny gimmick, like, a bit, it's just, especially at 3 and 3, like, I'm guaranteed not making top cut. Like, there would be other things wrong if I was complaining about that. But yeah, Mono Bug is cool, though. Mono Bug is a cool way to end off. And it's good bugs, too. Like, these are all viable bugs. It's not like they're running, like, Frostmoth or not Frostmoth, like Venomoth or some shit. Because the full team, it is Volbeat with Mental Herb Prankster with Light Screen, Taunt, Tailwind, Rain Dance. They have Volcarona with Life Orb Flame Body with Quiver Dance, Fire Dance, Terra Blast, Water, and Giga Drain. They have Clear Amulet, Terra Dragon, Cleavor with Protect, Stone X, X's or Night Slash. Terra Fairy, Frostmoth with Ice Scales, Quiver Dance, Gleam, Protect, Blizzard. They have Scizor with Dual Wing Beat, Bullet Punch, Close Combat, Terra Blast, Ground. And then it's Illumise, Illumise with Terra Dark. And it is Prankster with Tailwind, Fake Tears, Charm, and Sunny Day. So, like, they have some decent routes for this. Yeah, the team is super cool. I fuck with this heavy. Okay, so yeah, so I've already debated Instant Goldango is the lead. We go with Bax and Alolan Ninetales as my backline. When I kill their Prankster Mons, suddenly Alolan Ninetales becomes a lot more viable here, just because of the speed. I just need to kill I need to target the Prankster heavy, because the Prankster is what will do me in. So if I just go for like a Make It Rain and a Fake Out immediately, they have no Fake Out. They have no Fake Out protection on this team, which is huge. Like, they don't have Fake Out of their own. They don't have Terra Ghost. They don't have Protect. So all of those are actually, like, I can very confidently just Fake Out the bugs. If the Beetles lead, they are Fake Outed very quickly. I would honestly, right, if they go for Fake Out, well, if they go for dual Beetle lead, I wouldn't even be shocked, because I think they need the Tailwind up that early that much, or they lose. And losing a Beetle there could guarantee them, like, Volcarona Cleavor out in the back line, and that could be scary. I think Scizor might also come. I think like Scizor Kleavor could definitely be like a serious backline for them with like Terra Ground Scizor. Well, actually not Terra Ground Scizor. No, they'd probably unterra that, but they're probably like Terra Dragon Kleavor is like a real Terra into my team, or like Terra Water Volk. It's one of those two for sure. The Terra. It just kind of depends on how scared they are of the snow backline. But both are probably like real Terra picks into this team. With the only thing I just don't think has a matchup is Frostmoth, and it's specifically into this team. I just don't think it does with how very unweak my team is to Frostmoth. The fact it's not Terra Water, it can't be set up properly. Okay, yeah, they're gonna go with Volbeat and Kleavor. So then, yeah. Kleavor is arguably like the scariest thing that could be leading right now, just because it is Clear Amulet and it can put up a lot of pressure into Incin. But I'm not too concerned with this. So my play is to go for the Terra Water here on Goldengo. I never Terra any of my other picks. And I go for this, and I go for the Make It Rain immediately. And I go for the Fake Out here into the Beetle, just because Volbeat is that threatening. And thankfully it was Volbeat, it's not even Herbicide. So the Mental Herbicide is a lot more manageable. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna Terra Goldengo. That should be huge. Even if they go for like a Night Slash, which I don't mind if they do a ton. That's really fair. Okay, yeah. So Goldengo will at least guarantee survival this turn. There's no world where Kleavor actually kills in one hit. If it really does, then like fuck me, I guess. They're gonna protect. Beautiful. Perfect. I don't even really care about Kleavor in all honesty. I more care about the Volbeat, because the Volbeat unironically makes this matchup so much harder. And I don't mind like letting my Goldengo die now that I've killed the Volbeat. And if Volbeat really doesn't die here, like fuck, I'm screwed. Fuck, I'm screwed. That's so bad. Holy shit. That's really bad. No, like that's so bad here. Fuck. I really hope my Incin doesn't fucking die now. I need to like Flare Blitz that thing. Flare Blitz and Make It Rain, and I need to hope like maybe even like a crit into the Kleavor. This has suddenly become like a very deadly game. And it's all because of the fucking Volbeat taking that hit. Like I really did not think the Volbeat would have taken that hit that well. If we're gonna be completely honest. They're gonna withdraw Volbeat. Okay, that's huge. That's actually really huge because my Goldengo can now. They're gonna go into Volcarona. That's chill. That's chill. I don't mind that. Make It Rain will go off before Kleavor gets a hit in. That still does a lot. Did we crit or something? Did we get a crit off? It did get a crit off. That's rough. I doubt that a -1 that killed because we're not Specs. And we're not the most defensive. That's a rough crit. I doubt that was supposed to kill. But I'm kind of curious, I can't lie. Kleavor. Actually that could have killed. To be fair, depending on how bulky they were, I will say, they were actually very bulky, to be fair. They were very bulky. No, they definitely took this. The only reason I know they're very bulky is because they underpaced my my Goldengo, which is only 124. So that actually mattered a lot. That was a really bad turn for my opponent. I do need to Shadow Ball here, and I need to go for a Flare Blitz into the Volbeat, yeah, because the Volcarona can still tear. Actually, I should probably go hard into Elo and Ninetales. Just reset that way. And just not worry about taking like a Giga Drain this turn. God forbid they prioritize Goldengo over my Incineroar. I think Volterra Waters right now against Terra Blast. It's whatever. But at least I guess they're not changing weather on me. I can bank on that later on. But still. They're gonna go for Rain Nets. Okay, not too terrible. I'm just curious why no Terra. Oh, they're going for Terra. It's fine. Okay, fair. I'm fine with that. Okay, yeah. We're gonna at least kill the Volbeat, which is huge. That means they're not gonna get up Tailwind. The Volk is still a threat, but at least they're not getting up Tailwind, which more is for the backline, which is probably a Scizor, but it's still something to be careful of. Yeah, okay, so Scizor is the backline here. Okay, so I need to kind of just Encore the Volk and just hope that they go for a shitty move. And then I'll go for like a Flare Blitz into Scizor and just hope that doesn't Terra and it doesn't respect me. The Volk is gonna go for Terra Water though. It will kill my Incin. Like there's no doubt I have in my mind about that. But either way, I mean, yeah, that Volk is gonna claim the kill. My back Goldengo might be fine here. but it won't be great. The only reason I think it might be fine, to be fair, is I think that they might actually have to burn a couple hits to really take my team on, which is good. Air Blast Water will kill, but I think Goldango could get in a spot where this might be. They have the Giga Drain, honestly. The Giga Drain will hurt at +1, like, there's no denying that. But I don't think they actually kill my backs, which is decent. Their Life Orb bulk thankfully too, which is huge. Like, I think what I need to do now is I need to protect on Goldango, and I need to go for Glaive Rush on Rifle. And if that kills, I think I win the game. Otherwise, though, I think I'm fucked. But it really just depends, because that Volk will kill me, and it will get a lot of health back too, the Giga Drains. If they're gonna go for a Fire Dance here, it's best that I go for this now while they have the Rain up, because it'll do a lot less damage, and every other move will do like very minuscule damage. Just because of our resistances. Like Terra Blast Water will do a little damage as well. And then Scizor I don't think kills with Bullet Punch or Close Combat even, which is good because thankfully Scizor's not the strongest Pokemon. Unfortunately, it's not -1. Like it's just a neutral Scizor. I will still have to take a good amount, but with the Snow Boost plus Snow Boost. Damn, this still does like half, well, over half I should say. It's like 120. But thankfully they do go for the Giga Drain. Perfect. Okay, so I got my line right. So backs will definitely die to like whatever Scizor hit for sure. Not even contested, but this is still very winnable. I can go for a Protect here, and then I just go for Shadow Ball. It's more to reset my backs. Actually, I don't even do that, to be honest. I think I just go for Horsepower. Because if they go for Goldango here, God forbid they go for Goldango, I'd rather not let them do that. My game plan should always just be to deal as much damage as I can in any given turn at this point. Because it's how my line goes. Scizor is still a very dangerous threat though. Like this Technician, I think it has Bug Bite. That'll do a lot. It does not have Bug Bite actually, but even still, it will still do a lot with like Technician doing weed. So I'm not really looking forward to that. Yeah, they're going for Dual Wing. Oh, that actually does nothing. Oh, I'm very here for this. That's a 3 KO still. Thank God for Goldango. Yeah, okay, I'll definitely be okay with that. They're gonna Shadow Ball me down. That will do a lot, but at least I can get some serious chip on this. Like Shadow Ball and High Horsepower combination should do enough. I'm not really concerned with this Scizor though. It can't actually, like, it'll kill my backs here, but it can't 1v1 my Goldango, which is great. I'm curious if CC actually does more. I'm very curious about that, because I might need to go for... Oh, we actually just kill anyway. CC and Dual Wing do basically the same. It's like within a literal damage point here. It is literally 1 point more that Dual Wing does. So that's good to note actually, because I do confidently take both. Okay, so solid. Apparently this is my opponent's first tournament, and they actually, like, they managed to get to 3-3 with Mono Bug. Like, for anyone, I guess, watching the VOD back, right? Like, whenever that VOD goes up, that, like, I should really make clear how hard that is. Like, Bug is the worst type to do, flat out in this game. Not even just as a mono type. Bug is, like, the worst type in Scarlet and Violet now, because of the boost to Ice types getting a huge buff this gen. So the fact that someone found 6 bug types, and they're good bug types too, like these are probably the 6 bug types you run for Mono Bug. You could maybe make a case for a Rakronid over Frostmoth. I probably might actually consider that personally if I was to build this team, but the rest is like fair. I would definitely use the other 5 at least, and even then Frostmoth has had some merit in this gen. And like it's a good team too. Like that Cleavor is nothing to scoff at. And honestly, like that Volk is really deadly too on a team like this. You have some decent support, albeit I'd probably run more Protect, but otherwise, like they have good anti-fake outs still with like a Cleavor, for example. I just probably run Protect on one of the Beetles at least, or like a Terra Ghost, and then like probably a different Terra type on Frostmoth. But otherwise, like most of the team is fine. Like for our first team, like this is a cool team for our first tour team for sure. But I'll take it. Like, listen, I'm honored to be fighting, to be the reason this team doesn't go positive, if it doesn't go positive. And if it goes positive, like, shit, like, my opponent played really well. And honestly, they might have beat my ass, too, if it wasn't for the Goldango credit. which is insane to think about. That's insane to think about. Okay, so I'm gonna fake out the Beetle and I'm gonna go for Nasty Ball this time around. I do want to value getting set up a bit more. I went for Terra Water last time. I think they will probably just value killing the Instant more instead, so I can wait a turn to Terra. I don't want to necessarily Terra Water and let them, like, Stone Axe me and murder me, because I don't actually know how much that does, and I'm a little bit scared of the Cleavor. Because the Cleavor is probably the thing I'm the most scared of in this match, to be completely honest. So if I don't have to, I'm not gonna let it go for the predict. So this fake out is still decent. And now I have like serious make it rain pressure. They could obviously get a good Terra off, but the difference being is this time around they cannot take the hit, and we know that comfortably. They cannot take the hit with either Pokemon, in fact. So just to be safe, I will go for Terra Water now, and then I think I'm just gonna go for a parting shot here on the Volbeat. Just in the off chance of a switch, I wouldn't mind necessarily swapping. They're gonna let me kill both, which is great. Now I'm anticipating Volbeat to go for Tailwind here. I think Tailwind Volbeat is the play for sure. If they forget about good as gold, to be fair, maybe Taunt, but I feel like Tailwind is the play. Maybe Light Screen actually. Light Screen could have been good too. They are gonna go for Tailwind. Tailwind is fair. And then this Make It Rain should be decent. They will Stone Axe Instant. We actually take the hit though, which is kind of shocking. Because, like, Cleavor is a demon. Like, this mon is nothing to scoff at. It is sharpness, so, like, that's a serious hit we just took. But I'll take it. Instant being around is kind of incredible. Obviously, both Pokemon do take the hit, but I'm okay with the trade. And then, yeah, Goldengo should put up some good pressure into Volcarona at least, but it's a little bit damning. They'll probably have to Terra Blast Water and just go for a Giga Drain, like, immediately just take this hit. Which is good for me, at least I won't get a good Quiver Dance turn off. But, like, Volcarona is still kind of a deadly Pokemon here. Yeah, my opponent was just saying no human should be they shouldn't be battling a Slate. I was like, buddy, like, I'm with you there. I am very much with you there. We're gonna go for just a parting shot in the Volk. I would love to weaken that thing if they'll let me take the hit. I assume that one of their Pokemon will Terra right now. I could see the Scizor going for Terra this time, but I do think it is still the Volcarona. It's still probably their best Terra in the matchup, because Scizor is a decent check to my Snow. So I think they'll try and keep that Steel Resist at least, and the Volcarona turning into a Water type helps with Make It Rain still, but it also is good for, like, instant matchup, and, like, a lowly Ninetales still keeps a good check too. And the Terra Water is a little bit more splashable in Terra Ground, which they suddenly just boost everything on my team with. The Shadow Ball should be great damage, though, either way, if they do manage to take the hit. I don't know if they will, but if they do manage to take the hit, that's great. Thankfully as well, at least, they're gonna go for Terra Ground and Scizor. Okay, that's actually huge for me. I assume that just because Terra Blast Ground is, like, a really spammable move in my team. But, like, either way, I'm not too concerned. That Giga Drain completely not be enough. The Scizor will do decent damage to Dual Wing Beat, though, and that probably will kill. Oh, thank God they're going for Instant. Okay. I was gonna say, if they were going for Goldengo with that, I think that actually guarantees a kill. So I'm okay with that. The Shadow Ball will still do some serious damage to Volk. That might kill, because I'm assuming they're more offensive, and I know their Life Orb. So Shadow Ball might kill. Oh, wow, that does, like, no fucking damage. My God. Okay, well, I need to go into a low Ninetales now. Because suddenly, I am in a bit of a predicament. I need so for one, I need the Snow up. Two, I now need to stall through Tailwind, which might require, it requires a double protect, which is great. But three, my backs might be kind of fucked. I need to hope they just ignore my Ninetales here and forget that Goldengo can just make a Giga Drain. Which isn't great. That's not a great line to be, I can't lie. Yeah, not great. Shit, that Scizor is a problem. Because I think that Scizor actually kills me with Bullet Punch 1v1 now. And that Volk as well is kind of a monster. I need a dual protect and Goldengo to win the game. If I don't dual protect here, I think I actually might lose, which is a little bit scary. Yeah, no, I might need Really Boom next game, I can't lie, just to help with this, because both their Terras and these two are, like, definitely pretty terrifying. Shit. Yeah, okay. So I need a dual protect here. At minimum, I can get one with the backs. The issue being is I don't actually know if I can still win the game. We're gonna protect off here. Can I get it off with Goldango? If I protect with Goldango, I think I win. We don't protect. Okay, fine. Because Volk is definitely gonna take this hit. Yeah, okay, that's true. And the Scizor, I think, does enough. Because they didn't Rain Dance this time. That might super screw me over. Yeah, because I don't know how I beat this now. Yeah, I don't actually know how to beat this now. Okay, so my out here is to Glaive Rush the Scizor and hope I can kill. And then I need to hope that Volcarona doesn't kill either, which is going to be rough. Okay, yeah, so Tailwind petered out. That's... Oh, wait. Yeah, never mind. I was reading the chat. Slay Queen? Bird, I might lose some mono bug in the last round of the tournament. This is going to go to 1-1 for sure, barring, like, some really good hacks on their team. Maybe they fuck up. But, like, Fire Dance plus Bullet Punch should murder me at this point. I took the Stone Axe hit. Wasn't great. I need Rillaboom lead next game for sure. Okay, so they didn't go for Bullet Punch. We don't take it anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah, good game to my opponent. Good game to my opponent. They won this one for sure. Oh, Volk just kills. Volk just kills. Fuck me, I guess. Okay, so no A9 next game. I think I need both Rillaboom and Farrig, actually, into this team. Yeah, I think that's what I need to do. And I think I actually need to just go for Farrig plus Instant on lead, arguably, and then just go for, like, Goldango endgame. Because Goldango and Trick Room could actually do some serious work. I just need... So let's see. So they've been leading Volbeat, so that is the Rain Dance one. That's a little bit more scary, but it's not, like, unwinnable. The Cleavor does have X's there, so that is something I do need to respect. I will need to fake out the Cleavor this time around. But it's kind of okay, because I've been not fake outing the Cleavor every single game. So they might just take that as a raw attack, and it might actually give me some benefit, because they've been protecting twice in a row with it as I fake out the Volbeat. So it's kind of chill. So yeah, so I'll go for Farrig and Incin on my lead. That's a guaranteed Trick Room up I get, at least, which is huge. And then I go for Goldango here, because Goldango is probably my win con, and then I go with Rillaboom. And I think even if I just have to cycle through Rillaboom plus Incin, that at minimum, Rillaboom will give me a good check to at least one of their good Terramons, because their two Terramons that I've been going for have been Scizor and Volcarona, both of which are really weak to Rillaboom. Only after Terra, that is, because it's Terra Ground and Terra Water, respectively. They have not brought Frostmoth or Illumise to a single game, and if they go for Illumise, that only helps out my Instant, so I'm kind of okay with it. But I think they just go with Volbeat. Like, I actually don't see a reason why they changed their 4, to be honest. But we'll have to see, I'm just gonna hope. We're gonna hope for the best. Let me see if I can add a little bit more. Alright. Let me get some water, too. I should have some more water. Because I've not been drinking enough water. Big fan? Bird, bigger fan. Bigger fan. Bigger fan, Bird. I need to now beat this Mono Bug team. This is the game 3 for it. It is the last game of the tournament. It's the difference between going positive and negative, because I'm 3-3 right now. It is the difference between going positive and negative in this tournament. I don't mind if I lose some Mono Bug. I still don't mind. Like, as long as it's a clean game, it's chill. Because, like, it's just funny. Okay, so yep, they do lead off with the Volbeat again. That is perfectly fine. Yeah, I fake out into the Cleavor this time. Because the Cleavor could actually stop my Trick Room from going up, and I do not like that. Do not like that one bit. So we're gonna fake out into the Cleavor, and I will go for a Trick Room. From there, I think I just ignore the Volbeat, and I just go for the non-Volbeat spot. So Volbeat doesn't get fake out, that's fine, but they didn't protect on Cleavor either. So it does show this was like a worthwhile play to make. They go for Light Screen, that's totally chill. My play is always to go for I think it's go for just Flare Blitz and Psychic Noise just right into that Cleavor spot. Because I don't really want Cleavor getting off damage into my team. That doesn't sound good. I can't parting shot it because it is clear amulet, so I would rather not just waste that turn. I think I would rather just get off the damage. Barring a Terra Dragon here, this is the play, and if they burn Terra Dragon and Cleavor, I'm okay with that. They're gonna rain nets. Okay, so not the best, but even still, no matter which Pokemon they take out, I'm kind of okay with that because the Psychic Noise will do decent damage, and then the Flare Blitz will probably still bring this thing into range for another Psychic Noise at least, which is huge. Because they're gonna probably kill my hits in here, which is fine. Yeah, okay, that's chill, that's chill. Do you see the person who won a gold medal who wanted a pet duck? Goober, let's go. Oh, we burn. Oh, that's fucking huge. That is so huge. I mean, it's a high percent to be fair, but still. They're gonna net slash for Rig. Thank God it wasn't X-Scissor. That wouldn't have even killed, honestly. That would have just popped my citrus, which, that's good information to note. We'll knock off here, and I'll go for Hyper Voice. That should be plenty, because the Hyper Voice will obviously just be good chip for Full Beat. And then on top of it as well, like, they can't actually do anything other than, like, Tailwind or Taunt, which Taunt is just blocked. So they'll probably switch out Full Beat, which is good because it just means I'm damaging something else. And I guess, like, there's probably Scizor in that backline, but still. The knockoff will be free either way, so I'm okay with that. Unironically, I think the worst thing in the world would be if they prematurely burn Terra on a Cleavor that's gonna die. Because that just means they're not gonna burn a Terra on one of the other picks, which will definitely suck, because I would much rather them Terra the Volk over Scizor here. That helps a lot. They're gonna bring in Volk. Okay, that's still fine. They are probably gonna go. I feel like that they're going for a Terra Volk endgame because they've Terra watered the Volk every time they've won the Terra Volk. So I'm okay with that. I'm very okay with that. We killed Cleavor though, which is huge. That is a really huge kill for me because Cleavor was the biggest threat here. We're gonna knock off the Volk though and just go for a Psychic Noise that blocks Giga Drain later on from my Gold Mango, from my Terra. Oh, they're bringing in Scizor. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So we'll go for knockoff here in the Volk, and then I'm gonna go for a Psychic Noise in the Volk. Thankfully, Scizor doesn't have a good bug type move, so I'm okay with that. I'm curious about which Mon they Terra, though. I feel like it's the Volk. It could be the Scizor, though, and I'd be fine with that, because either way, it just knows the Rillaboom target. He has 2 gold medals since he has 2 ducks. I mean, that makes sense. If he buys a 3rd duck, does that mean he can get a 3rd gold medal, or is it only capped for the ducks he has right now? Because, like, if he was entering any more events, like, I would just buy the duck right now, you know? Invest. Gotta invest in the duck stocks. I am curious about what Mon they're gonna Terra, though. I do feel like it's the Volk, very confidently. I feel like this Scizor has some merit as Terra around here. I think it's just better as the Volk. Like, the Volk just offers something more defensively for Terra. It is the Scizor. Okay, Scizor's still fine. Because I still murdered. And frankly, I'm actually more okay with it being Scizor. Because the Volk will be easier to kill for my team, just due to the fact that I have a lot more that can set up through Volk. And without Terra Blast or while the rain's also up, Volk Run is just a lot less of an issue, but I am going to kill the Volk anyway because I don't want that thing setting up Quiver Dances again. Yeah, okay, perfect. See, this is a much more easily handled Volcarona because it can only go for Fire Stab and I'm about to wall that thing to held it back. This is very cool. So we actually do take the hit still with Instant, which I'm okay with. Thankfully this Volk does not protect, so I'm going to go for the same play again. I just don't want the Volk surviving the turn. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna Flare Blitz. Sorry, I'm gonna knock off the Scizor. No, actually, no. Why am I saying that? No. I always go for the dual target into this because they don't have to protect. Invest in the Goober. Exactly. You gotta run the ducks. That just means I have to start running Quaquaval. Maybe that's what this has taught me, is I need to run Quaquaval. Because that's the duck I invest in. And when I invested in the duck, I made top 8 at my first event, all gen. I made top 8 at the PC, starting off 5-0 too. Which is like, that's an insane place to start at a PC. It's 5-0 with Quaquaval Snow. It's not like it was some standard comp. It was Quaquaval Snow, and all of my opponents, besides one in that first 5, auto lost to the duck. It won me like 3 of my 5 games, and it almost won me the 4th of those 5. And then I played like Gallade Spam, which like massacred my team. It was like the very specific type of team it ran. It just was like so bad for me. I couldn't ever beat it. Okay, so Farig is gonna pop a Citrus here. That's huge. Next to Volbeat, I do just target the Scizor, and I'll just go for like knockoff plus Second Noise. Yeah, they've already reported game 3 as well. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for this. The Light Screen will off too. They'll just go for Prankster Light Screen. I don't really mind a ton. I go for knockoff, and I go for Trick Room. Because they can only kill one of my Pokemon. They're playing the 4th figure anyway. They've already reported game 3 as a loss, which is fine. They keep being my endgame with this. Thankfully, the Farig I think did help. I think the Farig helped a lot. The burn on Cleavor is a big deal. It sped up the game a lot. but thankfully they clicked Night Slash. Yeah, with Rillaboom in the backline, that'll be fair. That was pretty unwinnable. I don't blame them for forfeiting because they didn't even know my backline yet, and they were already like very down bad team wise. But yeah, so that'll be where we end the stream though. We ended off. I'm curious about how many more rounds we're going right now. There's 5 more games. Do I want to wait for standings? Do I care enough to wait for standing? So let's see. So going into this round, right? We were currently at 33 out of. Okay, to be fair, we have 33 out of 93, which isn't terrible actually. It's not bad. And with this, we're gonna go to 4 and 3. So like, probably race the top 25. How many games actually affected that, right? Okay, let's look at that. So for other games in this, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we probably didn't rise that much to be fair, but we might still have some res over certain 4 and 3s. I don't think it's many though. There's only 4 games left. They're all at 1 game. Fuck it. I'll do some more Orphan laddering while we wait. Because like, what else am I gonna actually do in the meantime? So let's at least do that. We'll do some more Orphan laddering because this mod has been kind of funny. We'll ladder with Orthworm. There's still plenty of time left in the set to be fair. Like, there's still a half hour, but like, there's 3 games left. They're already finishing up, and 2 games left. Perfect. Okay, yeah, they're finishing quickly. So we'll probably end up taking like 1, maybe 2 more battles. Let me look at these matchups real quick just to be sure. Let's see. So it's Palafin or Caladon versus Palafin Pelipper. Like they're both rain teams, just different rain teams. One has a Volcarona, one doesn't. In the other game, it's all rain besides one game, which is one team, which is that guy Jimmy, who is like a Salazzle, Whimsicott, Hydreigon, Hisui Samurott, Clefable, Gholdengo, and he's 4 and 2 right now, which is kind of fucking awesome. I can't lie. Okay, sweet. So we're gonna go for Incineroar or Orthworm, and we're gonna go for like, actually sorry, we're gonna go for Incin for Rig. And then we're going to go for Orthwormers is the call. And I have faith in the Worm. The Worm actually does a lot in this game. If I could just force the tear out of Amoonguss, it should do a decent amount. And if Amoonguss, even if it doesn't tear out, like Amoonguss can still get muscled by my team pretty easily, like the Ursh, for example. My goal is just to lead more so to pressure their potential team. They're going to go for Lilycole on lead. That's fine. I have Protect on this one at least, and the Torkoal is only going to do so much. They can't Sleep Powder me, which is huge, and I'm gonna knock off the Torkoal, just immediately weaken that thing, because it really just doesn't matter. If they go for a fighting move plus Earth Power, that's fine, because at least they're not gonna go for after you. And then on top of that as well, again, my goal is just to weaken the Torkoal with this Incin, and that's all I need to do. I don't really care about Lilligant. Lilligant won't deal real damage to Incin, frankly, and there's no world where I don't get the hit off on Torkoal. I guess barring like Lilligant crit. If I get Lilligant crit, then I'm actually kind of fucked, because then I do just lose to after you plus Eruption Torkoal. But like, it's totally fine. My Orthworm could maybe beat that if they don't get good Sleep Powder rolls. They're gonna switch to Incin. Okay, that's still fine. I still knock off their Incin, which is huge. They're gonna close combat me. They do it a good amount, but it's not enough, which is again all I care about. Safety Goggles, okay, perfectly fine. Yeah, I just go for Psyche Noise into Lilligant, and I just go for Parting Shot into Lilligant, and I just try and weaken. Because then I can just bring in my Ursaluna and just start nailing, because they don't have terrain, thankfully. So I think that's the call. Yeah, I think it's the call. We just go for this. I can't get up Trick Room until that Torkoal's dead, though. So that Torkoal is a little bit of a problem, but it's not unmanageable. It's just not great to be in either. But if I can weaken that Lilligant, I'm kind of set. They're going to Solar Blade into my Incin. That's really fine. I'm very here for this. Actually. Because I'm about to completely put that Lilligant on a timer. Psyche Noise brings it to Sash, right? Beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, I'm Terra Ghosting immediately. And then I'm going to go for Protect just to block future priority. And I'm going to Earthquake. Because their team has no counter to this. Like their team actually has like no counterplay to this right now. They do lose the game right now. And I think they will Solar Blade, but it's not killing Ursh. It's not killing Ursh by any means. There's no metric that kills Ursh. And if they switch out Ensign to try and, like, you know, play around, like, so be it. They'd have to be Terra Grass for this to actually, like, make any difference. And even still, it doesn't really matter. So I'm kind of okay. I'll protect them more for, like, if they double out Instant so I don't get pressured later on with, like, another Mon. They CC perfect. Okay, yeah, I guarantee win. Yeah, even with the parting shot, it doesn't really matter. Like, what are you bringing into that? Like, what are you actually bringing into that? It's just gonna die. Like, even Amoonguss, right? Amoonguss will take, like, half from this. Torkoal? Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, yes. Give me the Torkoal. Give me the biggest threat to my team just on a silver fucking platter. That is so huge. That is so fucking huge. Yeah, Incineroar? Oh, bet. Say less. I'll Psychic Noise the Torkoal just in case and just Earthquake. Because it doesn't really matter. Like why do I actually no. No, I double in Ensign just to weaken their hit, and I go for Earthquake and let my Ensign die. That's the actual play here. I just go for that. Because my Ensign doesn't matter at this point. I just need to weaken their Ensign so knockoff does less, so my Ursh has more survivability at this point. There's one more game left, by the way. It is the Salazzle Whimsicott game, in case anyone's wondering. It is the Salazzle game. Sweet, yeah. Ensign's now -1. They're gonna probably parting shot, which is chill. But I'll at least they're gonna knock off perfect. So yeah, their Ensign's dead. Even with -2 Ensign, their Ensign is like taking too much. Beautiful. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, okay. So I'll go for a body press into the Ensign, and I'll go for a Earthquake here on my Ursh. If they do value target, like that's chill. Actually, hold on. No. I'm gonna go for dual protect. I do want the Sun to run out. Actually, that would be great. Because the Sun will force Torkoal back in. And there's not a world where they can kill both Pokemon without the Sun up, which is great. Because Prim will not do enough with Hyper Voice and Liquid Voice. It will not do enough to at least killing my Ursa. But Ensign plus that could maybe do enough with like a Flare Blitz into Orthworm and then like a single target hit, especially with the Sun up. And I don't really want to take a single target Flare Blitz either at this point. So we'll just dual protect. I'm now probably in range of like at least a dual target into Ursh, but I'm okay with that. We'll body press here, and I'll go for Earthquake just again for survivability. My Orthworm should at least outpace. I doubt that they're really speed invested on this team. Maybe they are, but even still, they're Flare Blitzing me, so I'm chill with that, and I'll recover up. They're gonna Flare Blitz my Ursh. Beautiful. Body press goes off. Perfect. And yeah, the Hyper Voice, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go for the body press here into Torkoal. And I'll go for Protect on Farig just to keep this a spread move. They could still win, to be fair. I won't act like they can't. But they got rid of their Fairy typing, which is actually really huge for this. Oh my god, that did low damage. Oh, we might be screwed. Oh wait, hold on. No, that helps a lot. As long as I didn't click like Key Wave. Block it, I click Key Wave. Okay, yeah, a game. Good game. Good game. Let's see. Let me look at the matchup again for this table real quick. So it is. Nothing too crazy. Like, this isn't like some sort of huge stall or anything. This should be a rather quick game. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to start up another game then. Because this game's already been at 1-1 for a bit. There's only so much longer it can go. Let's see. I'm gonna give it just a little bit longer to see if we're gonna get that last game played. I'll do one more. If it's not done by the end of that, I'm gonna call it. But I would still like to see where we place, so I'm gonna give it this one. Oh, fun, we're fighting. I know this team at least. I know at least the structure of a team like this. Okay, so totally chill. Alright. So yeah, so I just lead off with like Ensign Earthworm, to be honest. I think Ensign Earthworm does so much here. And then I go for like Urse and Rillaboom is my play, because I do need to clear Indeedee terrain, obviously. I need that guaranteed. So Rillaboom has to come. Okay, perfect, sweet. We're gonna fake out Meow, and I'm just gonna go for an Iron Defense. Because the Crook will suddenly become very meaningless at that point. They're gonna go for Dual Protect. That's chill. I don't really mind a lot. They will Terra Dragon Flower Trick in a moment into that Crook. That's chill. I'm gonna go into... I'm just gonna go for a Parting Shot here into the Crook and just start weakening to attack. I'm gonna go for another Iron Defense here. Flower Trick goes off. Oh, they didn't Terra Dragon it. Oh, so they're kind of dumb. Oh, they're going for Salic Berry. That's fine. I'm immune. I'm immune and I have another defense boost. Try again, fucker. There, eject bucket button. Oh, okay, I see why. That's fine. That's fine. This is a flying type too, so unless they go for Terra here, I'm super chilling. And I'm gonna go for Body Press into that just in case. Because if they Terra into a grounded type, then that means they're fucked. Okay, sweet. So standings are up. What do we get? What do we get? 25th, literal 25th. I'll take that. I will very much take that. We fake out flinched and +4 body press. That's a lot of damage into Flamingo. We'll glide, and I'm gonna go for another body press. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna go harder, so I'm gonna go for protect. I'm gonna let my Urse die. Oh, they go for faint. Oh, boo-hoo. Oh, boo-hoo. They heal me back up. That mattered so much. Oh, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. I doubt they kill. Like, they're essentially only like +1.5, I think, is how that multiplier would work. Close combat goes off. Yeah, that does nothing. Oh, yeah, Flamingo. All right, Earthworm broken. This is the cheese counter right here. This mon is so dumb. This mon is so dumb. I love the worm. Get wormed. There's Sableye last mon. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, beautiful. I'm going to Woodhammer, and I'm going to Body Press. Get screwed. Get screwed. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I think they're going to be like Psych Up Sableye, I think is what the strat runs. Which is so fine. They're not going to pull it off. Oh, they go for Shadow Sneak. Oh, that's chill. I don't really mind that. Get wormed. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna fake out, and I'm gonna go for the Heavy Slam BM here. Get wormed. Get wormed. Okay, sweet. Solid. Great end to the stream. Again, for anyone who's wondering where we placed, we got the literal 25th. So as I said, top 25 is probably. I'll take that though. I will definitely take top 25. So that is huge. Shout out to the Worm. Shout out to the Snow team as well. Huge, huge W's. But yeah, I'll take it. Obviously, like and subscribe for more. Consider becoming a member if you want to support the channel and get closer to the VGC stream. Yeah, we'll see you guys in the next stream. I'll probably try and stream one of these next week, if not also some sort of Monday.